Charming man, she added. But looks, even charm, are only the surface. You've got an amazing surface, and I like everything I've found under it so far. It's only our second date, she reminded him, and her eyes sparkled like her wine. There's more. I'm looking forward to discovering you, Darcia. We don't have to rush it. Well, hard to rush it anyway when we'll be on 2 different planets, or a planet and a satellite, in a few days. I like to take things slowly, carefully. The job, as you know, can be difficult, demanding, so in my personal life I prefer the uncomplicated. She lifted her champagne again, smiling at him over the pale gold bubbles. I didn't ask you into my hotel room last night because this will be complicated. I've been taking a break from complicated myself in the personal area. But I want to see you again, spend time with you. I want to see what happens next. I've given some thought to what happens next, and since I know what I'd like that to be, I'll be asking you into my room tonight. He smiled back at her. I was hoping you would. With the data Webster passed to her, Eve ran an analysis of accounting for Renee's squad, then an analysis of the analysis. The flood of numbers, the puzzlement of percentages gave her a headache, and still she couldn't see a clear pattern. She couldn't see enough to point a finger at anyone in charge of the accounts. She toggled away from that. Maybe if she let the numbers rest, they'd make more sense to her, and took another sweep through Renee's squad. There she believed she saw a pattern, where Detective Lila Strong, a rookie uniform, and 2 other detectives stood as abnormalities. She needs clean cops, Eve calculated, to handle the piddly stuff, to turn in legit reports, and as fall guys when she needs or wants them. Use them, then lose them, one way or another. She thought of Gail Devon, glanced at Peabody. Her partner was in it deep and would stick, Eve knew, no matter how long it took, no matter how many layers needed to be shifted through. She looked at her board. On one side, Ricky Keener, loser, criminal, junkie, low-life pig. But he was hers now. On the other, Detective Gail Devon, by all reports a good cop with good instincts, and with the moral code to talk to an older, experienced cop she respected about her concerns over her boss. 2 sides of the scale, Eve decided. But she knew that while Renee may not have plunged the syringe or snapped the neck, she'd killed them both. Added to one side of that scale, Detective Harold Strum, stabbed to death in an alley while his partner and a squad mate walked away unharmed. They wouldn't be the only ones. And unless Renee went down, they wouldn't be the last. She opened Alo's case notes, began to read. She liked his style, terse, even pithy, but thorough. She noted he'd questioned Sergeant Runch's invoices regularly, and when she correlated with Alo's file under Renee's command, she found the lieutenant's notations citing him as malingering or conflicting with fellow officers. Eve started her own file on Alo's cases during the 7-month period, the invoices, the evals. Not wanting to disturb Peabody, she sent her a memo to do the same on Devon, and to follow it, as she was with Alo, with a probability analysis. While it ran, she began to study the Giraldi files she'd forced Renee to send her. She put it on hold when Webster came in. "You've got something?" she demanded. "Nothing major. Why?" "You look like you've got something. You look happy," I'm a happy guy. She waved that away. What have you got that's minor, then? Marcel, partner of Strum, the one who went down. IAB's got a file on him. Over Strum? No, deals with before that. They interviewed and investigated him over a questionable termination 5 years ago. There were witness reports claiming Marcel fired on full twice after the suspect had dropped his weapon and surrendered. The determination cleared him. The witnesses were 2 other dealers, so their statements were given the fisheye. The suspect did have an illegal weapon and had discharged it. Marcel stuck to his story. The suspect remained armed and was again preparing to discharge. Reconstruction couldn't disprove. However, there's a note in the file, the one I had to slide out without notification. A big, fat question mark, updated after both wits met violent ends. Like Strum and those wits. Yeah. Marcel had an alibi in both cases. Solid. For the wits on Strum, yeah, Eve agreed. Solid, but bogus. What did he use on the wits on the older deal? He was on a stakeout with another officer. Freeman, coincidentally. Webster dropped into a chair. I know he's wrong. Freeman, too. You know it. The pattern's saying they're wrong in big, shiny letters. But we're not there yet. More there than we were 24 hours ago. Can't argue. In other news, I've started my own file on everyone currently in Renee's squad, including her. There's plenty of shadow there, Dallas. If I could take this to my boss, we'd break it open, and we'd damn well be there. People slip out of shadows, Webster, just like Marcel. I'm not jeopardizing slamming this lid down so IAB can make a big bang. I don't give a shit about the bang, Dallas. I wouldn't have asked you if I thought you did. I contacted and spoke with D.S. Allo and have his case notes from the 7 months he was with the squad under her. It's no wonder she needed him gone. He doesn't miss anything. You brought him in? I made a judgment call. He knew Runch was skimming and reported it to his lieutenant. Did he document? He has detailed notes, times, dates. I doubt we'll find them corroborated in her files. What he got in return was the first rip in a 30-year career. He suspected Renee. I've written up my conversation with him, and I've got a copy for you. Attached to it is the file on Gail Devon, the other officer in her squad who went down. Allo knew her, and she came to him with concerns about their lieutenant and the squad that mirrored his. But I think instead of transferring out, she not only stuck, but she might have pushed it. She talked to somebody else or started documenting something, and they took her out. If you're right, then fuck it, Dallas, it feels right. That makes 2 cops she's killed. I'm betting more. Peabody's working the Devon angle. She'll copy you on what she finds or concludes. Contact you if she needs any cover with the digging. He nodded. So, you went around with Garnett today and he lost. Did you set him up, or did he just fall into it? Some of both. He tried to cover why he and Bix accessed my VIX flop by some bullshit about a connection to a major investigation they're working. That was a stupid move, because it handed me the files. The thing is, the files aren't complete. She did some deleting, rearranging. There's something off. I've read enough of her reports by now, her style there, to know she slid things around, things she didn't want me to see. Do you want me to find an IAB angle on the investigation? Not yet. I've got a way around her game, But a little whiff of IAB nosing around Garnett wouldn't hurt. More pressure on him. That's right. He'll blow. If I can get him in, he'll turn on her to save his own ass. Last thing. I'd like you to dig around. See if there's been any dirt or accusation of dirt on Strong, Detective Lila, in Renee's squad. She's new there, and her record reads solid. And my read of her is she doesn't like the boss or the setup. Clean cop. Female cop. Webster weighed it out. You're looking for a mole. If I use her, if she's clean and she agrees, I want her protected against an IAB hit if she needs to do or profess herself willing to do what would earn her one. I'll look at her, and if it goes, I'll have it all documented. She's undercover, sanctioned. Whitney needs to sign off. It won't be a problem. She held up a finger when her link signaled. It's Feeney. What you got? She answered. A thin smile lightened his hangdog face. I thought you'd like to hear this. Renee's in her vehicle and just had a link conversation. Roll it out. 1 sec. Patching the recording on. What the hell? Eve decided. Incoming link transmission on wall screen. She glanced over, saw Peabody grin. Thanks. She saw Renee first, behind the wheel, fingers tapping, shoulders swaying to the beat of the music she'd selected. Likes her new ride, Eve murmured. Nice upgrade. When Renee's link signaled, she cut her eyes down. Dash screen readout, Eve concluded. Her face went hard. God damn it! Transfer transmission to Pocket Link 2. She snatched it up, shoved it into its on-dash slot. Garnett? The angle blocked the Pocket Link screen, but his voice came through loud and clear. You said you were going to fix it. Fuck this, Oberman. I'm not taking a 30-day rip from that cunt because you can't figure out how to slap her down. Calm down. And don't contact me about this or anything else unless it's on the safe link. You know how I feel about that. I'll calm down when you do what you're supposed to do. You'd better have my back on this. Bill, I went directly to Whitney on your behalf. I explained the situation, that in my view it was simply a heated exchange between you and the lieutenant. That you were, very understandably, protecting an investigation you've put considerable man-hours, considered effort into, and which is at a tipping point. I went to bat for you, Bill, just as I said I would, and because I did, Whitney called her up. She won't budge. I'll budge the fucking whore. You listen to me. You listen to me, Renee said with a whip in her voice. I'll handle her. I'm going to try another approach. You stay clear. Do you read me? If you have to take this rip, I'll make it up to you. Jesus, Garnett. If it sticks, look at it like a month's vacation. Go to the beach. You know how you love the beach. Fuck that. And fuck you if you think I'm gonna let this cut me out of the Giraldi deal. Nobody's cutting you out of anything. If you'd get yourself under some damn control, we wouldn't be in this situation. The tone shook with anger, accusation. Not, Eve thought, the right way to handle a man whose fuse was already lit and running. Goddamn Dallas wouldn't be in your face or mine if you hadn't screwed up in the first place, and you wouldn't be facing a rip if you'd held it together. You went at her, for Christ's sake, in my office, under my nose. You made physical contact. She got in my fucking way, and you're getting in mine. I'm putting myself out for you, and I don't like putting myself out. Remember that. And you remember just what I can do if you try to fuck with me. Remember who knows where the bodies are buried, where the dirt's stored. If you want to keep what you've got, Renee, sweetie, You make damn sure I keep mine." "Asshole!" she spewed, pounding a fist on the wheel when he broke transmission. Feeney came back on. "Pretty, huh?" After, she pulled into her garage, sat there stewing in her vehicle for a while. Didn't make any more contacts. Very sweet. No actual admissions of wrongdoing, but plenty of insinuations. He's on the heat, and she knows it. He's still useful to her, Webster put in, so she wants to keep him. Definitely, Eve agreed. But more than that, he works for her. She took him on, and she damn well needs him to remember who's top dog. She loses it when her authority's questioned or threatened. Peabody waited for Eve's nod. Under it, I don't think she's as confident as she wants to be, even thinks she is. She's scared of losing the controls, because holding the controls is what matters most to her. I believe you do Mira proud with that analysis, Eve told her. Fear makes her dangerous. Then we're going to make her very, very dangerous. And, Eve thought, she would personally revel in it. We'll have to see how she intends to handle me. On the Giraldi investigation, according to the file, Garnett and Bix have been tracing a shipment coming in within the next 2 weeks for the Giraldi family, specifically for Anthony G. She's altered some in the file, but I'm going to take care of that. My research indicates Anthony Giraldi deals primarily in Zeus and hardline sex drugs like whore and rabbit. She frowned as her link signaled another incoming. Oh, look here. It's Renee, sweetie. Stay on, Feeney. Answering his conference trans. Blind incoming to current contact. Dallas, she answered with an edge of impatience. Lieutenant. Renee gave her a sober look through the screen. I understand I'm not your favorite person at the moment. You hit down the list. I think we got off on the wrong foot. And that was just exacerbated by what transpired in my office today. I'm hoping we can come to terms, find a middle ground. I'd like to buy you a drink, to apologize, and to talk this out. Lieutenant to lieutenant. I'm working a case, Oberman. We're both busy women. This friction between us is disruptive. I'm trying to reach out, Dallas, so we can smooth this over and both do our jobs. Eve leaned back as if considering. You want to buy me a drink? Fine. O'Reilly's Pub, Upper West on 7th, in an hour. That's perfect. I'll see you there. It could be a setup, Peabody said immediately after Renee clicked off. She could have Bix or another of her gorillas lie in wait for you. She can't afford to take me out now. Not when we're having this friction. When everybody at Central's talking about us butting heads. Shines another light, and she wants to dim them. She could let Garnett know where you'll be and when, Feeney put in. Stir him up so he goes at you. It all falls on him. If it fell, he'd start talking, and she knows it. He can't talk if she takes him out. He goes for you, takes you out, or at least puts you down, and she rides to the rescue, has to take out one of her own officers in your defense. It'd be a good play. Eve had to agree. Yeah, but I don't think she's as smart as you, Feeney, or has time to set it up. She's not desperate yet. She's pissed off, and she's off balance. I'm going with you, Peabody insisted. I'll back you up. Peabody, she's researched me, so she knows who you are, knows you're my partner. If she spots you, this could fall apart. I'll do it. Webster glanced at his wrist unit. She doesn't know me, and in any case, IAB's good at blending. She won't make me. She's not going to try for me. It's not her play, not now. Regardless, I'm back up. Back up for what? Rourke asked as he came in. For nothing I need it for. I'm having a drink with Renee at her request. I told her O'Reilly's in an hour. I heated things up some today and she wants to cool them down. She's already killed, or had 2 cops killed, Webster told him, that we know of. Sometimes you know what you can't yet prove, he said before Eve could speak. I'm going to back her up. I've got soft clothes in my vehicle, he told Eve. She won't make me. I'll be backing the lieutenant up, Rourke said. Or I should say, Webster and I will. She knows Dallas, Webster pointed out, so she sure as hell knows you and that you're married. She won't talk with you around. She won't see me, will she? Tell Webster why you selected O'Reilly's. Because it's close. And because he owns it. There's a snug behind the bar. A room, Rourke explained. We can monitor them from there. I'm already monitored. Eve tapped her chest. You put the damn thing on me this morning. So I did, Rourke agreed, and very pleasant duty it was. We'll be monitoring from on site. Would you still like to change, Detective? Yeah, in case I need to go out of the back room for any reason. Somerset can show you a room for that, then. I'll get on that. This is over the top, Eve insisted when Webster walked out. She's a cop killer. You're a cop. Rourke tapped her chin. You're my cop. If you're gonna get squishy, I'm closing off, Feeney said. We'll have you covered from here, Dallas. I'm gonna be so covered I might as well be smothered. I feel better, Peabody commented. Oh, well, then it's all worth it. While you're having your drink, I'm going to ask McNabb to come in. Work this with me from this point. Still miffed, Eve shrugged. You can drive me over, Rourke said. When you're in and clear, I'll take Webster in through the back of the snug, and on the way, we can fill each other in on how we spent our days. You might as well ride with us, Eve said to Webster. Actually, I'll need to take off after the meet, if we're clear. I have a life outside the job, Dallas, he added when she frowned at him. And I'm going to get back to it once we're clear of the meet. Fine. Suit yourself. Rourke slid into the passenger seat. So, what have you done today that persuades Renee she needs to buy you a drink? I maneuvered Garnett into a 30-day rip, which didn't take much, and to do the mouthing off in her office, in front of her face. So that makes her look bad, like she can't control her men. That must have been satisfying. Oh, yeah. Among other things I did today, I went to the Bronx. She filled him in on the conversation with Allo as she drove. You gave Peabody that angle of the investigation because of her experience in the locker room. Partly. She's good with the tiny details, and I want the answers on Devon, but don't have time right now to dig in. Not the way Devon deserves. And if Peabody's able to gather the evidence that points to Renee or her command on that officer, it's going to outweigh that locker room experience. It's not payback. It's justice. She'll have helped get justice for another cop, and it'll matter a lot to her. Which shows, my darling Eve, the difference between a strong, intelligent, and, though you won't like the word, sensitive leader, and one who aims to lead only for gain. She'd have preferred intuitive to sensitive, but let it go. How did everybody miss it, Rourke? Start with her father, but I guess there are times a father doesn't see or has to pretend he doesn't. Her trainer. I looked at him. Sterling record. Trained good cops. It feels to me like her father had a hand in picking him for her. They were partners for 8 years, about the same age. Mira missed it, Whitney missed it, her captain, her previous LTs, she slid right through. She wasn't always dirty. Fuck, she wasn't, Eve said with some force. She may not have started her business until a few years ago, but she was always dirty. Some cops who work under her, she gives them a buzz, and at least 2 of them end up dead. You know why she didn't get between me and Garnett today? And that's just what she should have done, clean or dirty. Why she didn't move to control him quick enough? Because having him go at me gave her a nice little tingle. She liked it, and I'm damn sure she would have loved it if he'd beat me bloody in front of her. She's got the brains to know she can't have that, had to maintain, but she's got the belly for it. I screwed up her orderly pile, so she'd love to watch me bleed. And you didn't want backup? She'd love it, Eve told him, but she can't afford it. Not yet. She found a spot a block from the pub, snagged it. Since Webster's got a life, you'll need to wait for him to find a spot, walk him in. I'll be walking my wife in first, or at least to the point where I can watch her go in. They've got a corner table ready for you. Did you put muscle in there? Darling, he tapped her chin. I always have muscle in there. It's an Irish pub, after all. Her link signaled again. It's Darcia. You can watch me from here, and I'll be talking to another cop while I walk half a block. I think I'm covered if some bad guy jumps out and I faint from fear. He had to grin at her as he watched her walk away. Dallas. Hi. I was hoping we could make good on that drink. Actually, right now would be good, she decided. Or say in 30? O'Reilly's Pub, Eve said, and gave Darcia the address. Can you get there? I'm loving getting around in New York. Great. Listen, I'm actually walking into the place now. I have a meet, another cop. You could do me a favor. Sure. Don't come over to the table unless I signal you. If I don't, I've still got to work it a little. When I do, you could stroll on over, like you've just come in and spotted me, but we had a meet set. No problem. Are you going to tell me why? One of these days. All right then, half an hour. Chief Angelo? The title made Darcia smile. You're easier to work with than I remember. But I'm not working, am I? Eve tucked her link away and strolled into O'Reilly's. Fiddle music piped out of the speakers, a backdrop to conversations among the grab-a-drink-after-work crowd. In a few hours, she knew, musicians would settle into one of the booths with their instruments, pints at the ready, and fill the place with bright reels and sad songs. The bartenders would hustle, pulling pints, pouring glasses for the crowd that invariably packed in. The little redhead waved to her, gestured to a table for 2. Eve remembered her from when she'd joined Rourke and a couple of his out-of-town business associates who'd wanted a taste of an Irish pub, New York style. Get you a drink, Lieutenant? The redhead asked, and balanced her tray on her hip. Not yet, thanks. Just give me a sign when you're ready. Eve sat down, back to the wall, scanned the customers. Co-workers winding down, some tourists, a guy doing his best to hit on a couple of 20-somethings who were stringing him along. Cop didn't blip on her radar. And Renee came in. She changed from her power suit into a little black number that showcased her body, left toned arms bare. She'd paired it with hot red heels so her toes, painted the same color, could play peekaboo and left her reign of blonde loose. The complex series of sparkling links around her neck held a round red pendant. She did her own scan, Eve noted. A slow sweep with eyes expertly shadowed and smudged, then sent Eve a friendly smile as she walked toward the table. She likes knowing she's caught attention, Eve thought, that men are checking her out and women are wondering who she is. Thanks for meeting me. Renee slid onto her chair. I hope I'm not late. No. Do you come here a lot? It looks like a nice friendly place. Unpretentious. A working man's bar. Eve wondered what the reaction might have been if she'd set the meat at the down and dirty. Now and then, she said, and caught the waitress's eye. Nice outfit, she commented. You didn't have to dress up for me. Actually, I'm meeting my parents for dinner later. Have you... She broke off as the redhead came to the table. What can I get you, ladies? Pepsi, on ice, Eve told her. Oh, come on, Dallas, live a little. With a bright, beaming smile, Renee tossed back her hair. We're off duty, aren't we? And I'm buying. Pepsi, Eve repeated, on ice. Well, I'm off duty. I'll have a vodka martini, straight up, 2 olives. I'll get those right to you. The waitress set a snack bowl of pretzels on the table, then went to put the order in. I was going to ask if you'd ever met my father. Not formally, no. I'll have to introduce you sometime. I'm sure you'd enjoy each other. Renee took a pretzel from the bowl, broke it in half, nibbled. We should have dinner. You, your husband, my father, and I. Rourke's certainly a man I'd like to meet. Why? Like my father, he has a strong reputation, and it would seem a gift for command. He'd have to have reached his level of success. It must be fascinating, being married to a man who commands that much power with so many varied interests. I heard you vacationed in Europe this summer. You want to talk about my summer vacation? I don't see any reason you and I can't be friendly. Do you? Do you want a list? Renee sighed, sat back, and continued to nibble on the tiny piece of pretzel. We really did get off on the wrong foot, and I'm willing to take responsibility for a great deal of that. I was upset about Keener, and I admit, territorial, so we butted heads when it would have been more efficient and certainly more productive to work in tandem. She paused again when the waitress returned with their drinks. Anything else I can get for you now? We're good, Eve told her. Thanks. Renee lifted her glass. Why don't we drink to a fresh start? Eve left her glass where it was. Why don't you define fresh start? In the snug, Webster watched the exchange. She's chapping Renee's ass. She's good at it, Rourke agreed. She'll wind her up. The more Eve rejects the overtures, the more Renee will push. It's a good play. Garnett's hammering her on one side, Dallas is blocking her on the other. You know Dallas is trying to get Renee to come at her, to set Bix on her. I know my wife very well. The faint emphasis on my wife had Webster shoving his hands in his pockets. I thought you and I were settled. It's hard to resist giving you the needle now and again. See the body language there? Rourke pointed out. Eve, slouched, kicked back, disinterested. Renee tipped forward a bit, working hard to engage, but her foot taps under the table. Hard rhythm. She's angry. Rourke glanced over, smiled at Webster. Fancy a beer? Yeah, but until this is done, I'm on. You go ahead. Ah, well, we'll wait on it. At the table, Renee sipped her martini. I'm apologizing for not giving you my full cooperation over Keener. He'd been my CI for a long time, and though I didn't use him often in the last few years, we had a history. I felt, right from the start, you were shutting me out. I reacted to that. You and I have different styles, Dallas, obviously, and they've clashed. I'd like to put that behind us. Eve shrugged, and at last picked up her glass. My investigation of Keener's murder may require more information from you, may require me to question members of your squad who knew him, had dealings with him. Understood. But I can tell you, neither I nor anyone in the squad used Keener much. He'd occasionally feed me some small change, and I'd see he got a 20. But I kept him as a CI, mostly out of sentiment. He used more than he should have, and his information had become less and less reliable. He didn't have solid contacts anymore. Then why did somebody kill him, and go to so much trouble to stage it as an OD? I can't answer that. Hopefully your own CI has some information that will give you some lines there. I'm asking that we cooperate with each other on this. I'll give you whatever I can to aid your investigation. I want to be in the loop. I want to know what you've got. I'll copy you on all data I deem appropriate. That's a start. Obviously pleased with that, Renee put on the earnest. Now, about my detective. Dallas, I want you to understand when Bix and Garnett went into that flop, it was just bad timing. If they'd known he was dead, you were investigating, I promise you, they'd have come to you with full disclosure. I'm curious. If Keener didn't have solid contacts, only fed you small change and so on, why did your detective feel he had some connection to or information on the Giraldi matter, and feel so strongly enough to illegally enter his residence? I never got an answer to that. They followed a tip, and frankly, I think it was a blind. I agree they acted hastily, and I've spoken with both of them about it. If they'd informed me before following the tip, I could have told them Keener was dead. We'd have avoided all this. I promise you it won't happen again. About Garnett, you don't want to go there. I have to. Renee spread her hands in appeal. I'm his lieutenant. He was absolutely and completely in the wrong. There's no excuse. Fine, we agree. Subject closed. Do you ever bend? Renee snapped. He lost his temper. You were in his face and he lost his temper. He's put a lot of OT in on the investigation, done miles of legwork. He was on edge, and the confrontation with you pushed him over. He damn near knocked me over, Eve reminded her. And that's regrettable. You have my file, and you know how essential he is to closing this case. I'm asking you for a little consideration. I'm asking you to let me discipline my own man my own way. You can't tell me you've never had one of yours snap back at you or another superior officer. If one of my men behaved in the way yours did today, I'd write him up myself, and I wouldn't make excuses for him, much less whine about needing him on an investigation. He's obviously too strung out to work efficiently. Eve watched Darcia step into the pub as Renee's hand fisted on the table. Well, shit, Webster muttered when Darcia moved into the range of the monitor. What are the odds? Rourke arched an eyebrow at Webster's reaction. Very attractive, isn't she? The sultry brunette. She's Darcia Angelo, chief of police on Olympus. Yeah. We've met. Really? Rourke's smile spread slowly as he added 2 and 2 into 4. This just gets more and more interesting. Christ, was Webster's opinion. I'm really gonna want that beer. In the pub, Darcia wandered to the bar, shook her head at the bartender, and settled down to watch the table. I take responsibility, Renee began. It's a little late for that. God damn it! I do need Garnett. You pushed. He pushed back. He was wrong, and he's earned a good hard slap for it. I'll give him one. 2 weeks without pay after the investigation closes, and he'll have to ride a desk for another 2. I'm just asking you to pull the rip. Now Eve shifted, eased forward. You've got the nerve to ask me for a solid when you stood there, did nothing, while your man insulted me, while he threatened me, while he struck out at me. And you want to give him a slap on the wrist for it, when it's convenient for you? You dangled dinner with Dad at me to pave the way, like I'd sit up and say, yes, please. Your man's a hothead, one with no respect for authority, including yours. Nobody talks to me as he did today and walks away smiling. If he were mine, he'd get the boot. He's not yours. Exactly. Eve shrugged, sent a subtle signal to Darcia. He's your problem. Chapter 13. The commander isn't the only one I can speak to about this, Renee said. Speak to whoever you want. Eve added a shrug and a bored glance at her watch. Garnett earned the rip. It stands. Hey, Darcia. Dallas. Darcia stopped at the table, beaming smiles. Sorry, am I early? I'm interrupting. No, you're right on time. Chief Angelo, Lieutenant Oberman. The lieutenant and I are finished. For the moment. Her rage palpable, Renee shoved back from the table. She turned her back without acknowledging Darcia and stormed out with a sweep of hair and an angry click of heels. My. After following the drama of the exit, Darcia turned back to Eve, batted her lashes. Something I said? No, it's on me. And so, apparently, is her drink. Have a seat. Give me a second. She pulled out her comm, tagged Feeney. She'll be coming back to you. You might want to adjust your volume down a few notches. Spare your ears the blast. Copy that. Eve tucked her comm away again, smiled, said, So indeed. You made her very angry, then put some lace on it by making her think you double-booked. The last was just the whims of fate when you got in touch about a drink. And she didn't even finish hers. Yeah, let's take care of that. Eve started to signal the waitress, spotted Rourke and Webster coming out of the snug. I guess we need a bigger table. Oh? Darcia glanced over her shoulder. Oh, she said again, but with a kind of purr that had Eve's antennae quivering. Rourke. She offered a hand. Isn't this fun? Detective. Chief. Eve looked from Webster to Darcia, back again. This time she said, Oh. They've a bigger table for us, Rourke announced with the glint in his eye of a man anticipating an interesting time. You can have that beer, Webster, if you're set on it, but I think this calls for the bottle of wine I took the liberty of ordering. I'd love it. Darcia stood, shifted to Webster. Let's see. An NYPSD lieutenant being monitored by EDD, an IAB on the scene. It appears the whims of fate had me walking in on some of your official business. I hope it's not a problem." "No, no problem." He pulled back her chair at the table for four. "We enjoyed the show," Rourke commented as he sat beside Eve. "I came in just at the finale, but I believe I follow the storyline. You're looking at this Lieutenant Oberman for something, and as Dallas is involved, something must include murder." She tipped her head to the side. "I'd vote for a dead junkie. Since Don's here, it also involves an internal investigation." "Don?" Eve thought. "Christ!" "We can't really get into it," Eve told her. "Understood. But obviously, we don't like her. Though I did love her shoes. By the way, I bought 3 pairs at that fabulous little boutique you sent me to yesterday, Dallas." "Why?" Eve leaned forward. "Sincerely, I've always wanted to know why anyone buys multiple pairs of shoes at a time." "If I have to explain it, the joy is lost." "And how have you spent today?" Rourke asked her, as the waitress approved. "Plans for the evening?" "The theater. My first Broadway musical. I'm looking forward to it." "To all of it," she added, then lifted her wine. "Since we're about to enjoy this lovely wine, I assume both lieutenants are off duty." "Looks like it," Eve murmured. "For now." "Good." Darcia angled over, leaned in, kissed Webster. Light, soft, like that tropical sun through palm fronds. "Hello." He grinned like a moron, in Eve's opinion. "Hi." Eve raked a hand through her hair. "This is just weird." "I think it's delightful." Rourke lifted his glass. "To new friends." Rourke took the wheel for the drive home. "Are you sulking, darling?" "I'm not sulking. I'm thinking. I have a lot on my mind." Sulking, she thought. What a crock. And speaking of crocks, what the hell are they thinking, starting this up? They don't even live on the same planet. Love finds a way. Love? Jesus, they just met 5 minutes ago. A bit longer than that, obviously. Like a day? And now they're all shiny-eyed, late lunch, theater going, and if they haven't banged each other yet, that's the entree on the after-theater menu. He swallowed a laugh, barely, and sent her a pseudo-sympathetic glance. "A little jealous, are you, watching a former flame light up for someone else?" "I'm not jealous. I didn't have any flame. He had the flame, and I never wanted him to have any flame. You know damn well I didn't—" She broke off, and the sound she made was nearly a growl. "You did that on purpose, to trip me up." "Irresistible." "I thought they looked wonderful together." "And happy." "Happy, sappy, that's not the point. I need Webster focused. This whole thing's gonna break, and soon, and he's busy falling for somebody completely inappropriate given their situation." "Ah, that takes me back." "What?" "How 2 other people who could have been considered completely inappropriate for each other, given their situation, fell in love when you needed to be focused on a difficult investigation." He took her hand now, brought it to his lips. Love found a way, and justice was served. He made it hard to argue. And the old standby, "that was different," sounded stupid even in her head. You have to think it's weird. I think possibilities often come unexpectedly, and what you do with them, how much you're willing to risk for them, can change your life and make it more than you ever imagined it could be. You changed mine. This isn't about us. If you'd followed logic, Agra, If you'd followed the part of your head that said no, this is inappropriate and impossible, you'd never have let me in. You'd have broken in, she muttered. I would have, yes, being mad for you from the first instant. But I wonder if it would be as it is between you and me, if you'd shut down your heart and only listened to your head. He kissed her hand again, turning the palm to his lips. We found each other. We recognized each other, our two lost souls, when logic says we shouldn't have. The choices we made once we did brought us here. And here, even now, she thought, his touch, the stroke of his voice, could turn her insides to jelly. I like them both. And okay, maybe I have a little speck of guilt about Webster because I didn't see the damn flame until he practically scorched me with it, and you followed that by kicking his ass. Ah, good times. She cast her eyes to the ceiling and really tried not to smile. It's that I can't see how this can work. If they were just going for the bang, the vacation whoopee, fine, but that's not what I was looking at across that table. And who doesn't enjoy the vacation whoopee? And no, that's not what it is, or that's not the potential of it. They're adults, Eve, and they'll figure it out one way or another. Meanwhile, I enjoyed our little interlude, and watching them enjoy each other. And now he's going off to watch people sing and dance, and I'm going back to work. Do you think he's derelict in his duties? No. She let out a long breath. No, I know he's on top of it, and I know when I'm being pissy. He made the turn to home. Would it help if I tell you how very entertaining, even arousing, it was for me to watch you metaphorically grind Renee into fuming dust to the tune of whiskey in the jar? Maybe. It was fun. She rolled her shoulders. It was satisfying. More fun, more satisfying, when it stops being metaphorical, but pretty damn entertaining. And arousing. She shot him a quick, cocky grin. Maybe. They got out of the car, and he caught her hand before she could start up the steps. Come with me. No, you don't. I've got to take a walk with me on this bright summer evening. Love's in the air, Lieutenant. You mean watching me be a bitch got you stirred up? It did. Oh, it did. He gave her arm an easy swing with his. When we go inside, we'll work. But just now, there's a bit of a breeze, finally, and it's stirring in the gardens, and the woman I love has her hand in mine. He broke a blossom from a bush, she couldn't have named it, and tucked it behind her ear. It didn't feel foolish, but sweet, so she left it there and walked with him. They paused a moment at the young cherry tree she'd helped him plant in memory of his mother. It looks good, she commented. It does. Strong and healthy. And next spring it'll bloom again. We'll watch it bloom again, you and I. It means a great deal. I know. She thinks you married me for power, he said as they walked on. Renee, as that's what she'd have done. The power and the money is one in the same to her. She's wrong. I married you for the sex. He grinned. So sure of that am I that I work diligently to hold up my end of it. They wandered into a small orchard, perhaps a dozen trees, branches heavy with peaches. Does Somerset actually use these to make pie? He's a traditionalist. Rourke searched out one that looked ripe, twisted it free. Have a taste. It's good, sweet, she said when she had. He's after adding a few cherry trees. I like cherry pie. Rourke laughed, took a bite of the peach when she offered. I'll give him the go. It smelled of summer, of ripe fruit and flowers and green, green grass. The walk in the warmth and the scent, her hand in his, served to remind her she had what she'd envied of Renee's childhood. She had her own normal. See that spot there? Rourke gestured to a sparkling roll of green. I've been toying with the idea of having a little pond put in. Just a little one, maybe 6 feet in diameter. Water lilies and willows. Okay. No. He skimmed a hand down her back. What do you think? Would you like it? It's your home, Eve. She studied the space, thought it was fine as it was. It wasn't as easy for her to imagine little ponds and water lilies as it was for him. With those weird fish in it? The carp, you mean? We could, yes. They're a little creepy, but interesting. She looked at him now. You stay home more than you used to. Don't travel nearly as much as you did before. It would probably be easier for you to handle some of the stuff on site, wherever, but you don't unless you have to. I have more reason to be home than I once did. I'm glad of it. Every day I'm glad of it. I changed your life. She looked down at the peach they shared. You changed mine. I'm glad of it. And back up into his eyes. Every day I'm glad of it. I'd like a little pond, and maybe something to sit on so we could watch the creepy, interesting fish. That would suit me very well. She linked her arms around his neck, laid her cheek on his. Love finds a way, she thought. I didn't follow logic, she murmured. Even when I told myself it was inappropriate, it was impossible. I couldn't. Everything inside me needed you, like breath. No matter what I told myself, I had to breathe. I'd been loved before. Webster thought he did, even if I didn't recognize it, even if I couldn't give it back. And I had a different kind of love with Mavis, with Feeney. I loved them. I had enough in me for that. And I can look back at who I was and be grateful I did. She closed her eyes, drew him in, like breath. But I didn't know how much there was, what there could be, what I could be, before you. Before you, there was no one I'd want to walk with, no one I'd want to sit by a little pond with. No one, she said again, easing back to look at his face. Before you. He took her lips softly, letting them both sink into the kiss, into the moment, into the tenderness. Sweet, like the peach that rolled out of her hand as they lowered to the ground, and quiet, like the air that whispered around them with a sense of ripened peaches, summer flowers, green, green grass. She rested a hand on his cheek, tracing down to the strong line of his jaw. His face, she thought, so precious to her. Every look, every glance, every smile, every frown. The first time she'd seen it, something had shifted in her, and everything she'd closed off, maybe to survive to that point, had begun to struggle free. Love shimmered through her, and joy followed. She gave, offering him her heart, her body, moving with him as elegantly as in a waltz. Not a warrior tonight, he thought. but only a woman, one with a flower in her hair, and the heart she offered in her eyes. And the woman moved him unbearably. Agra. His lips roamed her face while the words he murmured came through his own heart, through his blood in Irish. Foolish words, tender words she wouldn't understand, but would only feel. Yes, she said when their lips met again. Yes, and you're mine. She touched him, sliding his jacket aside, loosening his tie, and smiled. Always so many clothes. He slid her jacket off as well, released her weapon harness. Always armed. Disarm me. In a gesture of surrender, she raised her arms over her head. He watched her as he shoved her weapon aside, as he drew her shirt, her tank over her head, and bared her to the dapple of evening sun. Watched as he skimmed his hands over her skin, as he rounded them over firm breasts. She sighed out her pleasure as her eyes went heavy. Then he lowered his head, sampled her, savored her, stirred her toward moans as he traced his tongue down her torso. She felt those nimble fingers unhook her belt, and her breath quickened at their touch, at the anticipation of more. He stripped her, inch by inch, using those nimble fingers, his lips, his tongue to saturate her in sensation. Slow, steady waves that rolled over her, rolled through her until she was drenched. Dazzled, dazed, she reached for him, found his lips again with hers. Struggling to take her time, as he had, she touched and bared. She sampled and savored. Undid him, he thought. She undid him. She always could. She could make him feel weak as water, strong as a god all at once, and more a man than he'd ever hoped to be. With her, it was more than the thrill of flesh against flesh, more than the heat and beat in the blood. Love was a gift shared. When he eased into her, the gift was sweet and tender. Again, her hand rested on his cheek. Again he watched her heart fill her eyes, watched until his own flew into them. She lay quiet for a time, stroking his hair, content to stay pinned under his weight. It was a really nice walk, she said at last. Good healthy exercise, walking. She laughed. I feel pretty healthy right now. Hungry, too. I'm with you there. He eased up, smiled down at her. You look healthy, my darling Eve, lying naked in the sunlight. If you'd have suggested a couple hours ago I'd be lying naked in the sunlight, I'd have called bullshit. But I don't feel pissed or pissy anymore, so I guess it was healthy. She sat up, reached for her tank. Then her eyes popped as she tapped a hand on the wire camouflaged between her breasts. I forgot about the wire. Well, one hopes it's off, or we've given Feeney and or McNabb some unscheduled entertainment. It's off. I cued it in the pub. But Jesus, I'm not supposed to forget it's there. You were busy walking, he said, when she dragged the tank over her head. It's a damn good thing I didn't call out for cinnamon donuts while you were busy walking with me. After they'd dressed, he took her hand as he had before, gave her arm a little swing with his. I expect you fancy pizza for dinner. It'd be easy. I've got some digging to do, and I need to check Peabody's progress on hers. Plus, you haven't given me an update on yours, on the finances. We'll get to that. Problem? He wound back through the garden. There wouldn't be if you'd bent a bit, given me the go to look into it my way. I've got some surface right enough, but I can't reach under the layers with my hands cuffed, Eve. And if you use the unregistered, I'd have the data, but I couldn't use it. The unregistered would simplify it. I guess I didn't realize you could only do simple. He stopped, shot her a narrow, frustrated look. I know damn well you're aiming at my ego, and well played. I can do it without the unregistered. There are ways, but they're still my ways. If I do it yours, it could take weeks. I'd think you could trust me to know how far over the line I can go and keep the data clean. Otherwise, you should do it yourself. She made a rude face behind his back as he opened the door. Childish, she knew, but it felt good. If I can get proof Renee has secret accounts, that Garnett does, or Bix, I can clear Webster to open that part of it to IAB. He's hamstrung too. Then unstring us, damn it. You don't have to get mad about it, she said, as they both strode past Somerset and up the steps. I'm not a cop, Rourke reminded her. Alert the media. Mind yourself, Lieutenant. I'm not a cop, he repeated, and it's annoying to be asked to perform minor miracles while toeing the line you set. It was her turn for frustrated, with a pinch of temper. I've moved it plenty, and you know it. So move it again. Every time I do, I worry I won't remember where I left it. You couldn't forget that if you had amnesia. Added to it, I know where. I may not agree, but I know where you put it and how far you can nudge it and feel you've done the right thing. You ought to know the same of me. She opened her mouth, prepared to punch back a little, then closed it again. I do, she realized. I guess I do. This is a situation. If I had the data, I could pass it officially to Webster for IAB. If IAB could officially open an investigation, they'd find the damn data. I'm trying to find the way between, and what I'm hearing is you can't get it with the way I've set this up. I don't get why, but I can bloody do it. Insult reared up in his eyes. Not just insult, she decided. Geek insult. But it'll take more time. Considerable time. He lifted his brows, his voice coolly pleasant. Would you like me to explain all the technical reasons, roadblocks, fail-safes, and so on as to why? Really? No. I don't get why, she began again. But if you tell me you can't do it this way in good time, it can't be done this way in good time. My way, she corrected. So do it yours. I mean, not all the way yours. Not the unregistered on this, Rourke. I understand that. I'll work it as close to your line as I possibly can. All right? Yeah. He rocked on his heels as he studied her. That was a quick spat. Probably because there's still a little sexual haze. You wouldn't be wrong. Start your digging. I'll get the pizza. She walked to her board first, circled it, studied it. She rearranged a couple of the photos fanning out from Renee, cocked her head, and considered. I have to go out, she told him, when he came back in with the platter. She walked over, snagged a slice of the pie. Ow! Hot! He shook his head as she shifted the slice from hand to hand. Try this, he suggested, handed her a plate. Where are we going? Not we. I need to talk to a cop. A female cop in Renee's squad. Probability is minimal she's involved in this. Renee doesn't work with women. She intimidates or eliminates. She hasn't had any luck intimidating you. Yeah, and that's a pisser for her. She's gonna face a bigger one when she doesn't have any luck eliminating me. Strong, Detective Lila, Eve told him. I had a feeling about her the first time I walked into that squad room, and I need to follow my gut on her. And it needs to be a one-on-one. You could tag Peabody rather than go this alone. Then it's ganging up. I don't want to intimidate her, mostly because it wouldn't work unless I put a lot behind it. What I need to do is give her an opening. It'll give you time to play your geek games without me bugging you. There is that. You'll engage your wire. Yeah, everything on record. She's the new guy, Eve mused. But in 6 months, if she's any kind of cop, she knows or senses something's off. I'm going to give her a chance and a reason to talk about it. And if she doesn't take that chance, I've wasted some time. But I've got a feeling. Best to follow it, then. And come back, he thought. To me. Couple hours, tops, she said. She gave him a quick kiss, and he could see her mind was already on her approach as she left. He stood for a moment, studying the best part of a pizza, and toyed with the button he kept, always, in his pocket. Trust, he reminded himself, was a two-way street. So he'd trust her to do her job, her way, and he'd go do the one he'd agreed to take on, in his. Eve made the tail in under 5 blocks. They were a little sloppy, sure, but she had the advantage of the superlative camera system built into the vehicle Rourke had designed for her. The tail employed a standard 2-vehicle leapfrog, which told her 2 things. First, she'd worried, or had pissed off, Renee enough for the woman to order 2 men to sit on her. And second, Renee wasn't worried or pissed off enough to delegate a more effective shadow. Eve engaged her recorder. I've got a tail, a 2-point switch-off, both departmental issues. For Christ's sake, do they think I'm a moron? Really, it was a little insulting. She read off the makes, models, licenses, then ordered her cams to zoom in on each to document before requesting a standard operator run. The vehicle, currently 2 blocks behind her, was assigned to Detective Freeman. The one breezing by her to circle around the block and take the rear again was assigned to a Detective Ivan Manford. We'll add you to the list, Ivan. Now, let's play. She cut over to 5th, continued downtown, deliberately falling into a nice little knot of traffic. She faked a couple of attempts to thread through, watched Freeman's vehicle swing by. Timing it, she pried her way between a rapid cab and a gleaming limo, bowled by and nipped through a light as it went red. Manford would pass her to Freeman, she knew, until he could move back into position. But that would be a problem, as Freeman had cut west. Eve hit vertical, skimmed over a lane, and to the music of angrily blaring horns, flashed east to play her own brand of leapfrog, nipping in front of a lumbering delivery truck whose driver stabbed up his middle finger. She couldn't really blame him. She swung downtown on Lex, punched it, enjoying the speed and the occasional vertical lift, until she headed west again, shoving her way crosstown. Chasing your own tails now, she murmured. And though she preferred street parking, decided on an overpriced lot 2 blocks from Strong's building. She tucked her vehicle between a couple of bulky all-terrains, and gauged her security. Renee, she thought, as she strolled through the warm summer night, would be very displeased. Working-class neighborhood, she noted, with plenty of people also out for a stroll, or hanging out at one of the tiny tables squeezed in front of tiny cafes or sandwich bars. Traffic rumbled by on its way somewhere else. Some of the shops remained open, hoping to entice some trade from the residents who were too busy earning a living to spend their pay during the day. She followed a Chinese delivery guy straight into Strong's building, catching the door on the backswing. He angled off on the second floor of the walk-up, but the scent of Kung Pao chicken lingered while Eve climbed to 3. Outside Strong's apartment door, Eve caught what sounded like a high-speed car chase. Watching some screen, she concluded. Tucked in for the night. Security light a steady red. She flicked her gaze up, spotted the dark eye of a minicam. So Strong took security precautions, which to Eve's mind made the detective smart enough to guard her own. Now, she supposed, she'd see just what kind of cop Lila Strong turned out to be. She lifted her fist and knocked. Chapter 14. She heard the yap, yap, yap of what sounded like a small canine, then the slide of bolt, the click of opening locks. The man who opened the door was big. Arena ball tackle big, with massive shoulders, tree-trunk legs, and bricklayer biceps. He gave her a friendly smile as he stood with his bulk barring the entire doorway. "Hi. What can I do for you?" "I'm looking for Detective Strong." She shifted her gaze down to the puffball with teeth dancing at his feet. "Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD." "She doesn't bite," he said. "She just wants you to think she's fierce." Bending, he scooped the puffball into his hand and made shushing noises. "Lila! Cop at the door!" "Yeah? What cop?" Strong looked around the man's mass, and her eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Lieutenant Dallas." "Detective. Can I come in?" Sure." Obviously off guard, Strong looked around the room the way people did when unexpected company made them wonder how big a mess they had lying around. In Strong's case, it was minimal, in a simply furnished living area set up for comfort. "Tick, this is Lieutenant Dallas, homicide, out of Central. Tick Wendell." Tick offered a hand the size of a meat platter, and the careful way he took hers made her think of Mavis's Leonardo. Big men with gentle ways. "Nice to meet you." "The same. Sorry to interrupt your evening." "Detective, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes." "Why don't I give you ladies the room," Tick began, "and take Rapunzel out for her walk?" At the word walk, the dog wiggled in Tick's hold and did her level best to lap the skin off his face. He set the dog down. "Get your leash, girl." At the command, the tiny dog scurried off in a storm of delight. "Thanks, Tick." "No problem." He took a poop bag out of a box near the door, and when the dog came back with a bright pink leash clamped in the tiny teeth, he clipped it on her jeweled collar. "Back soon," he told Strong, and kissed her in a way that told Eve they'd been together long enough to be casual. Eve waited until the door closed behind them. "You have a dog named Rapunzel that's the size of a well-fed rat?" "Tick has the dog. She's all hair, so she's Rapunzel. He takes her everywhere, even to work." "What's he do?" "He's a lawyer, tax attorney. I figured him for arena ball, plowing the field." Tick lacks the killer instinct. "Sweetest man I've met in all my life, and I don't think you came here to talk about my guy." "No." "Can we sit?" "Okay." Strong switched off the screen, pointed to a chair. "Tick does some home brew," she said, nodding at the bottles on the coffee table. "Do you want one?" "Wouldn't say no," Eve told her. knowing sharing a couple of short brews indicated the visit wasn't official. She took her seat, then the bottle Strong offered. She sipped. Good. Smooth. He's got a knack. Strong dropped down on the couch, but didn't relax. What are you after, Lieutenant? You know I'm investigating a homicide that crosses with your squad. That's no secret. Did you ever meet my Vic, Keener? Never had the pleasure. Did the squad give him space because he was the boss's weasel? Maybe. Strong took a hit of brew. Myself, I never had any reason to roust him. You're mostly riding a desk now. Her face remained absolutely neutral. A lot of work gets done at a desk. It can. You're a street cop, detective, and your previous record on the street's solid. It makes me wonder why your lieutenant has you doing follow-ups and writing up reports. You'd have to ask her. I'm asking you. Strong shook her head. If you think I'm going to whine and bitch about my LT, you're going to be disappointed. It's no secret either, sir. You and Oberman are butting heads. You want dish? I'm not serving it. You don't like how she runs the squad. You don't have to say anything. Eve gestured casually with the brew bottle. I'm just stating my personal observations. You don't like being behind a desk when you know damn well you'd do more good on the street. You think it's bullshit, the suits and ties, the shiny shoes, and the tone of the squad that always reflects the boss, precludes any personality, any sense of partnership. You don't like the closed-door meetings behind the shutters, or her daily fashion parade, or the fact that she acts like a CEO instead of a cop. It's not a squad. It's her personal kingdom, and her next stepping stone to captain's bars. When Strong said nothing, Eve nodded, sat back. I know something else. If another cop slammed me like that to one of my men, there's not one in my division who'd sit there and say nothing. Strong shrugged. I bet there are a whole bunch of people in the city who don't especially like their boss. Like doesn't mean dick. Respect does, and you don't respect her. Giving her respect, Eve expanded, isn't the same as feeling it. She knows you don't. It's only one of the reasons your evals have gone down since you joined the squad. The first sign of anger rippled over Lila's face. How do you know about my evals? I know a lot of things. I know Oberman isn't just a lousy cop. I know she's dirty. Strong shook her head, stared fiercely across the room. Your guts told you the same, Eve continued. You're too good not to have caught a whiff. Too good not to wonder why so many weigh-ins come in light. If there was a problem with the weigh-ins, there'd be questions up the line. Not when she's got somebody covering the numbers in property, in accounting. You've got experience, contacts, valuable ones, but who gets the heavy cases? Bix, Garnett, Marcel, Manford? Manford and Freeman tried to tail me here tonight. Strong's gaze snapped back to Eve's. I'm better than they are, Eve told her. No worries. They tried, because earlier today Oberman finally figured out I'm not going to play ball. Shutting me out hasn't worked. She has to think about shutting me down, has to figure out where I'm going and why I'm going there. Eve took out her PPC, called up a file, then handed it to Strong. That's my Vic. Lila studied the crime scene shot. That's a bad end. Bix ended him, on Oberman's orders. With some force, Lila shoved the PPC back at Eve, pushed to her feet to pace away. God damn it! God damn it! I know this for a fact. I have a witness who overheard Oberman telling Garnett just that, who overheard her discussing business, the dirty money. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Lila leaned her hands against the narrow kitchen counter that separated the living space from a kitchenette. She's built her organization over years. Eve rose as well, using her father's name, sex, bribery, threats, guile, whatever it takes, including killing other cops. At the statement, Lila's face went blank. Not herself. I don't know if she's got the stones for it. Bick seems to be her primary weapon. But she has others. Marcel and Freeman ambushed Marcel's old partner, Detective Harold Strum. I'm moving to prove she was also responsible for the death of Detective Gail Devon, who served under her briefly. Devon's record, her style, a lot like yours. If she can't weed out cops who aren't useful to her, or who start looking too close, she eliminates them. You can't prove any of this. Lila's throat rippled as she swallowed. If you could, she'd be in a cage right now. I will prove it. Count on it. You're not with her, Detective. I'm not wrong about that. She's got a 12-man unit. Garnett, Bix, Freeman, Marcel, Palmer, Manford, Armand. That's 7 out of 12 I know, or am damn close to knowing, are on the take, or worse, with her. I put you on the other side. What about the other 4? You want me to pimp out my squad? My boss? How many more cops have to die before somebody stands up and takes her down? The fury edged through now, couldn't be contained. You know she's dirty, Lila. You were hot when I said it, but you weren't surprised. I can't prove anything. No, I don't like the way she runs the squad. There's a lot I don't like, but I worked hard to get into Central. It's where I want to work. In another 6 months, I'm going to put in for a transfer to another squad. If I do it now, it looks like I can't stick. Lila picked up her brew, rubbed the chilled bottle over her forehead as if to cool it. I want to do the job. I need to get back out and do the job so I know it matters if I get up in the morning. She gives me some raps in my evals. I can take it. I can sit at a desk for a year as long as I know at the end of it I'll be back doing what I'm trained to do. Who's going to work with me, Lieutenant? Who's going to trust me if I turn on my own? Okay. I appreciate the time. That's it? Lila demanded. You come here, lay all this on me, then you appreciate the time? I'm not going to try to talk you into something that's against your instincts. Mine brought me here. If they're wrong, and anything I've said here gets back to Oberman, I'll know where it came from. Otherwise, I've got no problem with you. I may not agree with where you stand, Detective, but I understand it. I can't promise you a damn thing. I can't tell you if you cooperate here, it'll all be roses when it's done. I can't promise other cops will pat you on the back. I don't give a shit about that. Yes, you do. We all do. Because if we can't count on each other, we can't count on anyone or anything. And that alone makes Renee Oberman the worst of the worst. Thanks for the brew. Asserton's not in it. Eve paused at the door, turned back. Why? She gives him mostly bullshit assignments, which is more than she usually gives me. Has him doing a lot of PR with schools, playing officer-friendly. He's a street cop. He's riding it out. His wife had a baby a few months ago, and the assignments, the hours, make it easier to deal. But he's starting to get itchy. I know he's thinking about transferring, out of the squad and illegals. He sneaks pictures of his kid in to show me. He hates Oberman's guts. Okay. If Manford's in, so's Toulis. On a sigh, Lila pressed fingers to her temple. They're practically joined at the hip. Toulis likes to hassle the street LCs into giving him free samples. He tried to cop a feel on me in the break room. How long before he could use his hand again? Eve wondered. Lila's smile flickered, but died. I punched him in the face, and I reported the incident to Oberman immediately. The upshot was Manfred swore he was in there, too, and Tulis never touched me, only told a dirty joke, and I overreacted. Tulis makes 8. Brinker's sleeping his way through until he gets his 20. He's looking at private security so he can sleep his way through that. I'd say Oberman's setup is too much effort for him. Sloane, she keeps her head down and her mouth shut. She wants the desk. She got roughed up pretty good during an altercation with a couple dealers last year. The fact is, Lieutenant, Sloane lost her belly for the street. It happens, Eve agreed. Maybe she knows or suspects, but I don't think she'd be involved. I don't think Oberman would trust her. I agree. That's all good to know. Lila sat, rubbed her hands over her face. She carries a disposable link. I opened her door once, poked my head in without waiting for her come-ahead, and she was on it. She reamed me. You'd have thought I'd walked in on her having sex with the commander. Lila dropped her hands. I think she's got a hide in her office. Interesting, Eve thought, as she suspected the same. Why do you think that? She keeps the place locked like a fort most of the time. The only reason I could poke my head in that day was because Garnett had just come out, and she hadn't locked the door again. That door is locked more than it's not, and the blinds are always closed, always. But I think maybe she's got eyes and ears on the squad room. Blinds down so she can't be seen, Eve mused, but wants to keep the hawk eye on her men. Back when I was first transferred, Lila told her, I got a couple prime tips. Before I could move on them, she dumped a bullshit assignment on me. Both times I told her I had something hot, and she ordered me to pass the heat to Garnett. One time, maybe. Not twice. Same deal for Asserton, she added. She's dumped him into something crap just when he hit on hot. I'm pretty sure the break room's covered, too. Asserton showed me a picture of his kid in there right after he was born. 10 minutes later, Oberman's calling him in to remind him of her policy against personal items in the squad. Will he talk to me, Asserton? I think he will, but I know he'll talk to me. We grab lunch together sometimes. He's the only one in the squad I feel a connection to. You be sure, absolutely sure, before you do. You don't talk in the squad room or in Central. You don't talk by link or email. Face to face, somewhere you can be sure nobody's listening. You already figured he wasn't in it. You wouldn't give me the go like this just on my take. He was my next stop if you said no. But you confirmed my take on him. Don't be so sure Brinker's sleeping. He's still an unknown for me. People who look like they're not paying attention are often the ones who are. I wouldn't put him with her. I can't see it. Maybe he's not, Eve said. But he's been in the squad nearly as long as she's had command. Nobody lasts that long unless they're in it, or she has another use for them. Sloane, she's probably going to be clear because Oberman doesn't like to work with women. But we're not moving there as yet either. Sloane took a hard knock. Hard knocks can convince people to go along. Can you tell me how far you're into this? I'm hoping to access some data tonight, tomorrow latest, that will put some serious weight on it. So you could wait another 24 before approaching Asserton. Yeah, I'd rather wait. This is a lot to lift. Misery on her face, Lila pressed a hand to her belly. He's got the new baby. It could hold, maybe, until you get that serious weight. Use your best judgment, Eve told her. When I'm sure we've got that weight, I'll be notifying IAB. Ah, shit. They're going to want to talk to you. Lila closed her eyes, nodded. I've wanted to be a cop since I was a kid. My brother... She opened her eyes again. I guess you've read my file, so you know. Yeah. I wanted this, and I worked for this. I wanted to do something. To maybe do something so somebody's mother didn't get her heart broken, somebody's sister wouldn't ask herself again and again if she could have done more, if she could have stopped it, saved him. Lila's eyes took on a fierceness that reminded Eve of Mrs. Ochi. Every time I pick up my badge, that's why. Even if I don't think about it, it's why. The why's a big part of making us the kind of cops we end up being. Maybe. Lila blew out a breath. This isn't what I signed on for, Lieutenant. Sitting on my ass in a dirty squad isn't what I signed up for. She's exploiting somebody's mother, somebody's sister, somebody's brother every time she takes the junk, the money, every time she makes a deal. I can promise you, Detective, she thinks about what she's gonna cash in every fucking time she picks up her badge. If I can help you take her down, and the rest of them with her, I will. I'm asking you to be my eyes and ears inside. Watch. Listen. Eve took out a card. If you need or want to contact me, use a disposable or a public link. No point taking chances. My personal number's on there. Lieutenant, Lila said as Eve opened the door. I knew. Some of it, anyway. I knew in my gut, but I didn't do anything. Now you are, Eve said simply, and closed the door. Pleased with the progress, Eve took a zigzagging route home, watching for shadows. No one followed her, but as she approached the gate, she realized someone was waiting for her. The car flashed across the road directly in her path and angled broadside to block the gates as she hit the brakes. Fury came first, but she engaged her recorder as she watched Garnett slam out of the driver's side. No one with him, she noted, using her cams to be sure no other vehicles made any move to corner her. She'd be damned if she'd be trapped at the gates to her own home, her own normal. Garnett wanted another confrontation, she thought. It might prove interesting. She slammed out of her own vehicle. You don't come to my house, Garnett. Do yourself a favor. Move your vehicle and keep going. Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you can come into my squad and push me around? You think you can set IAB on me? So Webster let him have a sniff, Eve thought. Fuel to the fire she'd built. I think I'm your superior. She said it coolly, braced to defend against what she saw wasn't just a ride on temper, but a little chemical help to amp the speed. You're nothing. Anybody can marry money and use it for the climb. You're just another whore with a badge. I still outrank you, Garnett, and you're about to double that 30-day rip. Nobody here but you and me, bitch. He gave her a taunting little shove, both hands to her shoulders. You're gonna find outrank doesn't mean dick. Touch me again, Garnett. She knew she was baiting him now. She wanted to. Put your hands on me again, and you lose your badge for good. You've been using. You've confronted, threatened, and assaulted a superior officer. Again. Get in your vehicle and drive away, or I take you all the way down. Fuck you! He backhanded her. She let him. She went with the blow, let it propel her around as he moved in, fists raised. She slammed hers into his face. No, please. Fuck you. The unexpected punch knocked him back a step, had blood trickling from the side of his mouth. Now, back off, she warned. But he charged. His fist glanced off her shoulder, but had enough behind it to sing down her arm. Still, she knew in that moment she could take him one-on-one. He was bigger, had more of a reach, but he was consumed by his fury and sloppy with it. She blocked, hit him again with a hard, short-armed punch to the face. "Back the fuck off!" From behind her, she heard the roar of an engine, and knew Rourke was barreling down the drive. Time to end this, she thought, before somebody got seriously hurt. Even as she thought it, she saw the move. On instinct, she kicked out, kicked hard so her boot connected with Garnett's forearm. The weapon he'd drawn flew out of his hand, clattered against the iron gates. "You've lost your mind!" There was a tinge of genuine wonder in her voice. "You've completely lost your fucking mind!" As if to prove it, he started toward her. Then the gates swung open. Like her, he could hear the slam of a door, the rush of footsteps. "I've got this," Eve said to Rourke as he bent to pick up Garnett's weapon. "I've got this!" His eyes burned as cold as his voice. "Then you'd best get rid of it before I do." Garnett, mouth bloody, left eye already swelling, looked from one to the other. "This isn't over!" He stormed back to his car, wrenched the door open. "I'll bury you, bitch!" he shouted before he jumped in, sped away. "You're letting him go?" "For tonight." Eve rolled her shoulder where Garnett's fist had hit. "I want to see what he does. He's sure as hell off his leash. I'll report this, and it's on record, my wire, your surveillance. Things go right, they can pick him up tomorrow, charge him with assault with a deadly. It'd be enough, I think, for him to bargain, for him to flip on Renee for a deal. You could take him in now. Same results." Rourke handed her the weapon. "You don't want a deal." "You're damn right I don't. I want all of them, all the way, and maybe I'll have enough for that by tomorrow." She flexed her fingers, shrugged at the scraped knuckles. But punching him in the face a couple times didn't suck. Rourke tipped her face up, dabbed gently at her lip with a fingertip. "Your lip's bleeding." She disengaged her recorder. "I let him get one in. The fucker can have the rep of all reps, but that recording, showing him hitting me, drawing first blood, moving in to draw more? Rat in a trap, and no way out of it. I wish you wouldn't so often use your face as an investigative tool. I'm very fond of it." She grinned, then winced as it smarted. "You ought to be used to it. Anyway, thanks for riding to the rescue. You need a white hat. Good guys wear white, right? I look better in black. Let's go on in. I have to report a rogue cop. And what I'm gonna bet is his unregistered weapon." "It's turning into quite a day," Rourke commented. It wasn't over for anyone. The last thing Renee Oberman needed after suffering through an endless meal that included a lecture from her father was to find Bill Garnett pacing outside her apartment. One look at his face told her he'd looked for trouble and found it, and he'd brought it to her door. "Go home, Bill, and put an ice pack on your face." He grabbed her arm as she shot her keycard in the slot. She'd expected it, but it didn't make her yank away any less testy. "I'm not in the mood for this." "I don't give a shit what you're in the mood for." He shoved the door open, pushed her inside. She whirled around, outraged, shocked. "Don't you ever put your hands on me again." "I'll put more than my hands on you. I'm done, Renee. Done doing this your way. Your way got me suspended. You got yourself suspended. You're out of control, and the way you're behaving right now only proves it. I told you I'd deal with the rip. Then fucking deal with it." Under the bruising, his face burned, red and livid. Not just off the leash, Renee realized. He'd snapped it. She tried for a combination of understanding and weariness. I'm doing everything I can. For Christ's sake, I went to the bitch personally to plead your case, and I had to humble myself tonight and ask my father to intervene. And Willie? He'll talk to Whitney tomorrow. But wouldn't, she knew, interfere with Command's decision. St. Obermann had made that crystal. She turned away, crossing over to her kitchen. She pulled a bottle of whiskey from a cupboard, 2 short glasses from another, and poured 2 fingers in each. Her father wouldn't back her up, and she wondered why she continued to let herself think he would. Not perfect Commander Obermann, oh no, not by the fucking book Obermann. But she put a cool look on her face as she turned with the glasses. No point in letting Garnett know the score while he was on a rampage. Have a drink and calm the hell down. I'm not swallowing a suspension, and I'm not getting cut out of the Giraldi deal. I'll fuck you up, Renee. Understood. So, who punched you? He tossed back whiskey. Fucking bitch! She lowered her glass, had to set it down because the hand holding it shook with rage. Are you telling me you got into it with Dallas? Are you telling me, goddammit, Garnett, that you hunted her up and got physical? Again? She earned it. IAB sniffing around me, I got word on it. That horse set them on me, and she'll get more than what I gave her tonight before I'm done with her. IAB. It was a slap in her face and a singular threat to her business. Goddamn Garnett. Goddamn Dallas. In the fucking name of God, I'm surrounded by idiots. I put Freeman and Manfred on a standard tale, and she goes out, and they lose her in 5 damn minutes. Then you go after her? How the hell did you... Fury wanted to choke her. Freeman told you. You got Freeman to tell you she went out. What the hell did you do, Bill? Don't tell me, fucking Christ, you went to her house. The house everybody knows she whored herself into. His knuckles went white on the glass as he gulped down the rest of the whiskey. So what? Her word against mine, and Freeman will back me. He'll swear I was with him tonight, and nowhere near that cunt. It was falling apart around her, she thought. Men. Goddamn men. She'd be damned if she'd let any of them screw her out of what was hers, what she'd worked for, what she'd built, what she owned. She turned away again, struggled for control, and picking up her glass again, her brain went ice cold. All right. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with her. She's gotten in the way once too often. About fucking time. I need to set it up. Go hook up with Freeman. Make sure you're seen. Then go home. Wait. I might be able to work something tonight to get her off our backs. All the way. I want to do it. I want to do her. Fine, but it's going to take me a while to work it. A couple hours, maybe 3. Go hook up with Freeman, have a couple of drinks, make it public. Then go home, Bill, and wait. If we don't clean this up tonight, I'm taking care of it myself, my way. It won't be necessary. She took his glass. Get out. You're going to give me one too many orders, Renee, and regret it. But he got out. She took the glass into the kitchen, deliberately and viciously smashed it in the sink. Fucking asshole! Everything that had gone wrong in the last few days had started with him. Keener slipping his collar with the 10K, direct line to Garnett's screw-up. If not for that, she wouldn't have Dallas on her back, in her face, in her squad. Wouldn't have had to swallow the commander's refusal to push the bitch out. wouldn't have had to humiliate herself to a stiff-necked, unbending father. He'd become a liability. Calmer, she poured herself another short whiskey. Liabilities needed to be corrected, and if correction proved impossible, eliminated. Thinking, she circled the living area of the apartment she'd furnished with care, with some style, and within a strict budget. She wasn't a fool like so many who worked for her. Her home in Sardinia, now, that was a different matter. There she could indulge herself in the lush. She could buy art, jewelry, clothes, everything and anything she wanted, and keep the highest of high-end droids on staff to maintain the house and grounds immaculately. Nobody was taking that from her, much less an ex-lover who'd lost his edge and all his appeal. Time to fix it, once and for all. She opened her purse, took out her disposable mini-link, and contacted Bix on his. "Are you alone?" she asked him. "Yes, ma'am." "Good." "Bix, I'm afraid I have a serious problem, and you're the only one who can handle it as it needs to be handled." He said nothing for a moment, just looked into her eyes. "What do you need me to do, Lieutenant?" Chapter 15. When Eve finished her oral report with Whitney on the incident with Garnett, she settled down to write it up, with the attached record. "Perhaps when you finish that, you'd be interested in hearing what I accomplished while you were out getting in fistfights. He was waiting for me when—" She pushed up, jabbed a finger at Rourke. "You got her." "Not quite, but I'm closing in there. I'll want a bit more time to tie that knot. But I have Garnett, and can serve him to you, or IAB, I suppose, on a platter." She sat down, grinned, and made her lip throb again. "I love you." "Excellent news. You can prove it with lots of sex." "We had sex a few hours ago." "No, we made love a few hours ago." Angel surely wept. "I want sex for this job, as it's given me a buggering headache trying to straddle your far-famed line. I want mad sex with costumes, maybe props, and an intriguing storyline. Milking it, pal, until it runs dead dry." He tossed her a disc. "He owns property in the Canary Islands under the name Garnett Jacoby, Jacoby being his maternal grandmother's maiden name. Amateur." "What kind of property?" "A house to start, with 2 acres. It's appraised at $5.5 million and some change. Jacoby paid cash. His ID has him as an entrepreneur with Brit citizenship. He also owns 2 vehicles kept there and a boat. A yacht, you could say. Jacoby is a few years younger than Garnett, has green eyes rather than brown, and lost his first and only wife in a tragic climbing accident." "That's very sad." "He has a healthy account in that name, and another, smaller, I'd say backup money, in another under Jacoby Lucerne, the street where he lived as a child. Lucerne is Australian. Between the 3, Garnett, Jacoby, Lucerne, they're worth in the neighborhood of $60 million. Not bad on a cop's pay." "And he called me a whore," she murmured. Rourke eased onto her desk. "I'd be very sorry if that hurt you." "It doesn't hurt me. It's a pisser of biblical proportions to be called a whore by that motherfucker." "All right, then." "Renee? A bit more time there. She's smarter and a great deal more clever than Garnett. I think I have her, but I want to finish verifying and gathering it up. You're not going to ask how I came by the data on that disk?" "No. You told me you straddled the line, so you straddled it." "Sorry about the headache." That's what blockers are for. I have Bix on the disk as well. That took some doing, and I'm really going to want costumes. He's not smarter than Garnet, necessarily, but his ass was surely more covered. That's interesting. It is. He doesn't really spend the money, but banks it. Several accounts, various names, nationalities. He has a little place in Montana. A cabin, really, worth a fraction of his partner's home away from home, and an all-terrain. Collects weapons under several of his aliases, so none of them cause much of a ripple. Added together, it's quite the arsenal. Still, nothing flashy for Bix. It's not about the money for him. It's about the chain of command. I've started on the others, made considerably more headway tonight. But I thought you'd be most interested in those three. You'd be right. Anything on Brinker? Brinker. Rourke's eyes narrowed in thought. Ah, yes, he's the little chateau in Baden-Baden. Going back to his roots, I'd say. The manor house in Surrey, and the 3 mistresses. 3? No wonder he's asleep at his desk. So, Lila's instincts were off there. Asserton or Sloane? No, nothing as yet. And as I haven't had a single hit on either, there's likely not to be. Agree. Shift them over, push the rest. We serve Garnett up to IAB tomorrow, garnish him with the charges stemming from tonight's temper tantrum with me. He's cooked. What you've got? It's the sauce. The clever cooking analogy doesn't distract me from the fact you don't want to serve him up alone. You want Renee's share in the platter. Be tastier, she admitted, then waved a hand. We've got to get off the food stuff. I'd rather have her nailed before I take Garnett in. Her and the rest, but it's not an absolute. He'll flip if I need him to flip, and he'll still go away a good long time. If you're done with this for the night, no problem. And I look like the weak sister? Don't make me smile again, it hurts. I'll finish it. If I get further along, I should be able to program it to complete the task while we both get some sleep. I need to contact Webster. Eve, Rourke said as he reached for her link. He's with Darcia. Yeah, so? He needs to... She broke off, winced as she had when her lip throbbed. You think they're having sex? Oh, at a wild what-the-hell sort of guess. Yes, very likely. I can't think about that. I don't want to know that. I know what he looks like when he has sex. Rourke flicked a finger on the top of her head. I wonder why I need to be reminded of that. This time, she pressed her fingers to her lip to hold it as it throbbed since she couldn't quite swallow the laugh. I'm just saying, I like how you look having sex better. Darling, how sweet of you. I need to scrape off the sarcasm you just piled on me, then I'll contact him. But straight to message. I want him and the rest here by 0700. Bix picked Garnett up at 1 a.m. It's about fucking time, Garnett said. It took a while for the LT to get it set up. Nobody wants any mistakes on this. Like she said, you and Dallas had a confrontation. Don't want this to blow back on you. Freeman's got me covered. Resentment oozed out of his pores. If Oberman had done the damn job, I wouldn't need to be covered. Dallas do that to your face? Color, anger, and humiliation stained Garnett's cheeks. She's not looking so pretty either. Cunt sucker punched me. The lie came so easily, as it had when he'd told Freeman the same. He nearly believed it himself. Tapped a little of his go powder on his hand, inhaled it. He wanted the buzz, fresh and rising, when he sliced the bitch to pieces. What's the tip? I didn't ask. Don't need to know. The lieutenant said she'd get Dallas there, she'll get her there. We take care of business, and that's that. She might call it in. Garnett tried to figure the angles through the rush in his head. Tag her partner, anyway. So what if she does? Yeah, we do them both. He was eager for it. Maybe better that way. Better yet if we have somebody to pin it on. The whole thing. Keener and the two bitches. The boss is working on it, Vic said simply, and pulled to the curb. Dallas is mine. Garnett patted the sheath on his belt. You remember that. If that's how you want it. Did you bring me a piece? Bitch took mine. We'll take care of it inside. Bix didn't speak as they walked the short distance to the abandoned building. He knew there were probably some eyes on them, on two men in black, but it was unlikely they'd be approached. People rarely approached him looking for trouble. His size backed them off. If anyone did, well, he'd do what needed to be done. He had orders. He had a mission. He would follow orders and complete his mission. He unsealed the door, opened the locks. Dark as a tomb in here. Smells worse. Garnett reached in his pocket for his penlight. It's a good place for her to die. He played the light around the ruined space, calculating the best kill spot. I want her to see me do it. I want her to see me when I cut her. Vic said nothing. He simply yanked Garnett's head back by the hair and dragged the keen edge of his knife over Garnett's throat. And it was done. He took a moment to be sorry when Garnett fell to the floor, blood and breath gurgling. He hadn't liked the man, not particularly, but they'd been partners. So he took a moment for a little regret. Then he pressed the master he'd used to unseal the doors into Garnett's hand, slipped it into Garnett's pocket, removed Garnett's disposable phone, his wallet, put them both in a bag, along with the knife he'd used. He'd dispose of them elsewhere. He drew out the baggie of the powder Garnett had grown too fond of, dipped the dead's thumb and index finger in it to leave more trace, then added it to the disposal bag. It would look, in a way, very much as it was. Garnett had come to the scene for a meet, and the meet had gone south. His killer had taken whatever was of value from the corpse and let it lie. Vic straightened, cleaned the blood off his sealed hands. He turned and walked away, leaving the door open as a man might when running away from murder. Back in the vehicle, he drove north, putting some distance down before he contacted his lieutenant. We're clear, Lieutenant. Her acknowledgment, a nod as if she'd expected no less, rewarded him. Thank you, Detective. Be sure to dispose of the weapon before you go to Garnett's and remove anything that needs removing. Yes, ma'am. While Vic circled around to dump the contents of the bag in the river, Rourke stepped into Eve's office. She was, he noted, starting to fade, and he imagined if he drew blood from her and ran it through an analyzer, it would register outrageous levels of caffeine. Marcia Anbrom. Eve looked up, blinked. Who? Yes, indeed, fading fast. Take a moment, he suggested. Who the hell is Marcia Anbrom? I just need to finish this backtrack on the... Shit. You got her? And she's back, Rourke thought. I want to put a bow on it, so I've got it running on auto to tie the ribbon. But I'd say we, have her. Anbrom. That's anagram. Oberman, Anbrom. Marcia, Marcus. That's a goddamn testament or finger in the eye for her father. And I imagine Mira will have considerable to say about it. He walked over, put her current work on auto himself, shaking his head even as she started to protest. You have a briefing in less than 6 hours. She has a home in Sardinia, he continued, drawing Eve to her feet, and a flat in Rome. Her passport is Swiss. They're excellent credentials, by the way, he added, leading her toward the bedroom. She must have paid a hefty sum for them. I found properties and accounts worth upward of 200 million. I think there's a bit more tucked here and there. I don't get it. If she's accumulated that much, why the hell isn't she in Sardinia rolling in it? Why is she still pushing her way through the department, aiming at captain, and maybe commander? Why is she still on the job when she could be lying on the beach fanning herself with her own dirty money? I'm probably the wrong one to ask. No, you're exactly the right one. She sat on the arm of the sofa in the bedroom, pulled off her boots. And I know the answer. It's the rush, the challenge, the business. And hell, if you can make a couple $100 million, you can make 400. She'll never give it up. It's not just what she does. It's who she is. As I've picked my way through her lives, I should say, I'd agree. She does spend time as Marcia. She keeps a private shuttle in Baltimore, flies over once or twice a month, depending. She generally spends an extended time there in the winter, sometimes in the summer as well. But she spends a great deal more time here, running that business. And here, he told Eve, she lives precisely within her means. A bit too precisely. Every bill paid upon receipt, and no purchases that show that would squeeze her very strict budget. No luxuries. None. So I'd say when she indulges herself, it's in cash. Everything's precise with her, which means the books for her business will be very accurate, very detailed. Strong thinks there's a hide in the office. I bet she has a copy there, another at her apartment. That's control. That's being able to open them up and gloat over all those tidy columns while her father watches her from the wall. After dragging on a sleep shirt, she rolled into bed. It's all the same. Money is power, power is money, control holds both, and command opens doorways for more. Sex and command are tools for creating more money and power, and the badge? It's a gateway. Killing? Just the cost of doing business. There are others like her. Sliding in beside her, Rourke drew her close. I've known them. Even used them when it seemed expedient, though I preferred, until more recently, to avoid cops altogether. There's more of us than them. I have to believe that. Since I've been exposed to how real cops work, think, what they'll risk and sacrifice, I can say one of you is more than a dozen of them. Let it go now. He brushed his lips over hers. It's smarter to go into a fight rested. You gave it up for me. You were mostly out of that kind of business when we got together, but you gave up the rest for me. The rest was more of a hobby by that point, like coin collecting. She knew better. I don't forget it, she told him, and closed her eyes to sleep. Her comms signaled at 4:20, and, cursing, she groped for it. Dallas. Lieutenant, Detective Janbury from the 1-6. Sorry to get you up. Then why are you? Well, I've got a dead body here on your crime scene. Your name's on the seal. Off Canal? That's the one. I'm on the DB, Lieutenant, but wanted to give you the heads up, especially since the Vic was on the job. Her belly contracted. ID, she demanded, but already knew. Garnett, Detective William, illegals out of Central. I need you to hold this until I get there. I'm on my way now. Don't transport the DB. I can hold it. I'm primary on this, Lieutenant. I didn't inform you to pass this ball. Understood. And the tag is appreciated, Detective. I'm on my way. She tossed the comm down, pushed out of bed to pull at her hair, to pace, to curse. I set him up. She took him out. God damn it! God damn it! I could have taken him in. I could have slapped him in a cage, put the pressure on with what I had, but I wanted more. I wanted to make them sweat. I wanted more time to put it together, to see what she'd try next. Now he's dead. Don't you stand there and take the blame for one dirty cop killing another. I made a choice. The choice killed him. Bollocks to that, Eve! Rourke said it sharply enough to stop her, to make her turn. His choices and Renee's killed him. Do you think she couldn't have gotten to him in a cage, had him done? I'll never know now. I miscalculated. I didn't think she'd risk bringing this kind of attention to the squad, adding another avenue of investigation. She outplayed me on this. I disagree. You're angry and foolishly guilty, so you're not thinking it through. I'm thinking it through. Garnett's dead. Yes, and killing him requires another tale spun. More lies, more cover-up. If she'd thought it through, she'd have found a way to placate him, to keep him level. Failing that, kill him, certainly, but get rid of the body, lay a path that indicates he packed up, left. She stopped dressing to frown at him. He'd been suspended, and after tonight, he'd lose his badge. He'd be disgraced. Christ, I can write the script myself. Eliminate him, destroy the body. Meanwhile, go into his apartment, pack what a man who's angry, who's fed up, who's humiliated might pack. Toss a few things around, temper, and so on. In a day or so, tap his account, use his credit, send a message to his lieutenant, maybe to you, telling you all to go to hell. You can keep the bloody badge. He's done with it, with you, with New York. Okay. I can see how that would work. It's a little unnerving just how easily you came up with it, but I can see it. And calmer, Eve saw it clearly. Keep tapping the account, she considered, tapping the credit a while, making it look like he's traveling or gone to Vegas too, whatever. Then transfer the money out. Basically. A few finer details to tie it up, but basically. He's not dead, he's just gone. But she didn't think of that. And she should have. Hell, I should have. But she wanted him dead and gone. She went with impulse. She may not see it that way, but that's what it was. And what I didn't expect. She went with impulse rather than planning. So there'll be mistakes in there. One of them was not arranging for one of her crew to get the tag on this. No way Janbury contacts me this early if he's with her. Now you're thinking. I'll drive. No. I'd appreciate the other set of eyes and the scary brain, but if I'm hung up, I need you here to start briefing the team. Those fabulous eyes stared right through her. You want me to brief a room of cops? That's appalling, Eve, on so many levels. Nobody knows how to run a meeting as well as you. I'll try to be back, but I have to follow this out. I'm definitely going to want the costumes. I may have them designed for you. One of us is worth a dozen of them, she said, repeating his words. You're one of us. I realize you see that as a compliment, but... He trailed off, sighed. Thank you. I'll be back as soon as I can. Rourke watched her rush out, sighed again. Bloody hell. Since he was up, he'd get some work done, of his own, thank you, before the cops came to his door. She went in hot. She didn't want to give Janbury time to change his mind, and did a quick run on him on the way. He looked solid. 14 years on the job, into his 10th as a detective, and recently promoted to 2nd grade. He was 37, on his 2nd marriage, 4 years in, with a 2-year-old kid. Good service record, from what she could see. No big highs, no big lows. She knew his lieutenant a little. She could tug some lines if she needed to. First, she'd see how Janbury wanted to play it. She nosed in behind the black and white, hooked her badge in the breast pocket of her jacket. A lot of cops, she noted, tapping her badge before ducking under the barricade. That's the way it was when word went out one of their own had gone down. How many here, she wondered, would consider Garnett one of their own if they knew? Janbury stepped out as she approached. He had a strong, dark face with deep brown skin stretched over hard bones, deep brown eyes. Cop's eyes, she thought, and held out her hand. Detective Janbury, again I appreciate you contacting me. Lieutenant, it was your scene first. Dead junkie. My Vic worked illegals. 1 and 1 add up to 2 in my book. Yeah, mine, too. Is it okay with you if I take a look before you fill me in? Sure. My field kit's still in my vehicle. Can I borrow some sealant? He nodded, and she saw he understood she didn't intend to step on his toes. Hey, Delfino, toss me some seal? He caught the can, tossed it to her. What time did you get the dispatch? She asked, as she sealed hands and boots. It came in at 3:50. My partner and I arrived on scene at 0400. Uniforms doing a drive-by saw the broken seal, the door open, and investigated. They'd secured the scene by the time we got here. That's good. She stepped inside, into the glare of cop lights. He hadn't gotten very far, Eve noted. Maybe 6 paces inside the door. He'd fallen on his back, so he lay face up, arms and legs sprawled out. The long slice across his throat had pumped out blood that soaked his jacket, shirt, spread a lake on the dirty floor. She noted the knife and sheath on his belt, and the lack of a sidearm. His penlight lay a few feet away, its beams still shining like a little white eye. What have you got so far? She asked Janbury. No money, no ID. We ran his prints and identified him. My partner, Delfino! His partner, a small, spare woman with curly, dark hair fought back in the tail, moved to join them. She nodded at Eve. Detective Delfino ran the Vic while I worked the body. In a rhythm that told Eve they worked well together, Delfino picked it up. I got his squad, his CO, and he just got a rip this afternoon. Ordered by you, Lieutenant. That's correct. Your Vic didn't like my investigative style on Ricky Keener. Keener was Garnett's LT's weasel, and it was necessary for me to discuss that relationship and any cases involving my Vic with Lieutenant Oberman. However, Garnett and his partner took it upon themselves to access my Vic's flop without authority. On learning this, I had a further discussion with Lieutenant Oberman and Detectives Garnett and Bix. During the discussion, Garnett used abusive language, made threats, and even after being warned, made physical contact. Delfino glanced down at Garnett. That wasn't very bright. It was less bright for him to accost me in front of my home tonight. You may suspect that the facial bruises on your victim are a result of an altercation with his killer. I put them there. Janbury pursed his lips ever so slightly. Is that so? Garnett laid in wait, blocked the entrance to my home with his vehicle. He subsequently threatened me again made physical contact. I reciprocated that. At that time, Garnett drew his weapon, one which is proven to be unregistered. I disarmed him. All of this is on record, both on my home security and my recorder, which I engaged before exiting my vehicle. And all of this was reported immediately to Commander Whitney. I'll make sure you get copies of everything for your file. That'd be good. Lieutenant, Delfino gave her a clear-eyed stare. I have to say, if some guy tries to bust on me twice in one day, draws down on me, I might want to do more than give him a black eye. I can give you a statement on my whereabouts at TOD if you tell me when TOD was. Just after 0100. Okay? I was home, up, and still working. There will be a log of that on my comp. I can't at this time give you the contents of the work. I can tell you Garnett was going to be dealt with tomorrow. Today, she corrected. He was going to lose his badge and face criminal charges. You can confirm this with command. I wanted that a lot more than I wanted him dead. Yeah, Delfino said after a moment. I'd like that better myself. Vic's got some interesting trace on his right thumb and index finger. I believe he made use of the product he was bound by duty to get off the streets. I believe I could have made a case on that. I believe he was a wrong cop. I know he was. But whatever he was, he's your victim. And whoever slit his throat has to pay for it. I'll give you all the information I'm authorized to give, as I'm authorized to give it. Is he tied to your Vic? To Keener? Janbury asked. Short answer is yes. I'm not free to give you the long one. I'm not blocking you on this. It's all I can tell you at this time. Are there rats in the house? Eve nodded at Janbury, acknowledged IAB involvement. He blew out a breath, said, Shit! We're still not passing the ball. Understood. If I have any influence over the matter, I'll do whatever blocking may be necessary to keep that ball in your hands. She watched the look that passed between the partners and saw the tacit agreement. It reads like the victim entered using a master. It was in his pocket. We'll re-verify the time the seal was broken, but at this point, given the read is so close to TOD they're stepping on each other, we'd say the Vic and Killer entered together. Killer took him from behind, quick and dirty. He had his back to the killer, Eve said. That's how it reads. Somebody punched me in the face a few hours ago. I'm not turning my back on them. Added to it, you're a tall woman, Lieutenant, but not tall enough to have inflicted this wound at this angle unless you were standing on a box. We'll take the comp log, the recording, and so on, but I can say Delfino and I aren't looking at you for this. Always good news. Did he have anything else on him? The knife, still sheathed. Illegal length on the blade. Didn't have a link, a wrist unit, a memo book, wallet. You might think, looking at it, it was some kind of deal that went bad. Killer took him out, grabbed what he could use or sell, and fled the scene. Left the door open. You might think, Eve agreed. I'd be interested in what you think, Janbury told her. Eve crouched down for a closer look at the body. No defensive wounds, she noted, and she could smell booze on him. She lifted his right hand, bagged now, by the wrist. No user would leave that much candy on his fingers. That, she thought, was overkill. I think he and his killer entered together. Why, I can't say. But I'd bet my ass Garnett believed they were here to screw either with me or my investigation. He not only knew his killer, but trusted him. Walked in ahead of him, got his light out, turned it on. A slice like that? She wished she had her gauge, but eyeballed it. I figured the killer pulled Garnett's head back, exposed the area, gives him a wide, clear target, makes a wide, clean slice. The killer came here for that purpose, and then took the ID and the rest so it might appear to be a meat gone bad, followed by a robbery of opportunity. Keener's OD was staged, she continued. This is more of the same. Janbury crouched down, kept his voice low. You think another cop did this? I think people who kill for expediency, for profit, for any reason other than self-defense, or in defense of another, aren't cops. They just have a badge in their pockets. How much muck are we stepping into? I can't tell you, yet, but I'd bring spare boots. Chapter 16. When Peabody and McNabb walked into Eve's home office, McNabb's heart, mind, and body arrowed directly to the breakfast buffet. "Mornin', Eves. Told ya. I just said you shouldn't count on it." Peabody shifted her file bag and wished the scent of grilled bacon didn't wrap around her system like a lover. But since it did, she dumped the bag and surrendered to temptation, crunching into the first slice as Rourke came in. "Morning," she managed. "Best briefings ever." No point in solving murders on an empty stomach. "You're looking rosy this morning, Peabody." "It's the bacon." "Woot! French toast!" McNabb grinned as Rourke poured himself some coffee. "Thanks for the spread." Feeding cops has its rewards. And this one, Rourke assumed, had the metabolism of a manic chipmunk to eat as he did and remain thin as a wafer. "We got here a little early," McNabb told him, "so Peabody could help Dallas set up. And I want to go over some things with her on the Devon investigation." "While they're at it," McNabb continued, heaping a plate, "I wanted to bounce this idea off you. Feeney and I kicked it around some last night." "Bounce away." "I think we could use the bugs we planted in Oberman's vehicle to narrow in on the frequency of her disposable. We'd need to tweak and enhance the remote, narrow the focus to the disposable signal when she's on it. It'd take some luck to lock it in, but if we could, we should be able to use it to triangulate. Coordinate the plants and remote, boosting output while narrowing range, redirect and trap her signal." "Trap it," Rourke considered, intrigued, "and clone it." "Yeah. If we pulled it off, we could, theoretically, use the clone to pick up her signals and conversations whenever and wherever she used the disposable." "Like a conference call," Rourke mused. "Interesting. Theoretically. By boosting the strength, you'd run a risk of her picking up the bug on a full sweep, particularly during triangulation. But time's right, and with the right adjustments, it could work." "If you want to play with that idea," Peabody interrupted, "I could hook with Dallas on my end." "She's not back yet." Rourke glanced at the time. "She responded to a second homicide at your original scene. Garnett's dead." "Shit, that balls things up." McNabb stuffed a bite of French toast dripping with syrup into his mouth. "Feeney and I were going to start on his electronics today, and if we got the go, slip into his place and wire it up. No point now." "Why didn't she tag me?" Peabody demanded. "If Garnett's down, I should have gotten the tag." "It's not her case. Your case," Rourke amended. "The primary on it contacted her early this morning, as a courtesy, I'd say, and likely because he hoped she'd give him a lead." "It should be ours," Peabody began, then settled down, backtracked. "No, it can't be ours. She had 2 confrontations with him yesterday. McNabb was monitoring when the asshole tried to jump her right out front here. We can't work the case. Do you know who the primary is? How much she's going to tell him?" "Detective Janbury, but as to the rest I couldn't say." "Renee did this because he went outside the box, became a negative factor. I have to run this, Janbury." Peabody forgot her love affair with bacon and moved off. "Garnett made some bad moves," McNabb commented. "Too bad he's dead, because he earned a long stretch in a cage, but—" With a shrug, McNabb shoveled in more food. "How'd he buy it?" "I don't know that either. She hoped to be back to run the briefing. Christ knew he'd hoped it. If she doesn't make it and she's cutting it close, I'll lead things off." "Solid." Feeney came in, smiled at the buffet. "I told the wife I'd get plenty of the most important meal of the day." "The boy tell you about his brainstorm?" "Yes," Rourke answered. "It would be interesting to program." "I've been playing with it, in my head," Feeney said, as he filled a plate. "It'll come down to catching the waves." For the next 10 minutes, they discussed options, alternatives, possibilities. "Morning, all." Webster strolled in, looking relaxed and a little sleepy-eyed. "Man, I could use some fuel, and that looks prime." "I imagine you could use it," Rourke said smoothly, when Webster hit the buffet, and couldn't help enjoying Webster's lazy grin. "How was the play?" "Unforgettable." "Darcia goes back soon." "Couple more days." "I've got some time coming." Webster scooped eggs onto his plate, spoke casually. "I'm going to check out this off-planet resort of yours personally. You couldn't have a better guide than the chief of police." Mira and Whitney came in together. Whitney scanned the room, then focused on Rourke. "She's not back yet?" "No. She asked me to begin the briefing if she was delayed. You can take the floor if you prefer." "No, we'll follow Dallas's line." He poured coffee, but skipped the food. "You look tired, Charlotte," Rourke said to Mira. "I am a little. Long night. Have some food. Get your energy up." "I don't think that will help. It's clear my colleague's involved in this. A man I've worked with. A man I trusted." "I'm sorry." Rourke touched a hand to her shoulder. "It's a deeper kind of treachery, isn't it? When there's trust." "When I think how many police officers have trusted him with their secrets, their fears, their feelings, yes, it's a very deep kind of treachery. All of this, isn't it?" She looked at the board. "On the deepest level, doctor to patient, cop to cop, to the public, daughter to father." "You'll stop it. All of you. Treachery only thrives in the dark. You'll bring it into the light." "It weighs on him." Mira glanced toward Whitney as he took a seat, alone with his coffee. "On all of us, but it's his command. And what this small and, yes, treacherous percentage of all the good men and women who work and risk and fight every single day has done to diminish that work, that risk, that fight, it weighs heavy." She walked over to take a seat beside Whitney. And so, Rourke thought, he couldn't put it off any longer. He moved to the front of the room. "The lieutenant's been delayed." "Dallas isn't here?" Webster interrupted. "Where the hell is she?" "At the scene, or hopefully on her way back from the scene where Garnett was murdered." "Garnett? What the—" Webster broke off, and the relaxed body, the sleepy eyes, vanished. "When the hell did this happen? And why wasn't I apprised? She can't investigate Garnett's murder. Commander—" "If you'd take your seat." Rourke handled the outburst as he would at any meeting he conducted, coolly. "You'll be thoroughly briefed on this matter and all others pertaining to these investigations. The lieutenant isn't assigned to this last murder, but consulting with the officers who are, at their request. Now, as I have the floor, we'll begin with some progress I made regarding the finances of 3 of the subjects. Data 1 on screen," he ordered, and the image of Garnett's passport with photo came on. As you see, this is Detective William Garnett, a.k.a. Garnett Jacoby. Though they're both dead now, it's of interest that Garnett, under this assumed name, has amassed over $35 million in cash, stocks, bonds, and property. He has quite a lovely home in the Canary Islands. Had, that is. Data 2, with image on screen. "How did you dig this out?" Webster asked him. "You never tagged me for a filter." "Carefully, tediously, and within the law." "Barely," Rourke added, "but within, as the lieutenant ordered and expected." "We could have hung him out to dry on this," Webster muttered as his angry gaze scanned the screen, the image of the lavish house, the numbers. "Out to fucking dry." "A bit late on that. However, if you'd prefer, we can move on, come back to this. It might improve your mood to see another stream of data. 1A on screen. Meet Marcia Anbrome, currently of Sardinia, Italy." "Oh, yeah." Though he said it between his teeth, and his face hardened further, Webster nodded. "That improves my mood." "Maybe the idea of taking her down on graft, on corruption, brightens your day, Lieutenant," Peabody said as she swung around. "But she's killed cops. Not all of them were like Garnett. They're dead because they weren't like Garnett." "Understood, Detective. We all want the same thing here." "Detective Peabody?" Rourke's tone was more gentle than the one he'd used on Webster. "I understand you're pursuing a side investigation on the death of Detective Gail Devon. It might aid you and that investigation to know that Renee Oberman, as Marcia Anbrome, deposited $2.8 million USD in her account 2 days after the operation in which Devon was killed. Garnett also made a large deposit at the same time, 1.2, as did Bix, under his assumed identification." The hell with the screen, Rourke thought. He had all of it in his head. As John Barry, Bix holds accounts in Montana, where he's also purchased a cabin in 50 acres, in the Philippines, where he was once stationed while in the Army, and in Tokyo, where he was born. While we began with these 3, we're working through the squad. I have Freeman, Palmer, and Marcel complete. I should have the others within hours. You'll need to add Dr. Adams to your list. Mira sat, hands folded in her lap. As I've already informed the commander, in reviewing all the case files, testing results, evaluations, and history of each member of Lieutenant Oberman's squad, I found troubling inconsistencies, and what on closer study appear to be amended results in those squad members Dr. Adams examined, tested, or treated. Of course. No point in telling her he'd already added her colleague, already found some of the pots the man had buried. Detective Peabody, Mira continued, you should be aware that a few weeks before Detective Devon's death, Lieutenant Oberman, according to Dr. Adams's notes, expressed concern about Devon's state of mind, citing the detective had difficulty focusing on her work, adhering to procedure, took excessive personal time. Adams arranged for sessions with Detective Devon. He saw her twice a week for 7 weeks, until the time of her death. She would have trusted him. She may have come to, yes, Mira agreed. If she did, she could have told him she thought something was off in the squad and why, what she was going to do about it. It's possible. The fatigue on Mira's face deepened. If she did, I believe Adams was certainly complicit in her death. Eve came in, her strides long and brisk. Apologies for the delay. She glanced at the screen, nodded. I see you've been briefed on the financial angles. This gives us proof Renee, Garnett, and Bix procured false identification and with that hid property and funds. Add Freeman, Palmer, and Marcel, Rourke told her. Others to come. Good. This alone is enough to remove them from the force, to arrest them, charge them, try and convict them. We have to take Garnett out of that process, as I've just come from examining his body, but the data on him weighs on all involved. I'd like a report on Garnett's homicide, Whitney said. Sir, Detective Janbury is primary, and with his partner, Detective Delfino, is investigating. The detective contacted me, allowed me on scene, at which time I gave them a statement regarding both my altercations with the victim. What do you mean both? Webster asked. The second occurred at approximately 2200 last night, when Garnett confronted me outside the gates of my home, where he had lain in wait for my return. My assumption is he was informed I left the residence by Detective Manford and/or Freeman, who attempted a two-point tail on me some 90 minutes earlier. What the hell is this, Dallas? Why wasn't I kept informed? You were busy, she snapped at Webster. And you're being so informed. My altercation with Garnett is on record, and that record and my report on same was given to my commander. She paused a moment. Moving on. Detective Garnett entered the building where Keener was killed at 1 this morning, breaking the seal, bypassing the locks. Or his killer did so and left the master on him. About 6 paces in the door, Garnett was attacked from behind. His throat was slit. There were no other visible injuries other than the bruises I put on his face at approximately 2200. Jesus Christ. Read the report, Webster. Watch the record. Garnett's valuables were removed, except for the knife he had sheathed on his belt. The detectives have agreed to keep me informed of their progress. What did you have to give them for that? Webster demanded. She rounded on him now, every bit as angry as he. Not everything comes down to payment, to quid pro quo. I have an interest in their case. Their Vic is connected to mine, and was killed in the same place. Since they're cops with brains, they can follow the dots. I told them I couldn't share certain details and areas of my own investigation with them at this time, which, again, since they're cops with brains, tells them it's bigger than a dead junkie, which they were smart enough to have already figured out. It will be the commander's decision as to whether the officers investigating Garnett's murder will be so informed. I'll review it, Whitney told her. Yes, sir. From my own examination, from the angle of the wound, the killer was taller than the Vic. The Vic was a solid 6 foot. He was also taken from behind, indicating he entered ahead of his killer, had his back to his killer, indicating this was someone he knew, trusted. I believe Bix killed Garnett, and given his pathology and profile, he did so on orders from his lieutenant. A little house cleaning, Feeney said. Yeah, Garnett was mucking up her tidy area. I suspect in the period between his altercation with me and his death, he contacted her or went to see her. He knew IAB was sniffing, she added with a nod to Webster. I put out the scent, as agreed. It worked. He'd turned on her before, put the muscle on her the night Peabody overheard them. He lost control twice with me. She had no control over him in her office yesterday, and she knew it. Her attempts to clean up after him went nowhere and added to her embarrassment. He came at me again last night and would lose his badge over it. He was not only no more use to her, but a threat. She acted quickly. Too quickly, I think. Heat of the moment. A cooler head would have found another, quieter way to get rid of him. Yes, I agree, Mira said when Eve looked her way. Garnett and Renee were once lovers. She took away whatever power he had in the relationship by ending the sexual connection. Which was probably why she started and ended it, Eve suggested. Very likely. He took orders from her on 2 levels, and did so because it was profitable and because she continued to see he had meaningful assignments on both levels. She reprimanded and punished him for whatever mistake he made with Keener. Then he was confronted with another female superior, one who did not show him the respect he deemed himself due, nor did she placate him as Renee would. Now he's punished again, reprimanded again, and snaps. Oberman can't control him, which reflects poorly on her, on both levels again. His actions demand that she do so, and since she can't, she eliminates him. The ultimate control, proving she is in charge. Proving it, Mira added, to herself, as well as those under her command. And that's priority for her, Eve put in, to be on top, in command, in charge. Mira nodded. If she's not in charge, she's nothing. Nothing more than the daughter of an important, revered man, one she can in no way live up to, except by treachery and deceit. She acted quickly, decisively, because she saw it as command, when, in fact, it was fear and loathing. "Why that location?" Eve asked. "I suspect you know. Not only would it serve as a place Garnett would go, if properly enticed, it's a slap at you. Here's another body when the first is hardly cold. It was a way to use him against you, particularly if she was aware you'd fought with him earlier, and the results of that would show." "Yeah, I left some marks on him," Eve agreed. "It was your scene. You and the victim had an altercation earlier in the day. She has no way of knowing you recorded and reported the second incident, but can be assured the investigating officers would be obliged to question you regarding Garnett. She has to prove she's better than you. You've shaken her command, and her confidence in it. She can't tolerate that." "She'll have to tolerate a whole lot more before it's done." "Anything fresh from EDD?" she asked Feeney. "Now that you mention it." Before he could continue, Webster stood. "This is IAB's now. I'm obligated to take this to my captain and initiate an official investigation. The financial data and falsified docs are enough to bury them." "There's a small matter of murder," Eve reminded him, "which we'll also pursue. IAB isn't taking my case. Keener's mine. The Keener homicide's a direct offshoot of internal corruption and malfeasance, which involves all or most of a squad and spirals out. Which IAB would know nothing about if I hadn't brought you in. Why is that, Webster? Just why didn't the Rat Squad have fuck all on Renee and her crew? I don't know, but we have it now. And if she's got a man inside IAB, and he lets her know a storm's coming, she'll poof. She's got the means to do it in style, or she'll find a way to twist it so the lightning strikes another head. She didn't get this far by being stupid. There's another body on the slab, Dallas. Dirty cop or not, he's dead, and she's responsible. She has to be shut down before she decides to clean house again." "He's right." Whitney spoke before Eve could snarl at Webster. "And so are you, Dallas. I want both of you and your captain, Webster, in my office at 1100. He will then be fully briefed on this matter, and we'll damn well hash it out. On the matter of the 2 homicides now known to be involved, IAB will have to go through me to yank them from their current investigating officers. You'd be unwise to take me on, Lieutenant." He nodded when Webster shook his head. "I have contacted and fully informed Chief Tibble on all areas of these matters. I will request he attend as well. Lieutenant Dallas, I'll need you in my office at 10:00. Commander Oberman has requested some of my time today, and has further requested to meet you." Renee's asked him to intervene. "Commander, intervention will hardly help Garnett now," Whitney interrupted. "If he asks me to influence or order you to ease off his daughter regarding the murder of Keener, he will be disappointed." Whitney got to his feet. 10:00, Lieutenant." "Yes, sir." He looked at the screen again. "It's good work you've all done," he said. "Good work on an ugly business." Mira rose. "Would you mind giving me a ride in?" "Of course." She's worried about him, Eve thought. And she's not the only one. She faced the room again. "Dismissed." "Hold on, hold on!" Obviously disgusted, Webster shook his head. "You think you can push me out? Get me out of the way before you're updated by your EDD team and your partner? They have nothing on which to update me. Is that correct?" "Not a thing," Feeney said easily. "They're having a sale on cashmere sweaters," Peabody announced. "Not that I can afford one anyway. Natural. All locations. But that's probably not what you meant by update." Eve gave Webster a cool stare. "It seems we're done." He simply shook his head again, folded his arms. "If you'd excuse us, Lieutenant Webster and I need a few minutes." Feet shuffled, and Rourke continued to lean against the wall. Eve sent him a look that managed to be apologetic and annoyed at the same time. Rourke pushed off the wall. "Mind your hands, boyo," he murmured as he passed Webster. "Otherwise, this round, I'll let her have a go at you. And she's meaner than I am." Webster rose again, scowled, but stuck his hands in his pockets. "You're not cutting me out of this, Dallas." "Me? Cutting you out? You just stood there and tried to grab my case." "Bad cops fall under IAB. Don't give me your bureaucratic bullshit. If I didn't expect and fully understand that IAB needs to have a hand in this, I wouldn't have asked for your assist, and you'd still know squat. At which time, I played it your way instead of immediately informing my captain. I'm sick to death of this attitude that we're not cops, not real ones. I never said you weren't a cop, but you're sure as hell not homicide, not anymore. You made your choice there, Webster. You've got a job to do. Accepted. So do I. And you're not making a grab for my investigation. You need the collar? No problem. I'll make sure you get the credit. I ought to kick your ass for that." Indeed, her hands fisted at her sides. "Fuck you. Fuck you sideways if you think this is about a collar, about credit. If you think I don't, he repeated, and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "And that was a cheap shot. Apologies." She swore again, paced away. "I could have done this without you." "Yeah, and it feels like you are. Give lip service to the rat, but don't keep feeding him any new cheese." She turned back. "What? Why don't I hear until this morning that Garnett came after you? I don't hear he got the chance because you'd gone to talk to one of Renee's people. Lila Strong isn't one of her people. She's in the squad," he reminded her, "and I should have been consulted on it. I didn't hear until this morning there's a tail on you. I didn't hear about Garnett." "I informed the commander," she began. "Now who's bullshitting?" "It's not bullshit. That's my first duty. And I didn't contact you at every turn because you were involved in the thing. Darcia. Now you've got a problem with me and Darcia? No! God!" Frustrated, she raked her hand through her hair. I wasn't holding out on you. I didn't contact my own partner because I didn't deem it necessary. I didn't contact you, same reason. And also because I thought I was doing you a solid, giving you the night to go to the theater. The musical theater. He stared at her for a moment. Then his body lost its fighting stance. I guess you were doing me that solid. It's appreciated. But I'm a cop, and so's Darcia. You know interruptions of musical theater are part of the deal. What would you, or could you, have done about any of it, if so interrupted? Nothing, really. But I'd have had it worked out in my head better, been clearer on the lay of the land. Fine, I'll interrupt you next time. And if you're in the middle of the big production number, it'll be your own fault. He laughed. I always had a thing for you. Oh, not that way, not that way. Cautiously, he took a step back. Don't punch me or call out the dogs. I worked with you a few times, and I like the way your mind works, even when I don't agree. I like how you can chomp at a case until you spit it out, your way. You're a hard-ass, Dallas. But that's one of the reasons for the thing. You weren't much of a team player back the couple of times we worked the same cases. Maybe not, she thought. No, definitely not. I wasn't in command. Command changes things, because your men depend on you to head that team. I wasn't. A lot of things for a lot of reasons. She thought of walking with Rourke on a summer evening. I'm not the same person now I was then. No, I guess I'm not either. He held out a hand. Bygones? It depends. She took his hand. If you go after my case, I'll take this hand again, and I'll break it off at the wrist. He grinned at her. Go team! I'm going to trust you, because I've gone through doors with you before. If you want to stay for the rest of the briefing, take a seat. I'll be right back. No, but I appreciate it. I've got things to do before we meet with the commander. I'll see you then. She walked to Rourke's office, opened the door, shut it behind her. Thanks for the space. You're welcome. And? We worked it out. Mostly a combination of parallel but not quite meshing goals and a misunderstanding of motivations. She went to his auto chef for coffee, closed her eyes, rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Take a minute, Eve. Sit. Better not. I need to get this briefing finished, shut down for some thinking time, then gear up for these meetings. Christ! Oberman, Tibble, and IAB. She opened her eyes again. It's going to be a rough morning. You've already had one. He moved to her to gently rub that spot between her eyebrows himself. Opened him up, ear to ear. He was dead before he hit the floor. Fast way to go. And he'd earned slow and painful in my book. And even so, it's not up to her to decide who lives, who dies, how, when. It's not her call. Because she wasn't who she'd been before. She laid her aching brow on his shoulder. He'd probably have done the same. To Renee, to me, to whoever. Odds are he walked in there thinking he'd be opening me up, ear to ear. He was an open, festering wound on the department. She straightened again. And Keener? Maybe harmless in the big scheme. Maybe he gave his pizza server a nice tip when he was flush, but he lived his life on junk and peddling it. I don't imagine he'd have had a quibble if the buyer was 12, as long as the kid had the scratch. He was a pig, looking for the easy way in and the easy way out. She drank some coffee, set it aside. But none of that matters. Festering wound, pig, she doesn't get to decide. Rourke cupped her face. He'd have killed you if he could, and enjoyed it. Another cop may be primary on his murder, but Garnett's yours now. That's just the way it is. For you, yes. That's why Renee Oberman will never understand you. I understand her. Yes, I know you do. He kissed her lightly. Let's get this done. With a nod, she walked to the door connecting their offices. Chapter 17. Eve listened to her E-men explain, in their way, McNabb's idea for a tap-and-trace. She listened until her ears began to ring. She waved a hand in the air to cut off the geek fest. Bottom line, if you can do this, we'd have Renee's disposable, incoming and outgoings on record. Bottom line, Feeney agreed. But that doesn't credit the juice in the concept or execution, and this one's loaded with it. Kudos all around. If you can take it from concept to execution, we need a warrant. Feeney puffed out his cheeks. Yeah, that would be a little hitch. We've got enough for one, Dallas, starting with Peabody's statement, going right on through your meet with Renee, the financials, the tale last night to dead Garnett. It's your call whether we go there. IAB could work one. Her call, she thought. And every decision angled off another path. I'll get the warrant and inform IAB after you've pulled off your juicy concept. I'll need to meet with Rio, she said, thinking of the ADA she trusted. And before I meet with the commander again, privately meet with her. Peabody, oh man, you want me to tag crack again. Kim, then Rio. Tell her to meet me there in 30. Say it's urgent and confidential. You know what to do. Yeah, Peabody said on a sigh. Rourke, Peabody's going to need a vehicle. I am? Aren't I with you? You need me for Rio. Then, Dallas, I should be with you for the meet with Commander Oberman, to push with you with IAB. No, I've got your statement for Rio. Dealing with Commander Oberman and IAB, that's my job. You need to pursue your investigation. You need to stand for Detective Devon, Peabody. You need to get justice for her, and that's what you'll do. I have every confidence that's what you'll do. I'm not even sure I'm going down the right roads, Peabody began. You'll find out. She glanced at Rourke, and he nodded. I'll see to the vehicle. Feeney, why don't I meet you and McNabb in the lab here? I'll be right along. McNabb gave Peabody a quick, supportive shoulder squeeze before he went out with his captain. Don't give her anything flashy, Eve called out to Rourke. Maybe just... Peabody held up her thumb and forefinger a half-inch apart. Rourke sent her a wink and left them alone. Eve pointed Peabody to a chair, then walked to the buffet, poured coffee. You brought me coffee. Don't get used to it. It's usually my job. Because I'm the lieutenant. Eve sat. I pulled you into homicide because I looked at you and I thought, that's a cop. Solid, a little green, but solid. And I could help her be a better cop. I have. Peabody stared into her coffee, said nothing. You have a cop's work to do for Devon. I put that in your hands because, well, I'm the lieutenant. I have to know my men, their strengths, weaknesses, style. I have to know them, and I have to trust them to do the job. or I haven't done mine." Eve sipped her coffee, considered her words. "Meetings like I've got set up, that's cop work too, but that's the drag of command, Peabody. It's the politics and deal-making, the pissing contests. It has to be done, and I have to do it. Because you're the lieutenant." "Damn right." "I've thought a lot about what it means to be in command, to have rank since Renee Oberman. Not just about what it means to be a cop, but to be a boss. The responsibilities and the influence, the obligations to the badge, to the public, to the men and women under your command. I wanted it, and I worked for it. I had to be a cop. It's all I could be. I'd been a victim, so I knew I could stay broken, or I could fight. I could learn and train and work until I could stand for the victim. We all have our reasons for being a cop." "I wanted to make detective so bad. Being a cop, it meant I could help people who needed it, and that was important. Making detective, well, for me, it meant I was good, and I'd get better." "You got me there." "I helped get you there," Eve corrected. "I didn't want the rank for the office, for the pay raise." "You've got one of the crappiest offices in Central," Peabody told her. "It makes us proud." "Seriously?" Surprised, then foolishly pleased, Eve shook her head. "You don't care about the fancy. You care about the job. And your men. Everybody knows it." And that, Eve realized, didn't merely please. It warmed her, in the deep. "Anyway," Eve continued, "I wanted it because I knew I could do it. I knew I'd be good, and I'd get better. I know when I walk into that bullpen, I can depend on every man there. But it's just as important, maybe more, that every man there knows he can depend on me, that I'll stand for them and with them, and if necessary, in front of them. If they don't know that, have absolute faith in that, in me, I've failed." "You haven't failed." Peabody sniffled a little. "We've got the best damn division in Central." "I happen to agree. Part of that's me, and I'll take credit for it. I'm a damn good boss, and the boss sets the level. Renee set hers, Peabody. And some cop who maybe would have done the job, would have respected the badge, chose to use it, and to dishonor it, because the person responsible for them said it was okay, because the person responsible for them dug down for the weakness and squeezed it." "I never thought of that, or thought of it like that, I guess." Other cops, good cops like Devon, died because the person responsible for her, the person she should have been able to have absolute faith in, made that call. "You're gonna bury her for it." Peabody looked up again, blinked at the sudden fierceness in Eve's tone. "I'm the lieutenant, and I'm telling you, you're going to stand for Detective Gail Devon, and you're going to get her justice." "Yes, sir." "Now, set up the meet with Rio." "Can I just run a couple things by you, on the avenues I'm taking?" Peabody smiled a little. "Because you're the lieutenant." "Make it quick. I've got politics and pissing contests on my slate." "You advised me to treat it like a cold case, so I've studied the file, the reports, the wit statements. The investigation was minimal because there were statements from cops, Renee's cops, that Devon peeled off during the raid, lost her cover, and during that time was assaulted and killed. She got some streams off, took down a couple of the bad guys before she went down." "And?" Eve prompted. It reads like a cover, Dallas. An obvious cover. Like she screwed up, but her team edged from that so she'd get the posthumous honor. It reads Blue Line. No point putting she fucked up in her record since she's dead, but it's there, you know? Yeah. I can't re-interview the wits without alerting them and Renee, so I'm re-interviewing the victim. Eve kept her smile inside. Okay. Her record previous to Renee's command, her instructors in the academy, cops she worked with when she was in uniform, after she made detective. Her family, friends, D.S. Allo. I'm working down the line. I told them, except for Allo, I'm working on something that crosses with the raid, so I'm just back-checking. Good. She wasn't a fuck-up. And hearing what Mira had to say in the briefing, I can follow the dots on how they set her up to look like one. Where are you going from here? I wanted to talk to her mother, Peabody told her, but her mother doesn't want to talk to me. She doesn't want to revisit, and has a serious hard-on for cops. She had a breakdown after it happened, and from what I've got, she's never come all the way back. They were tight. I think she might have something and not know it. Something Devon said or did that could bounce me to the next step. I don't know how hard to push. If your gut tells you she's got something, you push. You find a way. You know how to work people, Peabody. How to relate, empathize, slide into their skin a little. Your eye-wits are liars, so you're looking for people who have no reason to lie. That's good strategy.
Number 9.
You know how to work people, Peabody. How to relate, empathize, slide into their skin a little. Your eye-wits are liars, so you're looking for people who have no reason to lie. That's good strategy. I'll go see her this morning. But it's possible that if we can flip this doctor, put some pressure on the cops in the raid, we could get her for Gail Devon without anything else. Possible. Do you want possible? Eve demanded. Listen, you may not be able to wrap it all the way, but you keep going, and you'll know you did your best by her. That's what she deserves. It's what I expect. It's what you'll be able to tell yourself when it's done, one way or the other. Now set up my damn meat. All over it. Peabody rose. You were my hero. Me on his aid. I was so happy, and I was so fucking scared. Remembering, Peabody let out a half laugh. Those were the days, Eve said, and made Peabody's laugh full. It didn't take long for me to learn you weren't a mythical figure, or the kind of hero whose stun streams bounce off of. You bleed just like the rest of us, but you still go through the door. That makes you, and the rest of us who do the same, damn good cops. I learned I'd rather be a damn good cop than a hero. I learned I didn't want to be like you. You taught me to want to be me. You taught me and helped make me a damn good cop, because you're the lieutenant. Peabody pulled out her link to set up the meet. In short order, Eve stood outside studying the spiffy little compact in sapphire blue. What part of not flashy did you miss? She asked Rourke as Peabody let out a happy woohoo. You consider anything this side of ugly flashy. This vehicle is serviceable, handles very well, and has an excellent electronics package Peabody might find useful. Woohoo! Peabody said again. It's Uptown Mag. For a serviceable vehicle I will treat with great respect, she added. Wait 10 minutes after I'm through the gate before heading out, she told Peabody. If they've set up a tail, they'll follow me, and you'll be clear. Do you think I can't shake a tail? How many times have you done so? Okay, but there's always a first time, which isn't this time, Peabody continued, due to the delicacy of the investigation. That would be correct. Update me when you have something worth telling me. I appreciate the loaner for my partner, Eve told Rourke, and apologize if she drools on the upholstery. Go get your warrant. He kissed her lightly. I want to go play with my friends. Well, enjoy. She got into her vehicle, shook her head as Peabody stroked the shiny blue fender and purred. I like mine better, she muttered, and drove off in her ugly but loaded DLE. When Eve walked into the sex club, Crack gave her what she could only interpret as the stink eye. Rio sat at the bar, chatting with him, looking like a lost ray of sunshine in the dim and dinge. Sorry. Eve set down the box she'd loaded from the buffet table in her office. I brought you pastries and real coffee. Crack opened the lid, studied the contents. Not a bad payoff, white girl. Plus, lucky for you, I like Blondie's company. Give you some room. He set another bottle of water on the bar and took his payoff box down to the other end. I don't get pastries? Rio demanded. Maybe he'll share. Sorry I'm a little late. I got hung up. It better be good. I had to reschedule my 9 o'clock. So what's urgent and confidential? Eve opened her water. Rio was a curvy little blonde with a hint of Southern in her voice. She looked and sounded like a lightweight, a fact she used expertly to disarm, then skewer defense attorneys, defendants, and opposing witnesses. If you can't move on what I tell you, respecting that urgency and keeping a seal on the confidential, I can't tell you. I can't suck up urgent and confidential unless I know what I'm sucking up. Yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? Give me this. Do you trust your boss without qualification, without hesitation? Yes. He's a good PA, a good lawyer, and a good man. Do I agree with him 100% of the time? No. But if I did, it wouldn't say much about either of us. That's a good answer. In fact, Eve decided, she couldn't think of a better one. If I ask you if you'll speak to no one but him about what I'm going to tell you, what I need from you, can you agree to that? Yes, but I can't promise to agree with what you need or to recommend to him he agree. You will. Eve took a long drink of water, then laid it out, start to finish. It took time. When dealing with a lawyer, Eve knew, everything tangled with questions, arguments, points of law. Rio took out her book, made notes, demanded Eve backtrack and go over already covered ground. And all of that assured Eve she'd gone to the right person. This is gonna be a massacre, Rio murmured, and the blood that stains the ground is gonna sink in deep. Everything she's touched, Dallas, everything her squad's touched is going to carry that stain. The legal ramifications. Arrests, confessions, plea bargains, convictions. Every one will go in the sewer. I know it. Oh, she's going down. We're going to take her down hard. I've had her on the stand. Her, Garnett, Bix, some of the others, had them on the stand, witnesses for the prosecution. I've put people away who damn well deserved to go away, and because of this, those people get the door opened. She's going down, Rio repeated, her eyes like blue steel. How many cops do you suspect she's had executed? If you count Garnett, I don't, Rio snapped. Okay, then. 2, I'm sure of. I have what we've got for you. She pushed a disc across the bar. You're not just here because the e-geeks want to try a new angle and we need the warrant. You're here because I wanted you to be prepared, to give you time to start putting your end of it together. Believe me, we will. Rio, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, but I have to say it. You have to be absolutely, unquestionably sure of the judge you go to on this. She could have one in her pocket, or have a bailiff, a clerk. She could have somebody in your office. God, that pisses me off. It pisses me off that this makes me worry that might be true. I'll go to my boss, and we'll work this out. That has to be done first, so it'll take some time to get that warrant. The E-work's probably not a snap anyway. I'll get back to you. Alone, Eve sat at the bar for a minute, turning the water bottle in circles. Crack walked back down, took a long look at her. Still working the hard one? Yeah. I want to be pissed off. Mostly am. But now and again I lose that edge, and then I just feel sick. Maybe I say something piss you off. Give you the edge back. She shook her head, smiled a little. No, I already owe you 3.5. Friends don't keep score. Not when it matters. He put his huge hand over hers on the bar, patted it. Want a pastry? She laughed this time. No, thanks. I've got to get back to the hard. Peabody approached the little house in the Bronx with trepidation. She wasn't afraid she'd walk away empty, though that was a possibility. She was more afraid she'd push the wrong way and break what she believed was a brittle hold on survival. She thought of her own mother, what it would be like for her to be told her daughter was dead. Dead because she'd made the choice to be a cop. Dead because she'd been ordered to put herself at risk, and had done so. Her mother was strong, Peabody thought, but it would put cracks in her. It would damage, and there would be fissures that would never fully close again. So she thought of her own mother as she knocked on the door of the little house in the Bronx. The woman who opened it was too thin, brittle again, with her hair pulled back in a tail. She wore cut-off sweats and a T-shirt, and studied Peabody with annoyance out of shadowed eyes. Mrs. Devon, I told you yesterday, when you got me on the link, I've got nothing to say to you. To any cop about Gail. Mrs. Devon, if you could just hear me out. You don't have to say anything, just hear me out. I wouldn't disturb you if it wasn't important. Important to who? You? I don't care about what's important to you. You're cleaning up your files? That's all she is to you. A file. Just a name in a file. No, ma'am, she's not. No, ma'am. The emotion in her heart, in her belly, rang clearly in her voice. I apologize more than I can say if I gave you that impression. I've gotten to know Gail a little. I know she liked to sing and had a strong alto. I know her father taught her to fish, and even though she didn't really like it, she went with him because they liked the time together. I know you and she had a strong, loving relationship. I know even after she moved to Manhattan, the two of you got together every week for girl time. Lunch, dinner, a vid, the salon, shopping, it didn't matter. Peabody's stomach clenched as tears began to roll down the woman's cheeks, but she didn't stop. She called you her best friend. You didn't want her to be a cop, but you didn't stand in her way. You were proud of her when she graduated from the academy, with honors. When she made detective, you had a party for her. She knew you were proud of her. I think it meant a lot to her to know you were. Why are you doing this? Tears burned in Peabody's eyes. She didn't let them fall, but she wasn't ashamed to let them show. Not here. Not with a dead cop's mother. Because I have a mother, Mrs. Devon, and she didn't really want me to be a cop. I know she's proud of me, and it means a lot. I love her so much. And some days, because she lives out west, I miss her until it hurts. Why did you do it then? Why did you leave her and do this? Because I'm a cop. It's what I am as much as what I do. Gail was a cop. She was your daughter, and she loved you. She was a cop, and she tried to make things better. It killed her. I know. Peabody let a little of the anger clutched inside her show, let it mix with the sympathy. When I was coming here, I thought of my mom and what it would do to her if she lost me. I wish for her I could be something else, but I can't. You were proud of Gail. I would have been proud to know her. What do you want from me? Could I come in, please? Oh, what does it matter? When the woman turned away, leaving the door open, Peabody stepped inside. She noted the clutter on a table. Items that had obviously been on shelves, caught the scent of cleaner, polish. I'm sorry I upset you so much yesterday. You didn't get much sleep last night. Now a cleaning binge to help you work it off. She tried a small smile. My mom does the same. It wasn't quite true, as it was her father who used that route, but sticking with mothers seemed best, and not altogether a lie. Ask what you want to ask and go. I want to get back to my housework. Won't have her long, Peabody calculated, and skipped over the groundwork she'd intended to lay. Gail had a good record. Her evaluations from her superiors were excellent. There were some notes in her file during the period she served under Lieutenant Renee Oberman that indicated she was having a difficult time. So what? The resentment, the instinctive defense of her child, charged out. It's difficult work, and she worked hard, too hard. She barely did anything but work those last weeks. Did you see her during that period, during those last weeks? Of course I did. Did she tell you why she was stressed, or what she was working on that was particularly difficult? No. We didn't talk about her work. She knew I didn't like it. Being proud of your child doesn't mean you want to be reminded how dangerous the work is they've chosen. I know she was tense, on edge. She'd lost weight. You were worried about her. I asked her to take some time off, said we'd take a little trip, a few days at the shore. She said she'd like that, could use that, but she had to finish something first. Finish something important, then she'd really want to get away for a while. It was work. If it had been a man or anything else, she'd have told me. Is there anyone else she would have told? One of you. Cops talk to other cops. Peabody nodded, felt it slipping away. Did she keep a notebook, a diary, any sort of journal? No. You're sure? Of course I'm sure. Anger fired through grief again. And if she had kept one, I wouldn't let you see it. It would be personal. But she didn't keep a diary. I have all of her things, and there's nothing like that. You have her things? A little bubble of excitement, of hope opened in Peabody's throat. Can I see them? Why should I? Please, Mrs. Devon. I can't explain everything, but I promise you I want to do right by Gail. I swear to you that's my only purpose in being here, in asking you. You're like a dog with a bone. The woman turned her back, strode through the living area to a dining nook, through that to a room off a kitchen that gleamed and smelled of lemon. It was like a small bedroom without the bed. Clothes hung neatly in the closet. Peabody imagined more were neatly folded in the small dresser. Pieces of Gail Devon sat here and there. Whatnot boxes, scarves, a bright pink vase, photos, framed posters, a Little League trophy, a fishing rod. A slim case held discs, music vids, Peabody noted, all arranged by category, alphabetized. She got a little buzz. That's a nice collection. It was how she relaxed, let loose. I know her now, Peabody thought. She was smart and determined, a good cop. Where would a smart, determined, and good cop hide a record she wanted to keep handy, keep safe? Mrs. Devon, I have to ask you to let me borrow Gail's music collection. Hot pink colors stained cheeks already wet with tears. Do you think I'd hand over what was Gail's, one of her most important things, to a stranger? She's not a stranger to me. Peabody looked into Mrs. Devon's eyes and repeated, I want to do right by Gail. If she were standing in front of my mother, I know she'd do the same for me. On her way back to Manhattan, Peabody had to pull over, rest her head on the wheel. Please, God, she murmured, let me find something. Don't let me have done this to that poor woman for nothing. Chapter 18. Eve had a short window to check in with her own men, so she hit the bullpen between meetings. After a quick scan, she gestured to Trueheart. My office. She went in, grabbed coffee, downed half of it. Where's Baxter? She asked when Trueheart stepped in. He's working a wit in the lounge, Lieutenant. I'm verifying some information via link. Is there a reason I need to know what you're working on? She interrupted. Any humps, bumps, problems, questions? No, sir. Not at this time. Good. Is there anything anybody's got going that requires me? You pay attention, Trueheart, she said when he hesitated. You know what's moving out there. I don't have time for a rundown unless I need a rundown. No, sir. I don't think your attention's required on anything current. Get the word out. If I'm needed, leave a memo. If it's urgent, contact via link. Yes, sir. She eased down on the corner of her desk, a deliberate move to take some of the formal out of the exchange. What's the buzz out there, Trueheart? He looked at her, spiffy in his uniform. Sir? Jesus, Trueheart, I know damn well Baxter's clipped some of the green off of you, and as I said previous, you pay attention. You know what the talk is. Let's hear it. Well, everybody knows something's going on, and it's more than the dead junkie. Word's out, one of Lieutenant Oberman's men went down at the same scene. And being cops, they're speculating, Eve added, and laying money on various scenarios. He flushed a little. It's very possible, Lieutenant. Get the word out. I consider speculation the natural order of things, and would be shocked, officer, shocked and appalled to discover gambling was going on in my bullpen. He gave her a sober nod, spoiled a little by his struggle to control a grin. Yes, sir, Lieutenant. I can be contacted, but only on urgent matters for the next 2 hours. Understood? Yes, sir. Dismissed. Alone, she stood a moment, finishing her coffee and studying her board. When her link signaled, she saw Peabody on the display. "Dallas." "I think I might have something," Peabody began. Eve switched to her privacy mode and took the communication on the way to Whitney's office. Whitney opened the door personally. There were new lines dug into his face, she noted. More gray threaded through his hair than there had been even a few days before. Command, she thought, could be a harsh master. "Lieutenant." "Sir." He gestured her into his office with its wide windows to the city he was sworn to protect. Commander Marcus Oberman stood in front of one of them. Tall, sturdy, in his serious gray suit and steel blue tie. He'd let his hair go white, kept it shorn short, military style. Command had left its mark on him as well, but he remained a handsome man, striking and fit at 86. "Commander Oberman," Whitney said. "Lieutenant Dallas." "Lieutenant." Oberman extended his hand. "I appreciate you taking the time to come in to meet with me. I understand the value of your time." "It's an honor, Commander." "And for me. You have an impressive reputation. Your commander speaks highly of you." "Thank you, sir." "Can we sit?" Oberman asked, deferring to Whitney. "Please." Whitney gestured to chairs. Oberman took one. "You were barely out of the academy when I retired from this office," Oberman began. "But I followed some of your investigations in the media and heard the buzz at the trough where we old war horses gather." He smiled when he said it, the bright blue eyes he'd passed to his daughter friendly on hers. But Eve felt herself being summed up. She had no quibble with that, as she did the same with him. "Of course, now with the success of Nadine First's book, your work on the Iacove case is well documented. It's been good for the department, wouldn't you agree, Jack, the interest in that case? How it was pursued, investigated, and closed?" "I would." "From what I'm told and observed, Lieutenant, you've butted heads with fellow officers during the course of investigations." "I'm sure that's accurate, Commander." His smile widened. "If you're not butting heads now and then, you're not doing the job, in my opinion." He leaned back in the chair. Taking the formal out, Eve judged, as she had with Trueheart. "It takes confidence, even bull-headedness, as well as training, talent, dedication to stick with a job and to move up the ranks. I understand you and my daughter are butting heads at the moment." "I regret if Lieutenant Oberman sees it that way." He nodded, his gaze pinned on hers. Still cop's eyes, Eve thought. Shrewd, probing, the sort that could peel away the layers and expose what was hiding beneath. "Your commander will attest to the fact that I don't make a habit of interfering with departmental business. I no longer have the chair and hold nothing but respect for the man who does." "Yes, sir, as do I." "But a father is a father, Lieutenant, and from that job no man retires. I expect you and Lieutenant Oberman would have some certain friction between you, as you are different types, have different work styles, but you're both still ranked officers of the NYPSD." "Absolutely understood, Commander." "I hadn't intended to become involved in this situation in any way." He lifted his hands, spread them. "Even when I had the chair, I believed my officers should settle their own differences." Daddy refusing to grease the wheels, Eve thought. That had to chap Renee's ass. Yes, sir. I agree. I reconsidered this only after learning early this morning that one of my daughter's men had gone down, the officer who was at the center of the friction. It's very regrettable Detective Garnett lost his life, sir. Every man lost can and does affect us all, but most particularly his commanding officers. You've lost men under your command, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. She could list their names. She knew their faces. It's my hope, Lieutenant, that given these new and tragic circumstances, you will agree to expunge the mark you placed on the fallen officer's record. Deservedly placed, he added. But I would reach out to you now on this for Lieutenant Oberman and her man. No, sir. I regret I'm unable to accommodate you on this matter. He sat back, obviously taken by surprise. It's so important to you, Lieutenant, that this rip stands? On a dead man? Dead or alive, he earned it. I apologize to the fathers, sir, but hope the commander who held this chair and who served this department honorably for more years than I've been alive will accept my stand when I say Detective Garnett's lieutenant, present throughout that incident, did not intervene, did not control the situation. Are you directing the rip at Garnett or his lieutenant? I'm not in the position to discipline his lieutenant. Respectfully, sir, I will not expunge his suspension, and in fact have already begun procedures that will result, I believe, in his expulsion from the force, posthumously. That is a harsh stance, a harsh line. Yes, sir, it is. You may not be aware, Commander, that last evening Detective Garnett came to my home, did in fact lie in wait at my home. He attempted to assault me, did in fact make physical contact, did in fact draw his weapon. No. Oberman's face went to stone. I was not aware. I was not apprised. The incident is on record, sir, and was reported immediately after it occurred. I believe Lieutenant Oberman will have been made aware of it. She waited just a beat to let that little gem shine. Detective Garnett's death is regrettable, Commander, but it is my opinion he didn't deserve his rank, his badge. I will continue to do whatever I can to see he's stripped of them. His death doesn't make him any less of a bad cop. No, it does not. I withdraw my request, Lieutenant Dallas, and I apologize for making it. No apology necessary, sir. Eve rose as he did. I'll let you, both of you, get back to your work. Thank you, Commander Whitney, for giving me the time. And you, Lieutenant. It was an honor to meet you, sir. As Whitney led Oberman to the door, the former commander paused, turned back to Eve. Do you believe Garnett's death comes out of the murder of this Keener? I'm not working Garnett's case, sir, but I am cooperating and will continue to cooperate fully with the officers assigned to that investigation. I see. He looked at her for a long moment, then walked out without another word. He's embarrassed. Whitney closed the door. Angry and embarrassed to have put himself in this position. And there's a place in him now, twisting inside as he wonders, worries, considers what position his daughter might be in. Yes, sir, Eve agreed. It's going to be worse for him, and soon. And as Whitney walked to the window to look out at his city, Eve understood he, too, was angry and embarrassed. All the years he gave this job, this city, all the years he sat in command, All the work he put into helping rebuild and reform this department after the Urbans, and his name will always carry this. Her name. Whitney shook his head as he turned back. You don't have children, Dallas. It will always be his name, and it will always be his shame. She waited until Whitney returned to his desk, sat heavily behind it. Permission to speak freely, sir. So given. I can't and won't say that none of this will fall on you. You're in command, so it will. But I can and will say you're not responsible. Being in command makes me responsible. No, sir. Taking responsibility and being responsible aren't always the same thing. You'll take it because you'd never do otherwise, but Renee Oberman is responsible. And in a way that's deeply unfair, so is her father. His name and his reputation, the awe he inspires, allowed her room. Inclined some to turn a blind eye, influenced others to go along. Including me? I can't answer that, Commander. But I know when I brought this to you, you didn't turn a blind eye or give her room. You acted as a commander, because you'd never do otherwise, and you acted knowing full well what would fall on you. You could have done it differently. Obviously intrigued, he sat back. How so? You could have found a way to get her off the job. You could have found a way to pressure her off, to keep it internal, to weed out her squad. And, sir, you could have covered it up, kept it inside, called on the blue line. Dead man's just a junkie. Sure, cops are dead, but you can't bring them back. She paused a moment, watching his face. You probably considered it, waited out for about 5 minutes. You could have made it work. I can see how you could have made it work, but you'd never take that out. Because you're in command. Because you're a cop, sir, and you'll never be anything else. He pressed his palms together, tapped his index fingers on his chin. You assume you know me, Lieutenant. I do know you, Commander. She thought of what Peabody had said to her. I have had the opportunity to study some of your work as a detective, as you moved up the ranks. I have studied and observed your methods and manners since I've served under you. I respect how you sit the chair. Do you consider how you might do the same? How you might sit this chair one day? That's a terrifying thought. She made him laugh. He rose, walked to the auto chef, and sighed. Christ, I wish I had some of your coffee. I can have some sent up. He shook his head, made do with what he had, then brought her a cup, once again reminding her of her earlier session with Peabody. Sit down, Dallas. Tibble will be here any minute, and IAB will be right behind him. We're going to stick there, you and I, not only in your proprietary role in the Keener homicide, but in your integral role in the Oberman investigation. I believe Tibble will agree. If not, we'll convince him. Yes, sir, we will. Commander, contact Nadine first. He lifted his eyebrows, said nothing. She will agree to and proceed by stipulations of timing, off-the-record statements, of confidentiality. She won't release anything until you give her the green. You want me to use her to spin this off me? Not precisely, sir, no. Nadine likes to get her teeth in red meat as much as any reporter. She's just better at seeing the real story, not just the jazz that pulls ratings. That's why I think she pulls them. She digs for the truth, not just the juice. I know we have our PR people, media liaisons, mouthpieces, but in my opinion, she's worth 10 of them. He nodded slowly, watching her now. Go on. Sir, Renee Oberman's actions will hurt the department once they become public. More, they'll hurt the public, as cage doors will certainly open. I see the value in using whatever is at our disposal to minimize that damage, with truth. Corruption existed. When uncovered, it was ruthlessly, systematically, and unhesitatingly cut out. I'll consider it. Sir, you're still in the speak freely zone, Dallas. Go on her show. You, the chief, if he'll agree. Me, Peabody, especially Peabody. The situation she was in, the actions she took, who she is, will play well. Eve pushed, hard, surprising herself how fiercely she wanted to convince him. A good cop, a young female detective trapped in a deadly situation, who turned that and spearheaded the exposure of corruption, of murder and treachery. We're the blue line, sir, and that will resonate on screen. But Peabody is the face, the very human element, and she would symbolize who we are, contrast sharply against what Renee Oberman is. He rubbed his chin, and his lips curved a little above his fingers. You can carve out an angle like that, an excellent angle, and believe the idea of your ass in the chair someday down the road is terrifying? He waved off her response before she could make it. I should have thought of it myself. Should have thought it through exactly that way. I'll contact first. Something inside her nodded. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me. I'm wondering why I haven't assigned you to media and PR. Because, sir, I hope I've done nothing to deserve that kind of punishment. Both he and Eve rose when Whitney's admin announced Chief Tibble. He was dark, long, and lean, and wore a suit well. A good look, Eve knew, for media conferences and screen time. But there was considerably more under the surface. He studied Eve a moment, then addressed her directly. This avalanche was precipitated by a dead junkie in a bathtub. No, sir, this avalanche was precipitated by Renee Oberman's corrupt and illegal use of her badge, her name, her rank, and this department. Point well taken and well expressed. But I wasn't talking about the goddamn shit rolling down the goddamn hill, but what set off the roll. That would be a dead junkie in a bathtub, sir, technically. We're going to use him, everything and everyone that came before and after him, to bury her in it. When we do, the department's going to stand on top of that shit pile and claim victory. We're going to work on that, Jack. The lieutenant has just given me a solid suggestion on just that. We'll talk about it after we're done with IAB. We'll talk about that, work on that, and we will goddamn deal with that, because she's not going to take any part of this department down with her. You take her down, he said to Eve, in a tone that told her he'd prefer to do it himself, with his bare hands. You take her down hard. Hard enough she can't get up again. I don't want her limping away from this, turning it so the department takes more hits. That's my intention, Chief Tibble. Make it your mission in life, he snapped. Then turned to Whitney. We'll handle the fallout. God damn it, Jack. How the hell does a woman like this get rank, get power, get a free fucking pass? Before Whitney could speak, Tibble waved a hand in the air, spun away. He stalked to the window, stood staring out, his hands linked behind his back. I should know. I've had her in my office. I've entertained her along with her parents in my own home. My own home, he said more quietly. I've probably given her a few of those free passes myself. God damn it. Lieutenant Dallas, did Renee Oberman order the assassination of police officers? I believe she did, sir. He whirled around, led with absolute fury. I don't want your beliefs. You prove it. You prove it so the PA can take it to a jury without a reasonable doubt. Your beliefs mean nothing in a court of law, and without Chief Tibble. Whitney moved until he stood between Eve and the chief. Renee Oberman is under my command, and her actions have taken place under my watch. When I want you to throw yourself on your sword, I'll tell you. This department can't afford to lose you, and I'm damned if Renee Oberman will cause us to shed more blood. But I know it's taken a homicide lieutenant and a dead junkie to bring you and me, IAB, and God himself into the light on this. That's a hell of a thing. Chief Tibble, Eve began. It was, in fact, my partner overhearing the damning conversation between— Don't interrupt me when I'm complimenting your work, Lieutenant, and blowing off steam I need to finish blowing off before dealing with IAB. Sir. He pressed his fingers to his eyes briefly. Your partner did well, Lieutenant, as did you. As have you, Commander. We're going to make damn sure at the end of the day that outbalances a corrupt cop and a blemished squad. He stopped when IAB's arrival was announced. Let's go with pecking order, Jack. Let me take the wheel first. Lieutenant, have a seat. Apparently, Eve thought, the steam had blown as now Tibble stood, cool and contained, as Webster and his captain entered. Captain, Lieutenant, be seated. Here, he said when they had, is how we want this to go. He laid it out concisely, reasonably, and in a tone that said this was already so. Eve admired the style, particularly since she'd just finished being singed by the furnace blast of his temper. She would continue to head the investigation into Keener's death, providing reports and data to IAB, who would, in turn, keep her apprised of all actions in progress in their internal investigations relating to Oberman. There was debate, disagreement, but it was clear to Eve that Tibble had the controls. A good general, she thought, looks at the whole battlefield and the ground beyond, then chooses where and how to fight. IAB's investigation of Renee Oberman and the others involved with her remains essential, necessary, and will have every assist, every cooperation from my office, the commanders, from Lieutenant Dallas and her people. But the murder of police officers and civilians outweighs even that. The murder of police officers is part of IAB's investigation, Webster pointed out, which is why this has to be a coordinated effort. You agree, Commander? Unquestionably. Lieutenant Dallas, Tibble asked. Absolutely, sir. The fact is, my team and our investigation have made considerable progress on the officer-involved homicides. I received an update from my partner on that end a short time ago, and have not yet updated the commander or passed that information to IAB. I'd like permission to do so, if we're all agreed on how these matters will proceed. Otherwise, I would be obliged to follow the letter of procedure, reporting only to my commander and leaving it to him what information he deems proper to relate to internal affairs. "Don't get slippery, Dallas," Webster warned. "Don't get greedy, Webster." Before he could snap back at her, his captain shot him a warning look. "There are points all around. While we may not be on the same page, I think we all want this book to close the same way. IAB will cooperate, stipulating that if any information regarding any other officer is uncovered during the outside investigation, we are given that information. No surveillance, no E-track, no meets involving any tentacle of these investigations takes place without IAB knowledge." Tibble kept his face neutral, turned to Whitney. "Commander?" "Agreed. Lieutenant Dallas, your report." Detective Peabody interviewed Detective Gail Devon's mother this morning. Mrs. Devon has been resistant to speaking with the police on any matter, and particularly about the death of her daughter in the line of duty. As you know, Commander, Peabody has a way of softening hard lines. Through her efforts, Mrs. Devon allowed Peabody to take a collection of what appear to be music discs. All of Devon's possessions are now with her mother and have been held there. We're aware Devon suspected her lieutenant of something from previous statements already shared with IAB through Lieutenant Webster. Peabody's assessment is Devon was an organized cop, a detailer, a sharp observer, which we believe led to the order for her execution. Peabody believes, and I agree, it's very likely Devon kept a record of observations, a record she would have been smart enough to hide until such time that she felt justified in reporting those observations or had proven her suspicions. "Music discs," Webster repeated, but Eve saw him calculating. Lieutenant Oberman sent 2 men to toss Keener's place the morning after his death, when she learned the case had fallen to me and was being pursued. If she worried enough about Devon to order the hit, she sure as hell found a way to search Devon's apartment, her electronics. "And may very well have found, taken, and destroyed any documents or files," the IAB captain commented. "May have. But Peabody believes Devon was smart enough not to have anything on her comp, on her link, in an obvious file. A collection of music discs, ordered and in plain sight, could easily have been ignored. Maybe you check out a couple, then move on. Peabody is, or has by now, transported them to my home office, which is set as HQ, for examination and analysis. Even if Devon made a secret record of her suspicions, they're still suspicions," Webster pointed out. "It goes to pattern, to motive. Leave the homicide investigating to me. It's what I do. We can and will build a case against her, for Devon, for Strum, for Keener, even for Garnett." Eve shifted so she spoke more directly to Whitney. "Commander, it's my opinion she's had relatively smooth sailing in her little venture, all this time. She's had damn good luck, and she's got skills along with the power of her father's name. And she got cocky. She mishandled Garnett, and had been mishandling him for a while. She didn't play him right because she simply got used to having him dance when she said dance. She's more lucky than smart," Eve continued. "Cop smart," she amended. "She's ridden on Daddy's coattails whenever possible, and that's something she resents. She does it, resents it, so she has to keep reaching for more. You've got her from Mira. That's how she's made. Garnett not only slapped back at her authority, he turned on her, and caused her embarrassment, caused her to lose a round with me. She ordered him gone as much for pride and revenge as expediency." "How does that connect to Devon?" Webster insisted. Jesus, Webster, you haven't been out of murder that long. The impatience burning through only added impact to her theory. It's how she deals when she wants to shed a problem, and when the problem touches something personal. Devon, female, questioning her, or asking questions about her. Pushing where Renee didn't want her pushing. Devon's mentor is a vet, a retired cop, who was on the squad when Renee took over. He didn't like her, and he transferred. "Allo," Webster said. "Detective Sergeant Samuel." "Yeah." She'd know Devon was talking to him. Devon's trouble, and isn't falling in line or transferring out even with bogus crappy evals. Peabody may find more, something specific. The hair on the camel's back, straw. Webster smiled a little. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. What would a camel do with a straw? Whatever. Renee needed Devon gone. She made her gone. We'll find the same with Strum. It's pattern. She ordered Bix to do Keener. Could have scared a weasel like him off, but that's not enough for her. Dead means safe. And he can't screw with her plans, her tidy system. Dead, they're out of the equation. Eve got to her feet. "Commander, I'd like to get back to work, with your permission, and trust you to work out any further details on coordinating with internal affairs. Commander Oberman will have had sufficient time, I believe, to speak to her." "Commander Oberman," Webster began. "A moment, Lieutenant, and you'll be apprised." "Permission granted, Lieutenant Dallas." "Thank you, sir." "Chief, Captain, Lieutenant." "Is it permissible to ask where you're going?" Webster asked. "I'm going to kick more dirt in Renee Oberman's face," Eve told him. "It's the fun part of the job." And looking forward to it, she went out, closed the door. Chapter 19. They wore black armbands in Lieutenant Oberman's squad. Other than that, as far as Eve could see, it was business as usual. Then again, the mood here struck her as depressing in any case. As usual, Renee's blinds shuttered her window and the glass of her closed door. Eve's glance flicked over Lila Strong, just long enough for their eyes to meet. Then she moved directly to the lieutenant's door. "The boss isn't available." Eve turned to Bix. She'd been hoping for a confrontation there, but hadn't expected it to be so easy. "Were you speaking to me, Detective?" "The lieutenant isn't available." "As you are addressing a superior, Detective, that would be, 'The lieutenant isn't available, sir.'" "Sir." He kept his seat, his eyes cold as a shark's. "Lieutenant Oberman's orders are she is not to be disturbed at this time. We lost one of our own last night." "I'm aware of the loss, Detective. Bix, isn't it?" "That's right." "That's right, sir." "Sir." "You partnered with Detective Garnett?" "When so assigned by my lieutenant." She waited a beat. "And it appears you share his difficulty in showing the respect due to superiors. Or is that a theme that runs through this squad? As I hold the opinion the boss sets the tone, this gives me cause to wonder if Lieutenant Oberman has difficulty showing respect to superiors." "You're not her superior." Eve took a step closer to his desk, well aware the focus of the room had narrowed on them. "You want a pissing contest with me, Bix? Then get on your feet for it." "On your feet, Detective," she ordered when he didn't move. He started to rise, slowly. His face never changed. Cold eyes, hard jaw. She wondered what it would take to goad him into taking a shot at her. Just one shot, she thought, and she'd have his badge, threaten Renee with a full disciplinary review, and send her squad into chaos. The door behind her burst open, and told her one of the things she wanted to know. Renee had the squad room monitored from her office. "Dallas, I don't appreciate you coming into my squad and harassing my men." "Is that what I'm doing?" Eve kept her eyes on Bix as she spoke. "Do you consider it harassment to expect and demand respect due rank? Your men are a disgrace." "In my office!" Now Eve turned, and her tone brought winter into the room. "I don't take orders from you, Oberman. You're on the edge of having me file a formal complaint against you, against this detective, and requesting a full review of your command." Angry color slashed across Renee's cheekbones. "I would prefer to discuss your grievances in the privacy of my office." "Sure," Eve said, and strolled inside. She had to fight a satisfied smile when the door slammed. And it was just plain fun to see, even with the heels Renee wore, that she retained the advantage of height. She tried a Somerset-style look down her nose. "Who the hell do you think you are? Coming into my squad, threatening me, abusing my men? Do you think because you're Central's golden girl you can come here, aim and fire at me? Today of all days. You bitch, I lost a man last night. And you want to talk to me about respect? Where the hell is yours?" "Are you finished?" Eve said smoothly. "Or do you have more?" "I don't like you." Ouch. "I don't like your attitude, your interference, or your habit of muscling in on my command. You're not the only one who can file a formal complaint." "Be my guest. I think we both know, especially since Dad's no longer in the chair, who'd come out on top on that one. Speaking of your father," Eve glanced at the portrait, "it was a pleasure meeting him earlier." "Fuck you!" This time she didn't bother to control it, and just laughed. "Wow, that really stings. Now, do you want to keep shooting your spitballs, or do you want to get down to it?" "I've already wasted more than enough time on you." "Oh boy, I have to say right back at you. However, I actually make it a policy to do my job, even when it's annoying. I'm here regarding Garnett. I see you've been informed of his death, as you're decked out in mourning black. Nice suit, by the way." Renee's withering stare only gladdened Eve's heart. "I'll be documenting your sarcasm and disrespect toward a fallen officer." "Document your ass off. It has yet to be determined if he went down in the line, and in fact is leaning hard otherwise. And that's not considering he was on suspension at the time of his death. It's further not considering he'd have certainly lost his badge and faced criminal charges had he lived." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Well, gee, I'd say I guess you didn't get the memo, except we both know otherwise." Eve pulled a disc out of her pocket, tossed it on Renee's desk. "That's a recording from my home security that clearly shows Garnett ambushing me at the gates to my home, threatening me, striking me, and drawing his weapon on me with clear intent." "Your man was rabid and rogue, Renee, a fact I have no doubt you and your father discussed quite recently. No wonder you're in such a bad mood." "What my father and I discuss is none of your business." "On the contrary, you've made it mine. You went crying to Daddy about mean old Lieutenant Dallas, and it backfired on you. Instead of disciplining your detective for his behavior, you took steps to attempt to sweep it under the rug, and that detective, fully aware you would not and did not discipline him, escalated into drawing down on a fellow officer with an unregistered weapon he'd been using when he did it, and it will very likely be determined he'd been using when he died." I'm not done," Eve snapped. "If you don't immediately request and recommend a random test for your squad for illegals, I will, with cause. What do you know about a legal's work? Renee demanded. Garnett had been under a great deal of pressure the last weeks. He'd been working on a lead on the Giraldi case, and it fizzled on him. He'd been working to revive it when you showed up here, pushing your weight around. I fail to follow how my coming to you over your dead weasel somehow incited Garnett to abuse illegals, threaten me, and end up dead. He was on the edge. I was fully aware of his problems and had discussed them with him. I wanted him to take some time off, get some counseling, and he asked for more time, asked to have a couple more weeks on Giraldi. I gave it to him, and I believe he was making progress on it and on his personal problems until you insisted on the suspension. It's amazing, Eve said in sincere wonder. Really, it is. You can justify the outrageous, even criminal behavior of your detective and consider my actions in response not only as unfair, but as a contributing factor. Your man was a fuck-up, a dangerous fuck-up. Now he's a dead fuck-up. You bear some weight there, and how you deal with that's on you. One thing I know, Eve continued, is in a couple of days you've lost a weasel and a detective. Since I do know how homicide works, I'll be actively pursuing that connection. It's obvious Bill was using Keener, Renee said wearily. I don't know why he didn't tell me. I know he wanted to prove himself to me since I'd made my concerns known, and he was on notice. Whatever he'd been able to tap out of Keener, or whoever Keener had tried to tap, got Keener killed. Bill followed that up, searching Keener's flop, then, it certainly seems apparent, arranging a meeting at the location where Keener had gone to ground, had died, and that cost Bill his life. That'd be nice and tidy, except for the fact that you had a detective out there pursuing leads, taking actions that don't show up in his reports or case files, or in those of the detective working with him on the case, or in yours. You said it yourself, he'd gone rogue. Easy to toss him in front of the runaway train, Eve thought, since he was already dead. But she had another, a live one. I'll need to interview Bix. Damn it! You've just said there's nothing in Bix's notes or reports. Garnett went lone wolf on this, it's clear. Bix never met with Keener. How would you know? Eve pumped derision into the question, watched Renee's jaw clench. If you had one detective writing his own score, you could have two. She glanced at her wrist unit. I've got time now. I'm not going to allow you. You don't allow me, Eve interrupted. I'm primary on an active homicide and consulting on a second, believed connected homicide, which involved a police officer. Bix is entitled to his rep or a lawyer, but I will have him in interview. Eve pulled her comm out of her pocket. This is Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, homicide, requesting an interview room. You can interview him here in my office, Renee objected. There's no need to take him into a formal. The pissier you get, the pissier I get, Eve responded. Interview B, she confirmed, and closed the comm. Have him report within 15 minutes. My division, Interview B. I'm coming in with him. You're welcome to watch from observation. She started for the door, paused. You know, it's weird. I would think you, Bix, everyone on the squad would not only be willing, but anxious to cooperate on every level with an investigation that may lead to the identification, apprehension, and arrest of the individual responsible for Garnett's murder. But, Eve shrugged, that's just me. She strolled out of the squad room as she'd strolled in, and considered her luck rolling along when she ran into Janbury and Delfino on their way in. Detectives? Lieutenant, Janbury acknowledged. I've just finished meeting with Lieutenant Oberman. I'm sure she'll inform you, as she did me, regarding her actions on Garnett's illegals use, and his apparent working off book on an investigation, his use, in her opinion, of her CI, Keener, as an informant. I'll copy you on my report on these details, in case the lieutenant misses any in her discussion with you. We appreciate that, Lieutenant. Delfino's eyebrows lifted, just a hair. Lieutenant Oberman states she was aware Garnett was using and took actions, or didn't take them, as she deemed best. I'm going to interview Detective Bix of her squad, as he was Garnett's most usual partner and was involved in this investigation. He may have additional information that may prove helpful to your case and mine. You're welcome to observe. That's mighty cooperative of you, Janbury commented. I'm in a mighty cooperative mood. My division, Interview B, in about 15. In the tit-for-tat department, Janbury added, Garnett's tox screen confirms he'd consumed illegal substances and alcohol. The alcohol is corroborated by Detective Freeman, also of this squad, who states he and Garnett were together between about 10 and midnight at the 50 bar. The details will also be in our report, which we will copy to you, but Freeman states Garnett was in an excitable and edgy mood, and had considerable uncomplimentary things to say about you. Oh, golly. Janbury smirked. He also claims Garnett received a tag on his link around that midnight hour, which he took outside before returning to finish his drink, and tell Freeman he had a fresh line to pull. But though drinking, excitable, edgy, and running high, I bet he didn't give his pal any details about said line. Nary a one. Nary. Now Eve grinned. I like that. Nary a one. He reads a lot, Delfino supplied. Considering fresh lines and excitable moods, it's just head-scratching that Garnett didn't in turn tag his partner in this investigation. Then again, maybe he was a selfish bastard or thought his partner was a dickhead. Maybe. We'll see what Bix has to say about it. Looking forward to it. Well, shall we proceed? Janbury said to his partner. See? Reads a lot. Enjoying their rhythm, Eve split off to prepare for the interview. In her office, she put together what she needed, then sent memos to Whitney and Webster, leaving it to them to inform their superiors of the interview she'd scheduled. She put in a request for Mira to observe, if possible. Then she tagged Feeney. Progress? Nobody likes a nag. Hey, it's been hours. Not in E-time. We're getting there. We're close. He crunched down on one of his habitual almonds. It's not like replacing a motherboard, you know. Fine. You should be aware I've just come from pissing Renee off, adding some more pressure. She said she didn't like me. That must have hurt your feelings. They're bruised. I ratted her out to her old man regarding Garnett's temper tantrum last night, and if he didn't head down there and give her a spanking, I'll dress like McNabb for a week. She called me a bitch right to my face. I'm shocked by her use of harsh language. I could barely conceal my pain and embarrassment. I also tweaked her boy, Bix, and have him scheduled for interview in a few minutes regarding Garnett's possible use of Renee's weasel, the now-deceased Keener, as Renee graciously opened that door. She's gonna want to do more than use harsh language on you. You think? What's Peabody's status? She's hunkered down in your office here, that's all I know. Rourke? What am I, the freaking hall monitor? The screen filled with his aggrieved face. He's doing rich, important guy shit. He's in and out. Okay, keep me updated. Text only. When we've got it, you'll know. Otherwise, don't bother me. Jeez, she muttered when he clicked off. Temperamental geek. She started down to interview and spotted Baxter at vending. Did you close up the wit? Is that a rhetorical question? He chose a coconut cream bar, which made her stomach curdle. You want? He offered, obviously in a generous mood.
This is disc number 10.
You want? He offered, obviously in a generous mood. Not if I were trapped under the rubble of a fallen building for 5 days and it was my only possible sustenance. I like 'em. To prove it, he ripped the wrapper, bit in. Trueheart and I are working the suspect in interview. We're taking a break so he can sulk and reflect on the error of his ways. Funny thing, when I came out, I saw an illegals detective going into B. Bix. Do you know Bix? No, I haven't had that pleasure. So how did I know it was Bix, you may ask? I may. I call it cop curiosity. He took another bite, chewed. My LT is butting heads with illegals, LT Oberman. I just have to find out a little bit more about the opposition and her crew. Hence my recognition of Bix. Hence, she repeated. You must read a lot. I've been known to crack a book. Now my cop curiosity extends to Bix in interview, perhaps sulking. Perhaps. So noted. Meanwhile, it may or may not be of interest to you, but there are mutters that you're after Oberman because she's on the fast track to captain, or because she has bigger tits, or because she spurned your sexual advances. You made that last one up. Actually, I didn't, but I wish I had. Those mutters aren't getting far, as they're overpowered by louder mutters that Garnett was an asshole and Oberman didn't rein him in, or that you spurned her sexual advances. Mostly the other mutters haven't gotten a foothold because people are more scared of you than Oberman. I like fear. It's versatile. In the right hands. She left him contemplating his choices for washing down the coconut cream and walked into interview, where she'd kept Bix waiting. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, entering interview with Bix, Detective Carl. Detective, I'm formalizing this as our discussion will involve another police officer whose death has been deemed a homicide and is being investigated by other detectives. Do you understand and agree? Yes. I'm going to Mirandize you to keep this interview formal and to adhere to the letter of procedure. She read him the revised Miranda. Do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter? His jaw twitched, just a little. I'm a cop. I know what being Mirandized means. Excellent. Detective, your direct superior is Lieutenant Renee Oberman, illegals, correct? Yes. Under Lieutenant Oberman, you have often partnered with Detective Bill Garnett of the same squad. Yes. Most recently, you and Detective Garnett were assigned as lead investigators on the Giraldi case. According to my information, Detective Garnett believed that case was about to break. We were pursuing several lines of investigation. Eve opened a file, skimmed it as if looking for specific data. Were any of those lines of investigation pursued due to information received from your Lieutenant C.I., Ricky Keener, now deceased? Not to my knowledge. She cocked up her eyebrows. You had not solicited information from that source? No. Had Garnett? Not to my knowledge. It runs a very high probability, Detective, that as both Keener and Garnett were killed at the same location, their murders are connected, either by perpetrator or purpose, or both. I don't believe Keener was murdered. I think he overdosed, as his kind often do. That determination isn't yours to make, Detective. It falls to the ME, to me, to the evidence, which all weigh in on homicide. She closed a file, opened another, exposing Keener's crime scene photos, then slid out one of Garnett's and set them side by side. It would be a very strange coincidence if Detective Garnett was murdered in the same location and his death had no connection to Keener's. Adding to that, you and Garnett entered Keener's residence after his death and performed an illegal search. We believed we had cause and did not, at that time, know Keener was dead. The cause being a possible connection to your investigation. That's right. But you had not solicited Keener prior. I didn't. I said I had no knowledge whether Garnett did. He said he had a hunch that we needed to give Keener a shake. What was the hunch? What was the purpose of the shake? I don't know. She leaned back. You and Garnett were working what you consider a major case, one you believed would shortly break. He has a hunch, and you both go to the flop of your lieutenant's CI, but you don't ask why or what you're looking for when you conduct the illegal search. You don't ask how Keener might be connected to your investigation. Vic shrugged. The first move he'd made since she'd come into the room. Garnett wanted to give him a shake. I backed him up. You don't have much cop curiosity, do you, Bix? I do the job. You follow orders. Did you consider Garnett a partner or a senior detective? He was both. Now he's neither. Did you get along with him? I didn't have any problem with him. Friendly, were you? I didn't have a problem with him, Bix repeated. You had no problem with the fact that your partner and squad mate used illegal substances? The same substances you are assigned to get off the streets. I don't know anything about that. Don't know anything about that, Eve repeated. You're either lying or stupid. I'm going for lying, as nobody's stupid enough not to recognize when their partner's riding up would make it to detective, and sure as hell wouldn't make it in illegals. Think what you want. Oh, I do. I think Garnett had been screwing up lately. I think he pushed at Keener. She nudged the photos across the table. Bix barely gave them a glance. Had to be a reason for Keener to move out of his flop and go into a hole. Had to be a reason for somebody to dig him out long enough to kill him. It's a screw-up, losing a weasel that way, especially the boss's weasel. Then he screws up and illegally enters Keener's flop, conducts, with you, an illegal search. When he's called on it, he goes off on a superior, embarrassing his own and earning a rip. But he's not done screwing up yet. He then gets high and goes after me to the point of drawing his weapon. Must know he's cooked, then, Eve added. So he finds a drinking buddy, another squad mate, but not his partner. Then he goes back to my crime scene, breaks my seal, enters, and ends up with his throat slit. Bix said nothing. I think when somebody screws up that large in that short amount of time, the man who works with him knows something about it. I think when a cop's partner develops an illegals habit, the partner, who one assumes is trained to recognize this, knows something about it. What did your partner know about Keener's murder, Bix? You could ask him. The tiniest hint of a smirk moved his lips. But he's dead. Conveniently. You were military, right, Bix? She said, opening another file. I served. Weapons trained, combat trained. You know how to use a knife. Quick, silent kills. It's an important skill. She looked up. Your parents were military also, and your older brother still is. It's your heritage, so you understand the importance of following orders. When your LT gives you an order, do you follow it, Detective? Yes. Without exception? Without question? Yes. You respect your lieutenant? Yes. And you're loyal to her? Yes. Garnett's behavior, his actions, his lack of discipline, lack of respect reflect poorly on Lieutenant Oberman. Garnett was responsible for himself. You know how the chain of command works, Bix. You've lived your life in it. Garnett was a screw-up, and that makes Lieutenant Oberman a screw-up. That lit the first fire in his eyes. She's twice what you'll ever be. I admire loyalty, even misplaced. Garnett's actions and behavior made your lieutenant look inept, made her look like a fool, showed her to be lacking the power of command to control her man or discipline him. Her own father is disappointed in her lack of leadership. Commander Oberman's time has passed. Lieutenant Oberman runs a tight and efficient unit. Garnett makes her third man down since she took command. That's not real tight in my book. Homicide comes in after it's done. Illegals works the street. Oberman rides a desk, Eve corrected, then shrugged. Did Garnett ever brag about how he used to bang the boss? His eyes stayed cold, nearly blank, but his hands fisted on the table between them. You deserve more than the couple slaps Garnett gave you. Want to try your hand at it? He embarrassed her. He demeaned her. He ignored her directives and put her in the position of defending herself, her command. He jeopardized your squad, Bix. What do you do when your unit's in jeopardy? She bit off the words, spat them out. What do you do when your lieutenant is under fire? What do you do? What needs to be done? Where were you at 0100 when Garnett went down? Home. Where were you the night Keener was murdered? Home. What is your response when and if your lieutenant orders you to eliminate a threat? Yes, ma'am. His voice snapped like a salute. When and how? And if that order includes murder, do you question it? Do you hesitate? I do not. What did Keener have? What did he know? What had he done to make him a liability? Why did he have to be eliminated? Bix opened his mouth, closed it again. He squared his shoulders. I have nothing more to say to you. If you want to question me further, it'll be in the presence of my department rep. That's your right. Let it be noted that not once during this interview did Detective Bix address me as sir or by my rank. This disrespect will be included in his file. Just a little icing on the cake I'm baking, she told Bix, then rose. Interview end. Chapter 20. Her lieutenant and Bix had been gone about 10 minutes when Lila saw her window. 4 of the squad were in the field, Brinker off on one of his many lengthy trips to vending or the bathroom. Sloan and Asserton sat at their desks plugging away at paperwork. Freeman and Marcel had just gone into the break room. Lila picked up a report from her desk, walked briskly to Renee's door, shoved the master she'd palmed in and out of the slot, and walked inside. The minute she had the door closed, she stuck the report in her back pocket. 5 minutes, she told herself. Tops. Freeman and Marcel were bound to bullshit in the break room that long. She hit the desk first, crouching down to the locked bottom drawer, and using the skill she'd learned from her doomed brother, picked the lock. It shouldn't have surprised her to find so many personal items the rest of the squad was denied. High-end, way high-end face enhancements, a top-of-the-line VR unit with a collection of relaxation and sex programs. She'd already judged Renee as useless and vain. She ran her fingers under drawers, along their sides, checked for false bottoms. She found a little cash, but nothing over the line. She closed the drawer, secured it again. Careful not to disturb Renee's pristine organization, she riffled through others, flipped through file disks, opened and scanned a memo book, an appointment book, before moving on to the furniture, the counters, the windows. She knew Renee had a hide in there, knew it hid more than expensive lip dye and eyeshadow, more than fancy imported perfume that sold for a paycheck an ounce. Her gut told her she'd hit the time to bail. Sweat had begun to trickle down the center of her back. 1 minute more, she told herself, easing the seascape off the wall to check behind it, to examine its back, its frame. The minute she replaced it, carefully adjusting it so it hung perfectly true, it struck her. "You idiot," she muttered. "You wasted those psych courses." She looked at the portrait of Commander Marcus Oberman in full dress blues. Too heavy to take off the wall on her own, she judged. Not unless she dragged the table under it out of the way to gain more leverage and a better angle. She managed to get a hand behind the frame, to ease it out an inch, and cursed herself for not thinking to bring in a penlight. She braced the portrait with one hand, ran the other behind it, while trying to angle her head to see, eased it up another inch, praying she wouldn't cock it off its support. Her searching hand bumped something, and the surprise had her pulling the bottom of the portrait up in a short little jerk. Her breath sucked in as it continued smoothly up, hinging at the top, and revealing the safe behind it. She grabbed her link, used its camera to take several shots. Even if she'd had the time, was willing to risk the time, her thievery skills were limited to picking simple locks, not to breaking what looked to be a complex wall safe. Taking it slow, she brought the portrait to rights, stepped back, checked the alignment, the position, wiped her damp palms on her thighs. At the door, she tipped one of the blind slats a fraction. Asserton and Sloane still at their desks. Brinker still wherever Brinker went a dozen times a day. Freeman and Marcel still in the break room. All clear. "Move," she ordered herself. "Go now." She pulled the file out of her pocket, stepped out, closed the door. A quick slide of the master re-engaged the lock. Hearing the quiet click, she walked briskly toward her desk. She was halfway there when the break room door opened. She sat down, aimed her eyes at her screen as if checking her data, and considered her options. Business as usual, she reminded herself. Head down, ass in the chair. And when her shift was over, she'd use a public link on the way home to contact Dallas. When Eve walked back into her office, Mira turned from the window. "Oh, good. I didn't know if you'd been able to make it down to observe. Do you think—" "What are you doing?" Mira interrupted. Eve saw what she'd missed through the interview high. The doctor was pissed. "About? Why are you deliberately baiting a man you believe has already killed at least 2 people in a matter of days? A man with no sense of urgency, nerves, or regrets regarding those murders. A man who has every reason to see you as an obstacle and a threat to himself, but more important, to the woman he follows with absolute loyalty, all while knowing that woman has every motive and would have no compunction to order him to eliminate you. Because it's my job. Don't use that on me. I know you. There are certainly other ways to build and close this case, ways I have no doubt you're pursuing. You enjoyed baiting him. You want him, through Renee Oberman, to try to kill you." "Okay." Eve moved to the auto chef, programmed some of the herbal tea Mira drank. "I think you could use this." "Don't you dare try to brush me off. I'm not." Eve set the tea on her desk, programmed coffee for herself. "I'm not," she repeated. "You're not wrong. You're rarely wrong. I did enjoy it. Hell, I relished it. And I do want him to come at me. But I'm not wrong either. All of that is my job. Okay, maybe not the relish, but I'm entitled to some perks. This isn't a joke, Eve. You're damn fucking skippy it's not. They're cops, Dr. Mira, and cops don't roll so easy. Bix sure as hell isn't going to roll on Renee because I ask nice, or the PA offers him a sweet deal. She's his direct superior, his commanding officer. She's given him a mission, made him important to her, made him a right hand, and that's a powerful seduction. She's created an atmosphere where they're above the rest. Elite, like special forces, which he applied for and couldn't get. They do what needs to be done, and his CO decides what that is. Following orders is part of his code, and his code is his God. You can't tell me the only way to stop them, all of them, is to make yourself an irresistible target. Not the only way, no, but it's a sure way not only to stop them, but to carve them out of this department, to absolutely crush them, to make certain Renee, Bix, Freeman, every one of them, pays the heaviest price allowed by law. Every one of them. Because believe me, I will weed out and carve out every one of them. Eve held up a hand before Mira could speak. I'm under orders, too. Chief Tibble ordered me to take Renee Oberman and every cop in her network down hard. Bix isn't the only one who takes orders seriously. I will take them down, and I will do everything in my power to minimize the damage to this department when I do. Eve picked up the tea again. Mira wasn't just pissed, she'd noted. She was tired and sad. Here. Maybe you could sit down. Mira took the tea, sat. I'm so angry with you. So noted. She has strings to pull. She has to have a judge, probably a couple of politicians. She's got lines in the courts, in the department, maybe the lab, maybe the morgue. I'm stacking it up against her, and the rest of them. But I have to weigh that stack against her lines. She could wiggle out of this. Evidence gets lost, lab results doctored, the wrong motion filed, wits vanish or recant. This entire investigation began because of a statement by what we'd agree is a sterling witness. Struggling not to be annoyed, did she tell Mira how to do her job? Eve ticked points off on her fingers. Peabody never saw her. Bix's name was never mentioned. Garnett's dead. And if this isn't nailed shut by the time it becomes known what she did see and hear... Eve shook her head. I'm her lieutenant. I'm her partner. Do you think I'd leave her ass hanging out with a target on it? No. Mira finally sipped her tea. No, I know you wouldn't. Bix would stick his blaster in his ear and fire before he'd turn on Renee. Am I wrong? No. I believe he would sacrifice himself and consider it honor to shield her. Which means, if he does try to kill you, and you survive, you only have him. I've got some geeks up my sleeve, but even without that, collaring him puts a big crack in her wall. She's disgraced, her career takes a hit it can't recover from. And we open the floodgates to the money. Garnett's, Bix's, hers, the others. Explain that, bitch! She'd be scrambling. More. I think I worked Bix into casting a hard shadow on her. Calmer, Mira sipped again. You showed him, by his own words and demeanor, to be a soldier, one who follows orders without question, one with intense loyalty to Renee. Not a man who goes outside his CO, who breaks ranks and acts on his own volition. So, I also have a top shrink up my sleeve, because you'd testify to that in really big fancy words. Janbury and Delfino, The cops on Garnett's case, they'll draw in on Bix. If Bix makes a run at me, he's gonna end up with his face on the sidewalk and a cop's boot on his neck. I hope it's mine, but I'll settle for any cop's boot. I know she observed as well. You wanted her to, so you could let her know you're looking in her direction. You did that because it will unnerve her, anger her, and, you hope, push her into giving Bix his green light. But you also did it, Eve, because it's personal. It's absolutely fucking down to the bone personal. And a relief to say it. A goddamn thrill to say it. She spit on everything I value, on everything I am, on everything I made myself out of a nightmare she can't even conceive of. It matters. Yes, Mira murmured. Yes, it does. When I take her down, I'm doing it for me, for the badge, for the man who trained me, taught me, who helped make me someone who deserves to wear it. But that's only part of it. I'm doing it for you, goddammit! Eve, be quiet, she ordered, and stunned them both. She had to get it out, she realized. Had to, here and now. Let this vicious stew of emotion roiling in her guts spill over. I'm doing it for Whitney, for Peabody, for every man and woman in my bullpen. I'm doing it for every cop she killed and a dead junkie. I'm doing it for every cop who deserves to wear the badge. And though I'll do everything in my power to bring them all down, I'm doing it for every cop she turned into a disgrace. She stopped herself, took a breath. If you know me, I guess you should know that. I do. I know that very well. I let it be personal, too. You're personal to me. Eve felt the little pinch under her heart. Are we good? I can't help but wish you hadn't made your case so well. Then I could still be angry. Mira rose. I'm not going to bother to tell you to be careful. I don't need to tell you to be smart. Do you have questions for me? You've already answered one of them. Just one other. I figure I know the answer, but it never hurts. Does she know I'm daring her to sick her dog on me? While she knows now you're looking at her, and looking hard, she'd never put her life at risk. I don't believe she can conceive of you doing so, not for something as unimportant to her as justice, as honor. If she sicks her dog on you, she'll believe it's her idea. And it should be soon. Okay. The sooner the better, she thought. Are you having nightmares, Eve? Flashbacks? No, not really. Not in a while. It feels mostly done. It's never all the way done. Still down there, she thought, down in the deep, but it feels mostly done. All right. Mira took Eve's hand in hers for a squeeze. Thanks for the tea. Alone, Eve started to check in with Peabody, then Janbury tapped on her door jamb. You clear, Lieutenant? Yeah. Sorry, have you been waiting? No problem. Might have had a little one if you'd managed to get a confession on our dead guy. That's going to take a little more work. I just set up the play, passed you the ball. Could you close the door, Detective Delfino? After she had, Delfino leaned back against it. Renee Oberman, she said. Commander Oberman's baby girl. Is that how you read it? He's the reader. She jerked the thumb at her partner. Me, I smell it, like shit and blood in the water. She's got a descriptive idiom, Janbury commented. I'm wondering if we can borrow your homework, Lieutenant, seeing as we missed a couple days of school on this. I haven't been given full authorization, but I can tell you we're both looking in the same direction. I could give you this." She took a disc out of her pocket. "It would save you some time, but before I do, let's make a deal." "We're listening," Janbury told her. "You can have Bix when it's time to haul him out of the shit and blood in the water. But Renee's mine, not because she's the bigger catch. You could just say it's personal. The rest, well, share and share alike." "How much rest is there?" "Still working on that. Do we have a deal?" The partners exchanged a look. "Is there a secret handshake?" Janbury asked. "We'll settle for regular." After they'd shaken on it, Eve offered the disc. "You'll find multiple false IDs, multiple secret accounts, and considerable real property tracked back to Renee, Bix, Garnett, and others we've nailed down." "How involved is IAB?" Delfino wanted to know. "Thoroughly. Lieutenant Webster is point man there, but his captain has been briefed, as have Commander Whitney and Chief Tibble. This is NTK. Nobody else needs to know until we take him down." "Blood and shit in the water," Delfino repeated. "That's what dirty cops smell like. Cops who kill cops? They have a special stench over that." "He's gonna come after you." Janbury studied Eve. "You know that." "I'm counting on that." "You want cover?" "I've got it, thanks. But I will contact you if and when. Whoever takes him down, he's your collar, that's the deal." When her office emptied out again, Eve flipped the lock. She deserved a little reward, a little boost before she got back down to business. She took a tool from her desk and hunkered down beside her recycler. But when she removed the panel, no sealed evidence bag of chocolate waited for her. Damn it! This blows! This seriously blows. Sulking, mourning the loss, she stared at what she considered a brilliant hiding place. Her mistake, she admitted, had been leaving her stash in place while she'd gone on vacation. She'd given the despicable candy thief too much time and opportunity to search and consume. Now she not only wouldn't get her reward, her boost, but she had to find another hide. She replaced the panel, tossed her tool back in her desk drawer. She gave herself another 30 seconds to sulk before contacting Peabody. "Status? I'm a little more than halfway through. Devon had one hell of a collection. Maybe this is a dead end. If she kept documentation or notes, one of Renee's crew probably found it and destroyed it. Keep at it. Follow it through. If they didn't find and destroy it, it's because she hid it well." Eve gave her recycler a dirty look. "I've got some things I need to finish up and tie up here, then I'll be in. How about the E-team? Are they—" "Hold on," she ordered, when she heard the faint click at her door. Rising, she drew her weapon. Rourke opened the door, cocked his head. "Well now, that isn't the greeting I'd hoped for." She let out a breath, holstered her weapon. "Keep at it, Peabody," she said. "Tag me if you find anything. Otherwise, I'll see you when I get there." She broke transmission. "That door was locked." "And your point is?" He stepped over, kissed her thoroughly. "I didn't knock, as I thought you might be taking one of your sprawled-on-the-floor unconscious naps. Maybe I need a better lock. Maybe I need to start locking it more often." She dropped into her chair. Not that that would stop the candy thief. "My stash is gone." "You were going to stun your candy thief?" "I might, come the day. But no, I thought Renee might have snapped and sent Bix down to try to throw me out of my own office window. I gave her plenty of incentive when I had Bix in interview, and I wanted a reward. I want candy. I haven't any on me. Get something from vending. I want my candy. He smothered a laugh. There. Bite me. But she shook it off. Why are you here? Why is everyone in my office today? I'm here as I also deserve a reward, as do Feeney and McNabb. You pulled it off. We did. For the most part, they did, but I managed a few flourishes. We need to set it up, need to get IAB tapped in. Feeney's dealing with it. It's his baby, after all, or more, McNabb's. Ian flashed some brilliance today. And what have you been up to, Lieutenant? Too many meetings. I'd go psycho if I had to face days stuffed with meetings. There are all these people in them. Typically, yes. She filled him in quickly, but paused when she'd moved on to the interview with Bix, and when Rourke walked to her window, looked out, as Mira had done. I went around about my strategy, purposes, reasonings with Mira, who wasn't thrilled with me after, until I laid it out. Do I have to lay it out for you? No. I understand your strategy, purposes, reasonings. I imagine Mira did as well. But it takes a bit to push through and accept them. Rourke, I'm so covered I'm practically wearing a blast-proof body glove. I know it. He turned back to her. But it takes a bit. You know, you're a lean one, darling. But it would take some doing for anyone to throw you out of a window this size. She smiled, and because she understood he needed it, leaned into him when he stepped over to brush a hand through her hair. But since you're my lean one, I'll stick close for the time being. I've some things to see to. I'm going to find a place to see to them. I've got to write a couple reports, update my board and book. You can use the visitors area. He looked at the pathetic chair. Do you actually call this an area? No. I'll find a space. Lila continued to keep her head down and her ass in the chair when Renee and Bix came back in, and when Renee, her face thunderous, closed herself in her office with him. Nearly end of shift, she thought. Not much longer now. She considered requesting some personal time and ducking out early, but her lieutenant frowned on such requests, and in her current mood might make an issue of it. Better just to ride the road. She said nothing when Manfred and Toulis came back from the field, and Toulis dropped files on her desk. It was, she knew, expected she write up the fives, clean up the report, file it. The lieutenant considered her field men too valuable to sweat over paperwork. She started in on it, telling herself it would keep her busy, distract her from watching the time. She'd eaten up that time when Renee came out and walked straight to Lila's desk. Though her heart took a tumble, Lila looked up placidly. Yes, ma'am? You're with Bix, Renee said briskly. With Bix, Lieutenant? As I said, we're short a man. If you've forgotten, one of your squad went down. Do you have a problem with field work, Detective? I was under the impression you were eager to break away from your desk. Yes, ma'am. She infused her voice with enthusiasm. Thank you, Lieutenant. Bix will give you the details en route. You're cleared for OT should it be necessary. Bix stood, looking at Lila with his flat-eyed stare. Let's get it done. This is bullshit, Lila thought, as she forced herself up to fall into step with him. She'd left some sort of tell, or one of the others had seen her go in, come out, had given the alert, or... Didn't matter how, she thought. She was made. Where are we going? One-man cook shop on Avenue D. We're going to pick up the chef, Put some pressure on him, see where it goes. Bullshit, Lila thought again. Something you and Garnett were working on? Look, I'm sorry about Garnett. I know the two of you worked pretty close. He knew the score. Bix stepped into the elevator, and since it was crowded with cops, Lila got on with him. She'd be damned if she'd be led like a lamb to the slaughter, and every instinct told her she'd been slated to be put down. Quickly, she replayed every minute she'd spent in Renee's office, every move made. She'd left everything exactly as it had been. Besides, if there had been something out of order, Renee couldn't know who... Unless she did monitor the squad room, and not just when she was in her office. And if she monitored the squad room, she could have her office on monitor. She could have seen everything. Stupid. Have you dealt with the chef before? As she asked, Lila tugged at the neck of her top, as if plagued by the heat. It wasn't much of a stretch. Yeah, I'll handle him. You're along for ballast. He cut his gaze down to her when she began to hyperventilate. What's wrong with you? Sorry, claustrophobic, She popped off the elevator, shoving cops aside when the doors opened. She'd have run then, but Bix was right beside her. Instead, she lowered her head between her knees. Couldn't breathe. How the hell did you get on the force? She let his disgust roll off her back. All the better if he thought her weak and useless. Look, I'm a good cop. I just have some trouble with tight spaces. I'll take the glide down, meet you in the garage. We'll take the glides. He curled a hand around her arm, steered her toward a down glide. Duck into a bathroom, she thought, call for backup. And if he followed her in, he'd have her trapped. She jerked her arm, but his grip only tightened. Hands off, Bix. I can stand on my own. Probably faint at the sight of blood. Up yours. Lila elbowed her way down the glide, trying to put space between them. Bix stuck with her like Velcro. They'd have to switch to one of the garage elevators soon, she calculated. Or the stairs. Where did he plan to do it? Not in Central. But once he got her out... So she wouldn't let him get her out. Hey! She whirled on him. Keep your hands off my ass! I never... She slapped him. Hard enough, the crack of flesh on flesh drew as much attention as her shouted protest. Goddamn asshole! There were plenty of smirks as she shoved down the glide. He made a grab for her, might have yanked her back, but a couple of cops, one a female uniform who looked like she could bench press a maxi bus, blocked his way. She heard the shouts, the curses behind her, glanced back. His eyes were absolutely calm as he bulled his way through and closed the distance she'd gained. She went with instinct and ran. She leaped on the next glide, slithering and coiling through other passengers like a snake. Lose him, find a hole, call for help. Sprint straight out on the next level, she told herself. She'd always been fast. When another check behind her told her so was he, she shifted to push through. She broke clear, took one quick heartbeat to gauge the best direction. The roar behind her came an instant before someone plowed into her, propelled by Bix's violent forward progress. Lila threw a hand out to catch herself, but her legs shot from under her. For one breathless second, she watched the dull silver steel of the glide rushing toward her. Her arms came up, an instinctive attempt to shield her face, but her shoulder took the first vicious hit. For an instant, the world revolved, ceiling to floor. Then it exploded when her head struck the ridged steel. She went tumbling, bonelessly to the unforgiving floor below. Nearly ready to close it down at Central, Eve snatched at her signaling link. She'd hoped Peabody, struggled against annoyance when she saw Webster on the display. Dallas, Detective Strong just took a header off a down glide between 3 and 4. Eve shoved to her feet. How? Not yet determined, but Bix is being held. He fucking pushed her? In Central? Not yet determined. Conflicting accounts. Is she alive? Unconscious, beat up from the fall. On her way to Angels. IAB gets a shot at Bix. Renee's already running interference. We'll review the security disks, keep 'em under wraps for now. Is Strong covered? She was in the bus and away before I got word. I'll cover her. Eve slammed out of the office, zeroed in on Baxter. I want you and Trueheart at Angels 10 minutes ago. You cover a Detective Lila Strong, who's being transported there with injuries from a fall. You cover her like skin on bone. No medicals alone with her. No other cops near her. This is a direct order, and I don't care if God himself countermands it. You will follow it. Yes, sir. Go now. I'll be right behind you. As she moved back into her office to grab the jacket she'd shed while she worked, she tagged Rourke. Garage, hurry. She clicked off, then called in a friend. Dallas! Dr. Louise D'Amato beamed at her. How? Struggling into the jacket, Eve switched her link from hand to hand. I need you at Angels Hospital ASAP. Incoming patient, transported from Central. Detective Lila Strong, injuries from a fall. How? I don't know her condition. I need you to get there, Louise, and to take her. Her life's on the line. I need you to report as her doctor, and I need you to fix her. I don't want anyone near her you don't know and trust with your life. Not another doctor, nurse, orderly, not a bedpan near her you don't trust. Baxter and Trueheart are on their way there now. No other cops get near her without my clearance. None. I'm on my way. I'll call ahead, set it up. Thanks. She sprinted from floor to glide, from glide to elevator, and across the garage where Rourke waited. How fast can you get us to Angels Hospital? Very. Strap in. Chapter 21. Sirens blasting. Rourke went airborne the instant they shot out of the garage. He touched down, punched it to plow through a field of traffic, two-wheeled it at the corner. He skimmed by a couple coats of paint between a cab and a sedate town car, then tore into a hard-line vertical to rocket over the heads of pedestrians, clipping across the sidewalk in spite of the screaming sirens and flashing lights. Strong's down, Eve told him. I don't know how bad. He simply nodded and ripped a line through the city canyons. When he swerved onto the ER ramp, he said, Go. She was already slapping the release on her safety harness, shoving open the door. She slammed through the ER doors, caught sight of the medicals whisking a gurney around the corner of admitting with Baxter and Trueheart flanking them like guard dogs. Status! What's her status? Blood from the head wounds, the face lacerations, soaked Lila's clothes. Eve saw the splint support on her right arm, another caging her leg, the brace collaring her neck. The MTs were spewing out a string of medical terms to a man in scrubs who barely looked old enough to order a brew. He, in turn, reeled out orders as they shoved the gurney through another set of doors. He shot another order at Eve. You have to stay back. Her doctor's on the way. Louise D'Amato. She's in charge. Right now, I'm in charge. He counted off to 3, and they lifted Lila's bloody, broken body, strapped to a stabilizer, from gurney to table. At the movement, Lila moaned. Her eyelids flickered. The doctor peeled an eyelid up to examine her pupil, while another medical cut away her pants to reveal a nasty break beneath the splint cage. Eve managed to slip through, grab and grip Lila's hand as the team worked around her. Report, detective. Give me a report. Lila's eyes, blind with shock and pain, rolled open. What? Detective Strong. Eve watched the eyes widen very slightly. "I need your report." "Killed me." "No, they didn't. Why did they try?" "Oberman. Behind Oberman." The words garbled as Lila's fingers moved weakly in Eve's. "My mother. Tick." "I'll get your mother. I'll get Tick." Scared. Fresh pain jerked her body, shuddered in her eyes. Eve made herself stare straight into them. "I've got you covered. I've got you, Detective." "Oberman." Eve could feel Lila fight for the words. "Safe. Bix." "Blew it." "No, you didn't. I've got it." "Mom. Tick." "I'll get them." Eve leaned in as Lila's eyes rolled closed again, as machines beeped, as the young doctor snapped at her to back off, threatened to call security. "You don't die on me, Detective. That's a goddamn order." Behind her, Eve heard Louise's voice, calm, brisk, full of authority. She stepped back, watched her friend shove her arms into a protective cloak. "Trueheart, stay with her. Baxter, with me." Eve shoved through the doors. "Did she say anything else before I got here?" Eve demanded. "You were about 30 seconds behind us. She came around for a few seconds when they were offloading her, but she didn't say anything I could make out. One or both of you sticks with her all the way. Nobody gets to her. Nobody touches her unless Louise clears them." "Did somebody help her fall down that glide, Dallas?" "Undetermined, but probable. If there was reason for that, there's reason to go at her again. They won't get through us." His gaze ticked to the door, back to Eve. "She's one of Oberman's?" "Not anymore. She's one of mine." Louise pushed out while Eve paced the hallway. "We're taking her up, prepping her for surgery. She needs an orthopedic surgeon, a plastic man, a neuro. They have good ones here," Louise said before Eve could respond. "I know them. She's got internal injuries, and I'll take those. If she makes it through, and her chances are decent with this team, she'll need more work. And she'll have a hell of a road back. She'll make it. One of my men has to be with her every second. I need you to handpick every doctor, nurse, orderly who comes near her. Give their data to Baxter." "OR5, Louise said. "I've got to go scrub in. You can fill me in on this later." "Louise?" Eve strode to the elevator with her. "How decent." "How tough is she?" "Pretty tough, I think." "That helps. Trust us to do the rest." With no choice, Eve stood back, watched them roll Lila toward an elevator, watched Baxter and Trueheart fall once again into flank position. "We'll watch out for her, Lieutenant." Trueheart put a hand on the side guard of the gurney, and Eve nodded as the doors closed. "How is she?" Rourke asked. She closed her eyes a moment as her mind replayed all the chaos of the exam room. Broken arm, including a shattered elbow. Compound fracture of the leg, cracked skull, damaged spleen and kidney, severe facial lacerations. Those are the highlights. She looked down at the hand that had held Lila's, and the blood smeared on it. "I have to wash up. I'm gonna wash up, then I'm gonna take Renee apart." She needed to bank her anger. Anger could wait. On the more sedate ride back to Central, Eve contacted Feeney. "Can you run your new toy from a conference room in my division?" "We can set that up. I need you to do it now, and on the extreme QT. Since her boy's back in the basket, she'll have to start wrangling. And I have something else." "How impossible this time?" "You tell me." She's got to have eyes, maybe ears, too, on her squad room, on her own office. She's got to be monitoring or spot-checking. Possibly she's got some sort of alerts set up in her office to let her know if anyone goes in when she's not around. Can you tap into that? Give us the feed? Well, for Christ's sake! Without knowing the system, the placement, the keys, or the alert specs? He gave her a long, sad look. Hell, why not? What's another freaking miracle today? Can you do it really fast? Not as fast as I'd boot your ass if you get within range. I'm bringing my geek in to give you a hand. Send him. You stay away. Eve scowled when he cut her off, then turned to Rourke. Can you do it really fast? Tap in and redirect an unknown and at this point theoretical system with potential and unidentified keys and fail-safes? I wouldn't mind booting your ass myself. Yes, he said before she could speak. Because you're going to get her out of her office and clear her squad room long enough for me to get in, run and scan, locate and identify, and get out again. How am I supposed to clear her squad room? That, Lieutenant, would come under the heading of your problem. I'll need 5 minutes. If I can get you 15, there's something else I want you to do while you're in there. And what would that be? It involves stealing. His face brightened. I like it already. Just let me pull Peabody in, then I'll lay it out for you. Before she could order the code, the link signaled in her hand. Dallas, I got it! Peabody all but sang it. I got it! Over 3 months of notes, times, locations, overheard snips of conversation. Names. She'd been digging in hard, and she listed names she believed to be involved in Renee's network, and she backed it up with a lot of documentation. Bring it in. You're not coming here? Change of plans there. Copy it, bring it in. I'm on my way. Geez, Dallas, I almost missed it. She had it shielded with a layer of jock shock music. The disk analysis barely gave me a blip. And then it looks like a standard override. Before I explain later, we're taking this down tonight. I want you in. Tonight? I'm even more on my way. That's good work, Rourke commented to Eve. If the disk was layered and disguised as an override, it was good work on Devon's part, and on Peabody's. I'll pat her on the back later. She glanced at the time, calculated. Here's what I need you to do once I clear it, and clear the squad room. I take it you figured out how to do that. 1 cop on the slab, another in surgery, and a third being grilled by IAB? That's a quarter of her squad right there. I'd say Renee and her men have earned a good talking to. She started setting it up, while Rourke finished the drive to Central. The Commander and Mira, Rourke commented. What you'd call a command performance. Concern, a bit of stern disapproval, with a touch of group therapy thrown in. She can't say no. I'll signal you as soon as I get the word they're in the conference room. If you need more time or just can't pull it off, let me know ASAP. You've just earned another boot in the ass for insulting me. They rode the elevator out of the garage, then got off to take the glides, as was her habit. Deliberately, she crossed over between 3 and 4 to the sector where Lila had fallen. They'd blocked off the down glide, and would keep it blocked until IAB made its determination. She imagined Webster would draw that out, even if the discs showed no culpability by Bix. She kept Strong chained to that desk. But today she sends her out in the field, and with Bix. He had orders of execution. If he'd gotten her out of here, she'd be dead instead of in surgery. Strong suspected the squad room was monitored, but she went in anyway. She took a risk. All of you take them every day. I knew it was monitored after my last trip there. I knew Brinker was dirty. But I didn't get word to her. Not in time. I saw an opportunity to have an inside man, so I took it, pulled her into this. And it seems she saw an opportunity and took it. Risk and opportunity, Eve. It's all part of it. Louise will fix her. God damn it, she'll fix her, because that bitch isn't taking down another cop. She strode over, got on the up-glide. Her comm signaled, 3 short. She checked it, scanned the code. Whitney's called the meeting. I believe I'll mosey over. Take a closer position while they file out. Your face is pretty familiar around here. Don't let any of them see you. Insult after insult. With a shake of his head, he moseyed. Eve veered off to meet Webster, as she'd arranged. I've got 5, he told her when she slipped into his office. We've got Bix on simmer. His lieutenant just broke off a heated exchange with my captain. Orders to report from the commander. Webster tapped his temple in salute. Slick timing, Dallas. What's on the discs? He didn't push her, but was unquestionably in pursuit. They were both shoving, running, knocking people aside. Somebody went down between them, and they fell like dominoes. We're lucky she's the only one who took the hard fall. She was off balance, running flat out, and couldn't catch herself. How's he answer it? Why was he pursuing a fellow officer? He says she started shouting and clocked him, then began to run on the glides, endangering others. He pursued out of instinct, and because he feared she would harm herself or others. It's close enough to what happened. We'd have a hard time pinning it on him without her statement. He doesn't deviate from the story, not by a single word. I want to see the run. Figured. He took a disc from his pocket. If you're looking to fry him, yeah, you could interpret it as he shoved through the right spot at the right time, calculated the angles, and caused her fall. But it wouldn't hold up on its own. Renee's playing the outraged boss, but we get that a lot around here. How can we question a man when it was obviously a terrible accident and seems to have been precipitated by the injured officer who had been displaying some unstable behavior, as is noted in her evals? Then she has to explain why she was sending an officer she deemed unstable into the field. She's short-handed. She lost a man last night. She's got an answer for everything. They're shaky if you pick them apart, and you know what we know, but they're answers. She's about to run out of answers. Eve shoved the disc in her pocket. Don't let him out of here, Webster. Not for another 30. I'm going to contact Janbury and Delfino, put them on alert. They may want to take him for a round soon. Oh, we can keep him busy for a while yet. What's Strong's status? She'll hold her own. Eve checked the time. I've got to move. I've got my own dominoes to flick. She went straight to the conference room where Feeney and McNabb were set up. Feeney sent her a reproachful look. Do you know how much easier this would be if we could run it from EDD? And nothing about this is easy. EDD's everywhere. But if I'm hanging around EDD, somebody we don't want wondering might wonder. We're boxing her, Feeney. I want this side of the box solid. Rourke's had about 5 minutes since we emptied out the squad room. If he has any luck, the rest of the job should be easier. She plugged the disc into the room comp, watched the sequence. She toughened her mind when she watched Lila's fall, then landing. She knew she was in trouble, Eve murmured. She's tracking, looking for a way out. He's keeping her close, even grabs onto her. She played it pretty damn well, up to the end. She nearly made it. He pushed her. He didn't lay a hand on her, McNabb said when Eve glanced around, but he pushed her. Look at him. Doesn't even break a sweat. Mowing through people, dodging, weaving, and he never takes his eyes off her, like the hound to the rabbit. You'd be right. He had his orders. If he could have gotten to her after the fall, he'd have finished her. If he could have found the way, he'd have killed her right in Central. She turned, wanting coffee, turned back when she heard the door open. "Couldn't you get in?" she began. "Really, it's a bloody litany of insults." Rourke tossed a small duffel on the conference table. "I borrowed the bag from one of your supply rooms. I hope I won't be arrested." "You're in, done, and out, and back here in 10? "Well, I did have to stop to get the bag, and to scan her security system." He tossed a disk to McNabb. "That should quicken things up." "Yeah, baby!" "Care to see what's in the bag, Lieutenant?" Rourke asked. "What was safe behind Obermann?" Eve pulled the bag open. Her running kit. The ID, credit, cash. About $200K? Oh, $250. Then there's another 100 large in euros. Clean link, clean weapon, PPC, and discs. Her books, Rourke supplied. Her payroll, operating expenses, income, all very tidy. I had a bit of time, so I took a quick glance. "Say hallelujah," Eve breathed. "If you like. I didn't look through them all, just enough to verify. They're encoded, of course, but fairly simply. I'd say she was confident no one was going to have a peek. Her security is more complex. If she'd set the alarm before leaving her office, it would have tripped the minute Strong went in. A silent alarm that would engage the cameras. Renee would have seen it when she went in herself and shut the alarm off. But she doesn't clear out the safe. Not yet, anyway. No real time to do it, Eve concluded. She has to eliminate Strong. If she can't get to Strong, she's going to have to answer a lot of embarrassing questions. She can clear out the safe, put something not incriminating inside. Strong took a severe blow to the head, is and was obviously confused. Rourke nodded. Many ways to circle it, but eliminating Strong is sure and it's tidy. She likes tidy. And she doesn't know I have 2 men on Strong. She couldn't know yet. Crap, I forgot about Whitney and Mira. She took out her comm, signaled Whitney the all clear. "Give my boy a hand, will you?" Feeney asked Rourke, then jerked his head, so Eve followed him to the other side of the room. "You've got her in that box, Dallas. With everything we've put together, with what the boy says Peabody's bringing in, top that with the little heist Rourke just pulled off, she's done." Maybe. Maybe if we look through her disks and find she's written out chapter and verse on her operation, on her orders to kill cops, Keener, whoever else she might have done. She's going to have to explain the ID, the money. Graft, corruption, falsifying docs aren't murder. You and I know that while Bix might stand like a rock, others will roll. It only takes one to start an avalanche. You make a deal with one of her men, the avalanche is going to crush her to dust. Is that how you'd handle it? I'm saying you could walk right out of here and put her in cuffs. She turned, took a couple paces away to try to settle her temper. Turned, and stepped back when she decided she didn't want it settled. Make a deal with the dirty cop or two to snap off the head? Fuck that! Fuck that, Feeney! No deals! No deals if I have to sit on the PA until he cries for his mommy. I don't want to deal to take her down. I'm going to take her down my way. I'm going to play her like a goddamn piano. He started to grin at the first, fuck that, and then let out a snort. You can't play the piano. But I can break one to splinters with a sledgehammer. It's a good choice. I was just checking. She puffed out a breath, felt the temper die. You'd go sledgehammer? Maybe a chainsaw. I gotta think of my back. She glanced toward Rourke and McNabb. You get me the feed. I'll get the hammer and saw. She paced while they worked. She wondered why things always took longer than you wanted them to take, unless you wanted them to take a lot longer. Then they didn't take nearly long enough. Time sucked. Peabody walked in. Put the data up, Eve ordered. I need to see it. Yes, sir. Good work, Peabody. You did good work today. I needed to. Peabody glanced over as she installed the disk. I want to be able to go back to her mom and tell her Detective Gail Devon helped bring this down. Dallas, can you get her a commendation? From the top? Could you put her in for one from the commander? I can, I will. But I believe the commander will issue one without my request. Eve stood, studying the data. God, she was thorough. Look at this. Times, dates, length of time, participants of closed-door meets in Renee's office. Coordinating them with busts or ops gone sour, or where the take from the bust came in well below expectations and information. Invoice changes? She logged them down whenever she caught one. Logged once-a-week meets between Renee and Dennis Dyson in accounting. Here's another who shows up regularly, every couple weeks, and routinely after a sizable bust, from records. Notations on inconsistencies in files, in reports. Here's a cop who dug into her research. She was building a pretty good case, Peabody added. She's got records of street contacts she'd started to develop on her own. She went through court docs checking wits, did follow-ups. She went to see dealers in their cages. She was starting to push hard, then pushed the wrong way, and Renee caught the scent. Eve ordered the data to share the screen with Renee's, queued them up. We got names matching here. A lot of her names match what's looking like Renee's payroll. You got the payroll? I'll fill you in. Feeney, I'm getting tired of holding this hammer. Then set it down a damn minute. Look at all this money. Peabody gaped at the open duffel. And a passport? ID? You found her whole? You found her whole without me? You were busy doing a good job. Now you can say hallelujah. Rourke turned to her. You're topped in, Lieutenant. She's not back in her office yet. Eve watched the screen image of Renee's office with narrowed eyes. Went back to IAB to try to squeeze her boy out. Okay. Eve rolled her shoulders. Time to play. Chapter 22. In clipped, confident tones. There will be no loose ends. There will be no mistakes. Freeman, get to the hospital. If Strong makes it out of surgery, she'll need to be dealt with. You're on hold until I contact you. Do what you do. Blend. You got it, LT. Go now. And Freeman, if and when, don't leave any marks. You know me. I'm a ghost. Marcel, she continued, when the door closed behind Freeman, you and Palmer are going to deal with Dallas. She's over. How do you want it done? Marcel asked. I've been giving it some thought. We take it back to Keener. A full circle, she calculated, closed and locked. She's so in love with the little bastard it seems appropriate. You'll take her in the garage when she's leaving. Armand, you'll need to give us a security glitch. Can do. It'll have to be fast and clean. Wait until she's at her vehicle. I don't want you to give her room to maneuver. Stun her. Then take her and her vehicle to Keener's hide. Once you've got her in and secured, do it however you want, but make damn sure she's dead. Take anything on her a chemihead would pawn for scratch. We'll be planting some of it later to give... He'll give you the window. You'd better damn sight go through it. Until then, stay clear of her. No contact, no connection. Consider it done. When it is, go to Samuel's at 5:00. He'll cover you. He's closed the place so you could hold vigil for Strong. Wake Garnett. She checked her wrist unit. My sources say Dallas rarely if ever leaves end of shift, which makes it easier to grab her alone. You've got some time, and I'll toss her something to hang her up here to make sure of that. What about Bix? Marcel asked her. Armand's going to hack her comp, plug in some data that takes the heat off Bix, makes it clear the bitch was on some sort of vendetta against me and mine. Destroying her sterling rep, as well as her life, would almost, Renee thought, make up for the trouble she'd caused. Meanwhile, IAB's got Bix, so he'll be in the clear when Strong and Dallas go down. With her and Strong out of the way, everything goes back to normal. We have a moment of silence for our fallen comrades. In a week, we clear the Giraldi case and have a nice payday. Now, she paused, smiled. I'll get Dallas busy being super cop, then pay another visit to IAB to express outrage over this business with Bix before heading out to check on Strong and express my deep concern there. Everybody does their job, this ends tonight, and we move on. They worked on refining details, coordinating timing. After, alone at her desk, Renee sat, stared at her father's portrait, blinked until her eyes watered, then used her link. Dad? She pressed her lips together as if struggling to control herself. I know you're disappointed in me. Renee, no, I know I've let you down. Let myself down. I should never have let things with Garnett get out of hand. I should have been stronger. And I'm going to be. I need to talk to you, Dad, to ask your advice. I have to go by the hospital and check on one of my people. She had an accident today. After that, can I come by and see you? Of course. Thanks, Dad. I know I let my personal feelings get in the way of my job, of my responsibilities, my feelings about Garnett and about Dallas, too. I see that now. She's so much more the kind of daughter you wanted. I resented her for that. She's not my daughter, Renee. You are. I know. I know, Dad. I'll see you soon. She clicked off, stared with icy eyes at the portrait. I'm your daughter? Too bad for us both you wanted a son, isn't it? Too damn bad I could never measure up to your lofty standards. Would you be proud of me, you fucker, if you knew just how much I command? Daddy issues, Eve commented as she watched the monitor. Definite daddy issues. That's one cold, fucked up woman. Feeney shook his head. A cop briefing other cops on how to kill cops. I was starting to worry she wouldn't go for me. I'd have hated to miss that opportunity. She plans to eliminate you because you're a threat. Mira had come in to observe, and now looked at Eve. But only partly. What she said to her father was truth, as she sees it. You're more what he would have wanted in a daughter than she, and that's just as much a motivation to eliminate you. We'll worry about her motivations later. I'll need the E-team to handle the glitch she plans. They'll need to think it worked. Peabody, check on Strong. I need to talk to Louise the minute she's clear. I don't want Louise or any of the docs to talk to anyone else, even Strong's mother, the boyfriend, nobody. I'll take care of it. "What are you doing?" Rourke asked as Eve took out her own link. "Setting up my counter-op. I'm texting Jacobson. Then I've got to go be seen by her man. We want her plan to move right along." "You're building a bigger box," Feeney said with some pride. "Jumbo size. And when we're done, it's still going to be crowded in there. Oh, look. I believe I'm getting an anonymous tip from an unregistered link. Check records and reports for Garnett, initialed by Strong. Include all expenses. Proof Garnett and Strong did Keener." "Set them up for Keener." Feeney pursed his lips. "Being dead, they can't argue about it." "She'll take a hit on Garnett, but she's got her notes and evals on Strong. It's not bad for seat of the pants," Eve decided, "and it's enough to keep me busy here through end of shift. Can you redirect this hack they're going to pull on my comp?" "Redirect," Rourke told her, "track to the source and deal with this busywork of records and report searches so the source confirms you took the bait." "All that?" Eve smiled at him. "Handy. Gives me time to tag Janbury and Delfino, put them on Bic so they can wrap him up. They'll need to time it." "He won't betray her," Mira put in. "He won't have to. She'll betray him. They'll get their collar, and Garnett will get more justice than he deserves. I've got to go be visible. I'll keep in contact via link. Peabody, give me 2 minutes, then head to the bullpen. I want you at your desk until end of shift." "We're moving close to that now." 2 minutes, Eve repeated. But when she got to the door, Rourke put a hand on her arm. "I've really got to get going on this. Timing's crucial. They don't need me here. I'd prefer to be in the garage. I need you here, because whatever they can do, you can do faster." Now she put a hand on his. "I'm going to be covered in the garage. I trust my men, every one of them." Yours against hers. Oh, yes, he understood his wife, his cop. Another form of you against her. Maybe. It makes a point. It makes the kind of point that will resonate in the department, in the media. That's a matter of politics and morale, and those things matter. But it matters, too, that we show, without a shadow, not only that she gave the orders, but the ones under her had no compunction following them. You're very cool for someone who just heard her own death warrant. Because my men are better than hers, in every possible way. If you trust me, you trust them. He touched her cheek. The drinks are on me, for the house, when this is over and done. Free drinks? That guarantees no fail. I'll keep in touch. She walked out, picked up her pace. Cop in a hurry, she thought. Records to check. When she stepped into the bullpen, Jacobson hailed her. "Lieutenant, can I have a minute? Do I look like I've got a minute?" Then she cursed, shrugged. "My office." She strode in, waited for him to follow, then shut the door. "Okay, I interrupted you. Why am I interrupting you?" "Long story, full details to follow," Eve told him. "For now..." She turned to her computer, called up pictures and data on Marcel Palmer. "These two men are planning to ambush me in the garage in a couple hours. Their orders are to stun me, toss me in my own vehicle, take me to my crime scene, and kill me very dead." As Jacobson studied the images, his eyes went hard as stone. "Is that fucking so?" "It is." "They're soon going to be having a really bad day." "Yes, they are." "Lieutenant Rene Oberman gave them that order, and has ordered this man, Toulis, to keep an eye on me, and this one, Armand," she added, as she brought the next image up. To hack my comp, to provide their cover, garage security. He looked at her then. She could still see that stone, but with it a kind of grief. How many are in it, Dallas? One's too many, and there are a lot more than one. Your focus will be on Palmer and Marcel, and not to alert Toulis. The E-boys will take care of Armand. Others are being, or will be, dealt with. How do you want it done? His words to her echoed Marcel's to Renee, she realized, and what a world of difference in meaning. She told him how she wanted it done. When he went out, she texted Peabody, updated the E-team. When her link signaled, she saw Louise on the readout. Is she alive? She is, Louise told her, and those pretty hazel eyes drooped with fatigue. And her chances of staying that way are good. They're finishing up the ortho work. That was the most extensive damage. Then we'll move her to recovery and on to ICU. Her recovery will depend to a large extent on, well, how strong is strong. The PT is going to be extensive, long, and painful. Now tell me why Peabody's asked nobody to tell her family. I'll get to that, but I need you to inform someone else, but with a few variations. You kept her alive through this part, Louise. Help me keep her alive through the next. Over the next hour, Eve learned she didn't much care for running an op via link. She preferred looking into the eyes of the men she coordinated, seeing in their faces their determination, their humor, their willingness to put it all on the line. When the end of shift came and went, she started counting down the clock. Step 1, she thought. Louise. Renee, her face covered with weariness and worry, hurried toward the surgical desk. I'm Lieutenant Oberman, she told the nurse in charge. I'm here to check on one of my people, Lila Strong. Lieutenant? Louise, still in her scrubs, stepped over. I'm Dr. D'Amato, one of the surgical team. Why don't you come with me? Is she out of surgery? Yes. Louise kept walking. Why don't we go in here and sit down? Oh, God, she didn't make it? I was told she was very badly injured, but I'd hoped... She came through very well. Louise gestured Renee into a small office, shut the door. Her age and physical condition were on her side. There's no reason she shouldn't make a full recovery. Thank God! Renee closed her eyes, sat. We've all been so concerned. I'd hoped to get here sooner, but... Doesn't matter. Can I see her? I'm sorry. She can't have any visitors at this time, not even family. There's a serious risk of infection, so we've had to quarantine her. In any case, she's in an induced coma. She did suffer very severe trauma, and we want to give her body time to heal. We have her in the East Wing, on the 8th floor. It's quiet and closed off from the rest of the wing. Infection is her enemy at this point. I understand. But is someone with her? If she wakes up, we hope to try to bring her out of the coma in about 24 hours. Meanwhile, an ICU nurse will check her vitals and progress every 30 minutes. Rest, quiet are what she needs most now. She should be able to have visitors by this time tomorrow or the following morning. Her room number? I want to tell her squad mates and send flowers when she can have them. Of course. She's in 8C. I'd be happy to contact you when she's cleared for visitors. I'd appreciate that very much. Renee rose. Thank you for all you've done. Believe me, Detective Strong's recovery is of deep concern to me. I understand. I'll walk you to the elevator. Louise walked her out, waited until the elevator door closed, then took out her link. "All right," she told Eve. "I finished my mix of lies and truth to this Lieutenant Oberman. If you're done with me, I'd like to go check on my patient." "Thanks, Louise." Eve clicked off, updated her team, and thought, Step 2. Renee to Freeman. With a cat smile of satisfaction, Renee slid into her car. When she was a block away from the hospital, she engaged her unregistered link. She's in 8C, East Wing. Quarantined, checked every 30 by an ICU nurse. Critical condition, induced coma. Outlook optimistic. Not for long. Finish what Bix started and take her out quick and quiet, Freeman. I want it to look like complications from her injuries. I've got something with me. I've already scoped out the locker room. I can get in as a medical, add this juice to her IV. She'll just go under, like putting a sick dog to sleep. Get it done? Then get over to 5-0. I want everybody alibied just in case. Just need to set up a distraction so I can ghost in there. If I can work it fast enough, I could come back, help out with Dallas. No, do what I'm telling you to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Marcel and Palmer have Dallas. They should move on her soon. Contact me when it's done. Text only. I don't want to take a link call when I'm with my father. Whatever you say, Lieutenant. Whatever you say, Eve thought, following the conversation through her feed. Add another count of conspiracy to murder on your plate, Renee. You copied that, Dallas? Feeney asked in her ear. Every word. I'm going to shut down here, start the next phase. Keep your ass covered, Lieutenant. Rourke's voice sounded in her ear now. I'm fond of it. So am I. She shut down her comp, rolled her shoulders. Now she got to play. Step 3. Dallas to garage. On the move, she said into her mic. She walked out of her office, through the bullpen, where Carmichael in 2 uniforms glanced up. Good night, LT. Good night, Detective. Officers. She took the glides, giving Carmichael in the uniforms time to move into position, time for her shadow to report she was on the way. She switched to an elevator for the ride underground, listened to Feeney. They tweaked the other cars, so they'll stop 2 floors above your level. Anybody planning on coming down to yours will have to wait or take the stairs. We got the source. Rourke's redirecting the glitch. Armand's going to expect to be blind, to hold until Marcel or Palmer gives him the clear. But we'll have you here. She nodded, and she walked into the garage when the doors opened. They couldn't move on her until she'd reached her vehicle, uncoated the locks. Then they'd hit her from behind. If she was wrong about any of it, she'd take a hit. Hell, she'd probably take one anyway. Her bootsteps echoed as she strode to her car, entered the code. From behind, she thought again, when she heard the faint sound. Window going down. Vehicle behind and just to the right. It happened fast. It happened smooth and exactly as she'd hoped. Her men poured out from everywhere, weapons drawn. Now voices as well as bootsteps echoed. She took the hit, probably as much reflex as intent on the shooter's part, and felt the spread of heat, the faint but annoying sting through the protective vest under her jacket. Her own weapon was out as she pivoted and saw Jacobson stick his right in Marcel's ear. Drop the fucking weapon, you fucking motherfucker, or I'll fucking scramble your fucking brains. Hands up! Hands where I can fucking see them, you fucking cocksucker! You fucking breathe wrong! You fucking blink wrong, and I will fuck you up! While Reinecke and Peabody dragged Palmer out the other side, Eve stepped back, let Jacobson deal with Marcel. That was some very creative and varied use of the word fuck, Detective. Fucker, Jacobson snarled it as he shoved Marcel to the ground. On your fucking face, you fucking shit coward! Stream my lieutenant in the fucking back, fuck you! There was a distinctive snap, followed by a scream. I seem to have misjudged my step, Lieutenant, and stepped on one of this motherfucker's fingers. I believe it's broken. Could have happened to anyone. She crouched down as Jacobson yanked Marcel's hands behind his back and restrained them. Your own partner. Detective Jacobson has already eloquently expressed my feelings. I can't think of anything else to say to a cop who would take part in murdering his own partner. I want a deal. Sweat poured down Marcel's face as she stripped him of his badge, his comm, his link, and the disposable. I bet you do. I'll see you in hell first, Eve thought. You'll roll on Renee for me, Marcel? Roll like a good dog? Get him out of my sight. Both of them, separate cages, no contact. Read them their rights. Get a medical to treat this asshole's finger. She rose, made herself take a calming breath, then looked at her men, made eye contact with each and every one. Thank you. Good work. She leaned back against her car as her men hauled Marcel and Palmer away, and Peabody joined her. Are you okay? Peabody asked her. I hear a stun stream can hurt through a vest. He had it on high. That'll add a punch. Through a vest and right into the charges against him. Feeney, get your team to take Armand. We're clear here. They're moving in now. Copy that. Time for Marcel to give his boss an update. We'll do that here, Rourke told her. We'll be heading up then. Let's put the rest in play. Step 4, she thought. Freeman. In the scrubs and ID he'd lifted from a locker, Freeman slipped up the stairs to the 8th floor. He prided himself on his ability to blend in, considered himself a human chameleon. He eased the door open, scanned right and left, then slid into the corridor and into the room across it. Machines beeped and hummed, monitoring whatever poor bastard lay in the bed. Staying out of range of the camera, he slithered against the wall until he could aim the jammer he carried. Even as the alarm sounded, he was out and into the next room before the ICU team came running. He repeated the process, grinning as the medicals ran by. He hit a third for good measure, then made the dash to 8C. By the time they determined it was an electronic glitch, rebooted, did whatever they did for the poor bastards in beds, he'd have done what he'd come to do and be gone. He moved into 8C. They kept the lights dim, he noted. Rest and quiet was the order of the day. Well, she'd get plenty of both where he was sending her. He moved to the bed, pulled out the vial in his pocket. Should have kept your nose out of our business, stupid bitch. Baxter stepped out of the shadows, put his weapon to Freeman's head. Who's the bitch now? Baxter said, as Trueheart stepped between Freeman and Strong. Who's the bitch now? Freeman's secured, Eve reported. They've got Runch, Peabody told her, and the accountant, Toulis Adams. They're rounding up her people like ducks in a pond. With Janbury and Delfino spending some quality time with Bix, I'd say it's time for the finale. Renee sat in her father's study, loving him with every inhale, hating him with every exhale. You don't know what it's like working illegals today, she insisted, but kept her tone, her face respectful. I can't afford to throw a man to the rats because of a slip. And at first, that's what I thought was happening with Bill Garnett. Renee, when one of your men uses the very thing you're fighting against, you have to take action. You're responsible for the code of your squad. Go ahead, she thought. Give me the lecture on Marcus Oberman's standards. I've heard it all before. I know that perfectly well. Loyalty is vital. You know that, too. I spoke with Garnett, kept it out of his file, but I ordered him to get into a program. It wasn't until a few days ago that I began to suspect him and one of my other detectives. Dad, I have reason to believe 2 of my people were using my CI to obtain product for use and profit. I have reason to believe they killed my CI before he could contact me. Bix. No, not Bix. Garnett was using Bix for cover. I think he might have tried to set Bix up for the fall. Lila Strong. She rose to pace. She must have realized I was getting close. It must be why she tried to run today. 2 of my people, Dad, betraying their squad, the department, me. Their badges. She willed tears to sparkle in her eyes. It's my fault. Fault and responsibility aren't always the same. Renee, if you believed this, if you had any evidence, why didn't you so inform Lieutenant Dallas? I did. She spun around. Just today. She brushed me off, just brushed me off. She's so focused on Bix and me. She's so damn self-righteous. She's a good cop, Renee. She's a dead cop now, Renee thought. Better than me, I suppose. That's not what I said or meant. You need to take this information to your commander. You should already have done so. You need to contact him and request a meeting, with Dallas included, and give them everything you know, everything you have on this. I wanted to be sure before I've been working it on my own. My responsibility, she reminded him, since it was one of his favorite words. Dad, I think they got in deeper than Keener. He was just a weasel. I think they moved up, and it got Garnett killed. I have a line on that. I wanted to follow it through. I know it's Dallas's case, but for God's sake, Dad, Garnett, Strong, even Keener, they're mine, and I wanted to handle it. I understand that. Command can be lonely, Renee, and it can be hard. But you're part of a whole, part of a system. You can't step outside that whole, that system for your own needs. You owe it to your men to show them true leadership. 2 of your people went bad. Now show the rest there's no tolerance, no half measures. You're right. Of course you're right. I'll contact the commander, request the meeting. Do you want me to be there? She shook her head. I need to do this on my own. I shouldn't have brought you into it. I need to go, need to put my thoughts together. Thank you for hearing me out. I'll make this right. I trust you will. I trust you will, she muttered as she slammed her car door. It was just like him to lecture and pontificate, to give her that disapproving look because she hadn't followed straight down the St. Oberman path. He'd never know just how far she'd strayed, or how wide she'd beaten her own path. But now he was, again, a useful tool. When they found Dallas's body, when Strong expired from her injuries, and she told Whitney what she wanted him to believe, dear Dad would confirm she'd told him all of it, that she had pointed Dallas toward Strong and been rebuffed. It was all falling neatly into place. She took out her link, pleased to see a trans from Freeman. Within seconds, though, she jerked her vehicle to the side of the road to read the text again. Can't get to her. Can't get near her. Surrounded by medicals. Bringing her out of coma tonight. Orders? Goddamn incompetence! Do I have to do everything myself? She beat her fists on the wheel until she could think. Abort, she ordered. Didn't matter if Strong lived, she told herself. She would be discredited. Who'd believe a third-grade detective, and with evidence and doubt planted, against her lieutenant? Against St. Obermann's daughter? No one. They'd have to look at the safe, of course, when the traitorous bitch told them about it. Renee pulled back onto the road. They'd have to verify what the nosy bitch told them. So she'd clear out the safe, put in copies of the report she'd put together with her suspicions and evidence linking Garnett, Strong, and Keener. She'd just tidy up the rest of this mess herself, and then, she thought, in a couple of weeks she'd be taking a well-deserved vacation. Chapter 23. Renee walked through Central to take care of business. She wanted a long, hot bath, with the oil she'd bought on her last trip to Italy, and one of her bottles of wine from the vineyard she'd invested in. She could soak while she toasted Strong's disgrace and probable imprisonment, and most important, most gratifyingly, the demise of Lieutenant Eve Dallas. Sentimental bitch wore a wedding ring, she recalled. Interesting piece. Unique design. That would be a perfect item to pass to the scapegoat she had in mind, a particularly violent chemi head who would pawn it at the first opportunity. It would be easy to pin Dallas's murder on him and Garnett's. Loose ends snipped, she thought, as she got off the elevator on her floor. Better, she'd find a way to be the arrow that pointed the investigators to the goat. That would erase any lingering tinge from the Garnett-Strong problem, and very likely give her a little boost toward those captain bars. Really, things were working out even better than she planned. She breezed through the night security glow of the squad room, unlocked her office. She called for lights and went straight to the portrait. Screw you and everything you stand for. She lifted the frame, then spun around at the sound behind her. Eve swiveled the chair around, smiled. That's not a nice way to talk to your father, Renee. Gosh, you look like you've seen a ghost. What are you doing in my office? My locked office. You have no right. You're fast on your feet. I'll give you that. Faster than the dogs you sicked on me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, Renee, they rolled all over you. Marcel was crying for a deal before we had the cuffs on him, and Palmer wasn't far behind. And even without that... Eve reached out, tapped her recorder. Renee's voice filled the room, arranging for Eve's death, for Lila's. Detective Strong's fine, by the way. Freeman? Not really. He's pondering his options from a cage right now, like the pitiful pair you ordered to kill me. So are Armand, Bix, Manford, and at last count 5 more of your motley crew. You are so completely fucked. You're bluffing, or you wouldn't be here alone. So I believe I'll just contact... Eve drew her weapon, aimed it at the middle button of Renee's power suit jacket. You're going to want to pull that piece out very slowly, then set it on the desk and step away. I know you've never terminated anyone, never so much as fired that weapon in your bag, or any other, at least not on record. I have, and trust me when I say I wouldn't hesitate to put you on the ground. Renee threw the purse on the desk. You think you've won this? You think I can't fix this? That's right. I think I've won this. I think you can't fix this. You haven't, and I will. It's your head that'll roll. Not panicked, Eve noted. Pissed. Hoping to give the temper another boost, Eve put a laugh on her face. Really? You tried for strong twice, once with Bix, then with Freeman. Didn't do so well, did you? Now you think you can take me? She got lucky with Bix. He never misses. He killed Keener, but Keener was a weak junkie. And Garnett. But Garnett was his partner and trusted him. I'd say that makes Bix lucky. They all trusted you, didn't they, Renee? As far as any of their type can trust. Are you so sure Bix will do what you tell him when he's looking at life in a concrete cage? He'll do exactly what I tell him, and say exactly what I tell him. That's how you command men. Yeah, it takes a lot of balls to tell a man like Bix to slit his own partner's throat, to stick poison in a junkie's arm. It takes foresight, vision, brains to develop someone like Bix, so he'll do just that on command. None of your people would do for you what Bix has done, and will do for me. You're right about that. That makes you weak. Holding that weapon on me, that makes you weak too. Does it? Have you got the balls, Dallas? Renee slipped out of her heels. Let's really see who's in charge here. Are you serious? Of all the responses, this was the last Eve expected. A shiny bubble of sheer joy rose up in her. You want to dance with me? Weak. And a coward. Oh, insults. Sting. What the hell? I really want this too. Eve set her weapon down, shrugged off her jacket. As she circled the desk, Renee lowered into a fighting stance. Hey! Eve cocked her head, pointed. Did you take lessons? Since I was 5. You're gonna bleed. Wouldn't be the first time. She took her stance, and they circled each other. She let Renee come at her, blocked the kick, the follow-up, the backhand. There was power there, she judged, and style, and skill. Renee wouldn't go down easy. She wouldn't go down quickly. So much the better. She kicked Renee's fist aside, came in with a hard jab, had it repelled, and took a mid-body blow that burned her belly. The next kick caught her shoulder, zipped pain down her arm. She went with it, used the momentum in her spin, slammed her boot into Renee's chest with a force that knocked her opponent back into a chair and down. Fists ready, Eve leaped forward, but Renee jumped up, slammed a kick into Eve's knee that shot her feet out from under her. She tasted blood now, told herself it woke her up. And when Renee poised to stomp her injured knee, Eve swept out her leg. This time, when her opponent fell, there was a satisfying crunch as the table under her collapsed. They both sprang to their feet and at each other. Now it was something like jubilation that shot up Eve's arm as her fist rammed Renee's face and her blood drummed to the cry of pain and rage. She took a blow to her own face, one that had stars exploding in front of her eyes. Flying on them, she twisted, came in low to ram her elbow into Renee's belly, jerked up her forearm to plant a back fist on Renee's chin. You're bleeding, bitch, Eve told her, and caught Renee's foot on the kick, shoved back. Renee dropped, rolled, scissored her legs up, beat a double kick to Eve's hip before gaining her feet. Bloodlust. Eve felt it pulsing and pumping through her, all primal fury that was somehow a kind of twisted pleasure. Circling, spinning, a blow landed, another taken. Sweat stung her eyes, dripped down her back, and she saw it mixing with the blood smeared on Renee's face. Eve knew they were in the same place now, a place where winning was all, and the taste of blood lay sweet on the tongue. A place, she knew, where that taste stirred a craving for more. She told herself to end it, to step back over the line. "You're done," she said. "This is done. I say when it's done." Renee launched at her. Eve pivoted to meet the attack. They hit the door like a cannonball and spilled into the squad room in an intimate tangle of violence. They rolled, jabbing fists, hit the side of a desk with a crack like thunder. Eve stopped the thumb, aiming for her eye, by gripping Renee's wrist, twisting it. On a cry of pain, Renee grabbed Eve's hair, nails gouging scalp, and yanked viciously. More stars exploded in a field red as blood. "Fuck me! Hair pulling? That's it!" She wrenched Renee's wrist back, reveled in the screech, and with her scalp screaming, flipped Renee onto her back. "Pussy!" She balled her fist, drove it once, twice into Renee's face, reared back for a third, but pulled up short when the grip on her hair dissolved, when the eyes staring into hers went glassy. "I say when it's done." Eve swiped blood from her mouth. "And it's done. Jesus Christ, it's done." She rolled off, sat on the floor, tried to slow the air wheezing into her burning lungs. "Peabody!" "Sir!" Peabody stepped forward from the crowd of cops and a particular civilian who'd already moved into the squad room. This time Eve swiped under her nose, then pressed it gingerly. Not broken, she determined, just bloody. "She's yours." "Huh?" "I'm the one whose ears are ringing, for God's sake. I said she's yours. Your collar. Take her." "But Dallas, you—" Though it hurt pretty much everywhere, she discovered, Eve pushed to her feet. She wondered if her injured knee had puffed to the size of a basketball or just felt that way. "Detective, I just gave you a directive. I expect you to follow it without any backtalk and arrest this individual who is a disgrace to her badge, her lineage, and her goddamn gender." "Hair puller," Eve said in disgust, and nursed a hand over her tender scalp. "Yes, sir." "1 minute." Eve crouched down, painfully, bent close to Renee's face, and spoke for only the two of them. "You see that cop, Renee? The one who's about to take you? She's the reason. She's the reason you're down and you're out. She's more of a cop, more of a woman, more of a human being than you ever were. And she's my partner." Eve straightened, with effort and with considerable discomfort. "Get her gone," she told Peabody. "With pleasure, Lieutenant." "Renee Oberman," she began as she bent to cuff the prisoner, "you're under arrest." Peabody listed the charges as she dragged Renee to her feet. At Eve's head jerk, McNabb moved in, took Renee's other arm. Peabody recited the revised Miranda as they perp-walked her out. "Lieutenant." Eve struggled not to wince as she came to attention. "Yes, sir, Commander." "It was unnecessary to engage in physical contact with the suspect, to break procedure and set aside your weapon, and to do so when you clearly had the suspect under control." "Yes, sir." "Unnecessary," he repeated, "but just. And I believe it was as satisfying to experience as it was to observe. I suggest you visit the infirmary and get cleaned up and treated. It will be my unfortunate duty to inform Commander Oberman of his daughter's arrest." "Sir, as head of the investigative team and partner to the arresting officer, I feel that should be my duty." "You know command better than that, Dallas. It's mine to lift." "You did well." He turned, scanned the cops in the room. "You all did well." and shouldering his command, he walked out. Rourke walked over, handed her weapon and a towel. She didn't know where the hell he'd come up with the towel, but it looked clean. She wiped some of the blood off her face. "I'd kick your ass for putting your weapon down," he murmured, "except, as I said before, I'm fond of it. And because at the core, I agree with Whitney." Besides, he took the towel, dabbed at her face himself. "I took 50 off the new guy." "What? Santiago? I wagered him you'd bait her into a fight so you could pummel her a bit. He was the only taker." He leaned down, softly kissed her swollen mouth. "But he doesn't know you as well as the rest. Yet." She might have smiled, but knew it would hurt. "Well, he's the new guy. I've got to—" She trailed off, noting the room was still full of cops. Thinking of the kiss, she would have scowled, but that would hurt too. "What are you all still doing here? Don't you have homes? Dismissed." To her utter shock, Baxter shifted to attention, snapped a salute, held it. "Lieutenant," he said, and every cop in the room followed suit. She forgot every ache, every pain, every bruise and cut. There wasn't room with the pride. "Good work. All of you. Good work." She returned the salute. "Dismissed." As they filed out, Feeney walked to her. He laid a hand on her shoulder, and he nodded. "Not bad," he said. "Not bad at all." When he walked off, it was with a strut in his step. Eve let out a breath. "I have to sit down a minute." She did, then lowered her head into her hands. "God! Oh, God!" Hearing the tears in her voice, Rourke knelt. "You're in pain. Baby, let me get you to the hospital." "It's not that. Or, yeah, it's a little that, but it's mostly—" She dropped her head on his shoulder, smearing blood on his beautifully cut jacket. "What they did. All of them. How they stood up. All of them. Knowing what I have in them, I don't know how to say it." "You don't have to. I think I know. They're everything she's not. Everything she abused, raped, killed, exploited. They're the reason not the reason I do it, but the reason I can." She lifted her head, swiped at tears and blood. "You'll buy that drink for the house?" "I will, yes. Darling Eve." He laid his lips on her cheek. "My cup." Rourke. Tears pressed and burned again. She let some go. Just let them fall. She could let them fall with him. She gripped his lapel, transferred more blood as she looked in his eyes. "I want to go home, okay? I just need to go home now. You can fix me up there. It's not so bad. You can take me home and fix me up. Because at the end of the day, you're what does. You're what fixes me up." "Eve." He pressed his lips to her brow, held there a moment, just held. "All right then. I'll take you home, and I'll fix you up." "Thanks." When he helped her to her feet, she leaned against him. "You're the reason, too, why I can do it." "Then I'll fix you up so you can do it another day." As they started out of the room, she hissed, "Shit! It is pretty bad. Still, go home and fix me up territory, but Jesus, she could fight. At least until the hair-pulling incident. You were holding back a little. She frowned. Who says? Who knows you? So she sighed, leaned on him again. Maybe I held back a little, until the hair-pulling incident.